Hello, hello. Please tell me Streamlabs is okay and we're not getting dropped frames, because I would be the saddest person if it was not okay tonight, of all nights. I don't know what happened to the super slow fade. I was totally expecting it, but it wasn't here. Okay, but hello, happy Tuesday. There may be, oh shoot, I did forget something. Okay, so a couple things. I have been super busy for the past couple hours just trying to throw everything together last minute. I apologize if things are a little bit scuffed or janky, or I'm forgetting very important things, which I am. I'm going to remedy that right now. But happy Tuesday, everybody. My name is Chupies. I know that there are potentially many of you who are here for the first time, courtesy of our dear friend, role model, superhero idol, Ryan Norbauer, perhaps through his newsletter, perhaps through his Instagram. If it is your first time here, welcome. We're very happy to have you. I told Ryan that he is on call with me right now. Him that basically, oh, hold on, I'm gonna fix my mic. I know it's a little bit loud right now. I was tweaking some settings earlier that I didn't revert back. I told Ryan that he can wait on voice call with me, and he'll be like behind the scenes, and I'm like the intro guy, the hype man, and he's gonna come onto the stage with a bunch of roaring fans, ready to adore him. Okay, I think frames are dropping a bit, but I tweaked a few things that should be better. Let me know if it's terrible. I'm not sure if there's anything I can do if it's terrible. I sort of see it kind of being weird, but hopefully it gets okay if I minimize OBS. I'll do that later. So welcome old friends, welcome new people. I see a bunch of familiar faces. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Hello, proximity. So hello to all the regular people. There's a lot of people here tonight, so I'm definitely gonna call out people who I haven't seen in a while. But thank you guys for all the follows as well. I know a bunch of people tuned in just to see Ryan and honestly to see the Heavy Grail, which will be on display tonight. I'm very excited to showcase it for you guys. I got a little bit of playtime with it earlier. I unboxed it on my way out of the house, which was a mistake, because if you expect a keyboard to be really dank, you don't want to unbox it right when you have to leave, because you're just gonna want to sit and keep typing on it. And that was me. I sat there for about 15 minutes just like typing and being completely amazed at how awesome that keyboard was. Hello Jax, Agent 4, Keone, Lozzie, Handmade. Almost can't notice it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Kookie. I see it. Tell me how it is once I minimize it, and then we'll go from there. But unfortunately, I don't think there's anything I can do about it, so I'm not gonna sweat it. But yes, so if you don't know who Ryan Norbauer is, maybe I'll let him give his introduction on his own. But if you don't know who I am, my name is Chubies. I stream keyboard and keyboard related content every Tuesday, definitely, and also usually a couple other nights of the week, somewhere around Thursday and Friday. And tonight, I'm very excited because I get to have Ryan on stream. So I first met Ryan about more than 2 years ago, about 2.5 years ago at KeyCon. Naz! Yo, welcome back for 20 months. Thanks for the support. So I met Ryan at KeyCon 2018. This was in Pittsburgh, if any of you were at that one. And we hit it off instantly, became friends. And then whenever I went to California for NorCal meetup, he would be so kind to house me and feed me, and it was just been this amazing friendship ever since then. And I know I talk about him often on stream. There are probably some of you who are like, is he even friends with this guy? So I figured it was time to finally have the man himself on stream with me. And tonight we're going to be talking a little bit about him, his history with keyboards, and also about the Heavy Grail, which is one of the commands that you can type in to take a look at the product page if you're interested. The group buy ends tomorrow, and I do have a Heavy Grail prototype on hand that we're going to take a look at together. And if I will try and keep up with chat and answer any specific questions, but actually there should be a questions command. That was a thing I missed earlier, so I'm going to set that up really quick. There is a Google form that I will be periodically checking. And if you have any questions that you would like to ask, it is actually probably easiest if we go through that form. You can enter them in chat as well, but there's a chance that I might miss it, and I don't want to miss your question. Q&A for Ryan. Submit here. Every 15 minutes. So that's going to pop up every 15 minutes. It's also going to be in the questions command if somebody would like to reference that. And yeah, so for tonight's content, it's mostly going to be just Ryan and I having a conversation. So we'll have video calls here and there from time to time. And then it's always like, what if we just streamed what we talked about? Because I feel like people would find it very interesting. And so here we are. We haven't really planned we haven't planned anything for what we're going to talk about. We were like, let's have a tech sound check right before we go live. And he probably meant 7:30, but it ended up being like 8:05 when we were like, all right, let's do a sound check. So absolutely no planning has gone in tonight. But alas, that's when the best happens. Or so I tell myself. Anyway, without further ado, let's bring Orion onto the scene. How did I set my scene up? Yes. Question. Oh, shoot, I did the wrong thing. Hello, Ryan.
Hello, Preston. I am now able to hear you.
Oh, shoot, hold on. Okay, let's try that one more time. Hello, Ryan.
Hello, Preston. I am able to hear you now.
Excellent. I'm able to hear you as well. People in chat, please let me know how the volume levels for everything is. Music, my voice, and Ryan's voice as well. I will assume it's okay unless told otherwise. Okay. Custom. Ryan, I see that you've changed your room around since last time that we've talked. Is that right?
I have not changed my room per se. I have changed my camera position.
Is it more zoomed in?
It's possible. I'm using a zoom lens, and so I probably just turned the zoom in.
Nice. It's possible.
Funny.
I love it. I love how everything is so cryptic. It's great. Unintentionally, of course. I should specify that. Ryan is a little quiet. Let me turn up Ryan. He is a little bit quiet, I think. Whoop. Okay, cool. Very classy background, says my sister. Oh, that's my sister, by the way. My IRL blood sister. She watches me stream.
I think that's excellent sibling support. I hope we have the opportunity to talk in person sometime more extensively.
I hope so as well. So
I've admired her Instagram, Etsy
right.
things in the past.
Yeah, I forgot I showed you her stuff.
I approve.
I haven't eaten dinner yet, so I'm just going to be casually stuffing my face while you entertain everybody. I hope that's okay.
I've noticed that your snacking is a common feature of the stream.
It's not supposed to be. Maybe people just remember those.
Every time I've ever looked at your stream, you were eating some kind of like, H-Mart snack.
Wait, what was it last time?
I don't remember, but it was some kind of maybe like rice crackers or something.
It was when you popped in and then somebody said that. Wait, what was the comment that you found funny and I found funny as well? Or your vocabulary is bigger than their house or something? Ryan's vocabulary is bigger than my house. Oh, Doctor Who is here as well. Hello. Doctor Who is another big fan of yours. We initially bonded because of our fanboying over you.
Is he also a Doctor Who enthusiast?
That's a good question. I don't know. It would seem fitting, but I'm not sure.
So I
Okay.
don't think this matters, Preston, but my screen says stream paused. Chubi says minimize their application. Sit tight.
Oh.
So I can't actually see. Oh, there we go. Now I can see
Okay.
what you're doing. This
So
all
I
looks very complicated.
I forgot that it doesn't show you it when I'm... Okay, this is what I'm going to do. Change windows. Well, while I'm doing some boring back-end stuff, would you like to introduce yourself to us? Tell us a bit about what you do, what your relevance to the keyboard hobby is. Whatever you would like to introduce about yourself.
Sure. I have no relevance per se. But are you still there, by the way?
Yes. Sorry, screen is back.
It's a really interesting screen reconfigurations. I'll just disregard that.
I clicked the wrong button.
That is quite all right. I don't know. I just make keyboard housings for fun and have been doing that for quite some time. And a particular enthusiast of Topre keyboards, as you know, and have made housings for all of the popular Topre keyboards until, as of recently, the HHKB, and I'm currently running a group buy for a housing for that keyboard. And then I think, unless I'm missing something, I will have completed the full array of Topre keyboards that are smaller than 100% size.
Right. And how long have you been doing that?
Making the housings?
Or just making keyboard things?
The first thing I made was a key set that was sort of Star Trek inspired. And the first iteration of that came out, I don't know, if I had to guess, something like 6 or 7 years ago or something insane like that. I don't know. I could be wrong. But I remember, getting involved in the keyboard community before I was making things. And that was around 2009, 2010. So a while. Almost 10 years.
Almost. That's actually a lot longer than I thought. Like, if someone asked me, I probably would have guessed 5, I feel like.
Yeah, no, it was, I remember very specifically, it was right after I had moved from Boston to Cambridge. And I think I was looking at GeekHack even a little bit earlier than that, even when I was in Boston. So that would have been certainly in the very early days.
I think I might have only started tracking from when you launched like the Norba touch cases, which maybe was about 5 years ago.
Which would have been a few years later, for sure. Sorry?
Okay. Which maybe was about 5 years ago? I'm not sure.
Yeah, could be. I was definitely still living at Cambridge at the time. And it was, in fact, about 2 years before I left. And I moved in 2016, so that all sort of roughly works out. What are you eating, incidentally?
I'm eating some Thai food from a restaurant that has sort of become low-key infamous in the keyboard community. It's called Four Seasons.
Okay.
Because there was one particular DGen night where I had a Four Seasons. I was streaming, and then I had a Four Seasons menu on my desk, and then it just spiraled into what actually became... It was just like a lot of really, really hilarious meme Photoshop editing, and then it ended up in an actual desk mat that got printed and people purchased it, and it is on many people's desks.
Okay, that's cool. I like that. I thought you were maybe overstating your case when you said that it had become infamous in the keyboard community, but it sounds like no, that's an accurate description.
Let me show you what the desk mat looks like.
Your thing is frozen again. It says now, there's like a button. It says watch stream. Should I figure out how to push that button?
Click watch stream. Yes. I think it's because I disconnected and then reconnected. Honestly, not sure. Yeah, make sure you fix that because you need to see this desk mat in all its glory.
Okay, I'm certainly looking at that. says, "Sit tight. We're patching you back in."
Oh, that's so weird. Maybe. Okay. While technical difficulties are happening, I'm going to do some back-end stuff over here.
I'm glad you don't stress over having an extremely polished production here.
I know that you didn't intend it as such, but that's like the best compliment to Salt ever.
Why do you think I didn't intend it as such?
Maybe you did.
I think I did.
I love that you don't mind that your house is so unclean and messy. That's great. Hold on, one more thing. Wait, is the stream
that's the thing I
okay
genuinely say to people. It still says you've been disconnected. Sit tight. We're patching you back in. Should I like try again?
Hold on.
Oh, I can see things now.
Okay, we're good now.
I can make you bigger.
True.
Yeah. All right. So, what is this, like the menu from the restaurant or something?
So basically the gist of what happened was that this was on the desk, this Four Seasons logo was present, and then somebody was Tim Keelis, another keyboard streamer guy. There were probably about like 10 of us in voice together, and then we were evaluating actually like one keyboard versus another, but they were like very similar pinks, and then one did not have keycaps on it and the other did. So he was like, don't worry guys, let me just fix this real quick. And so he pulled it up like this free online Photoshop-esque software and then moved caps onto the other board that did not have caps, and then started drop this huge Four Seasons logo behind the keyboard and change colors of things, and made sure to write not sponsored by. And somehow there's a lefty MX Master Mouse which doesn't actually exist. There is a Thai iced tea straight from Google Images, but it's upside down because it's a little Easter egg that if you turn the mouse over, the desk mat over, then it's right side up. So you're never truly
an Easter egg.
It's never truly upside down. It's very big brain
I think that's
place.
just an upside down iced tea cup.
No. See, it's right. It's also compressed left to right for the extra meme effect right there. Yeah. It's to call your attention to it and alert you to the fact that you unlocked an Easter egg. That's how it works.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've been trying to unzoom my scene for the last like 5 minutes. Hold on. I think I'm almost there. Because I realized that the one that stacks us on the side... Oh shoot, we're not stacked. Are we stacked? Oh crap, that's not what I meant to do. Oh well, it's fine. Okay, now you can sort of see it more in its full glory. It was originally supposed to be like a standard desk proportion ratio, but then it got like squished because I think it was probably too expensive to print out a huge desk mat. So the aspect ratio is a little bit off, which makes it all the better. And then the story behind this little corner right here is pretty awesome. Because if you can tell, it is a Discord group call.
Okay.
And specifically, we were like, let's have everybody's circle be active and talking. And so everyone was just like, all right, 3, 2, 1, like on the stream. Anyway, it sounds really ridiculous when it's not 4 a.m. But trust me, it was the best and most glorious thing when it was 4 a.m. It's just one of those things.
Got it.
Yeah, I spent way too long explaining this already. So we're going to move on.
Let's go ahead. I'm going to click the watch stream button again so I can see what you're doing.
Please do. Yes, please do.
What causes that?
Oh, I don't know. It should just stay.
It's just like it just gets bored. Okay. It's like, can you possibly still be doing this?
It could be. It could be. It might be because like my focus is not on the Discord. Actually, no, that doesn't make sense. Because I'm screen sharing an app, so it should like.
If I can drag my mouse closer so I don't have to go so far away. Okay. The downside of this setup is I'm no longer sitting right at my computer desk anymore. I'm sort of off to one side, so I have to awkwardly.
Oh, is it like a stream specific setup or something?
Sort of. I just noticed that this background looks better than the other one because I haven't finished actually installing that wall. As we discussed, I'm putting this like geometric pattern on the wall, so it'll kind of look cool as a background. But right now, it's just some bare sconces with wires hanging from them, which is not so charming. So, I decided to rotate 45 degrees counterclockwise if you're viewing from above, and I'm now to the left of my desk. And in fact, I just posted a picture of my lighting and camera setup to Instagram, if you're curious.
Gotcha. Yeah, people were saying that you looked like a Marvel villain.
People always say that. There's like it's just more bald racism because there's some guy Lex Luthor who's like bald, and so obviously everyone says I look like that, or maybe Patrick Stewart in an X-Men or something.
Right.
It's fine. There are worse comparisons to have.
What's been the best comparison that you've heard?
Best comparison?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
Like, if someone said, "Oh, Ryan, you look like X person," who's the one
Captain Picard, obviously.
I see. You're probably a little bit biased, I assume.
Well, he's only my my childhood moral and ethical hero. Yeah, so it works out just fine. I may have willed myself bald to be more like him.
Respect. Wait, so did you explained your keyboard backstory already? I feel like we need to get back on topic here.
Sure. What's the topic?
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. I think somebody was asking about PCBs. You probably get this question a lot, like why you specifically use RealForce PCBs and don't make your own for Topre. Would you like to address that? I know that you have some answers you shared with me before.
Sure. So your stream broke up just a little bit there, so I didn't hear the entire last half of your second sentence. But I think that the question is why use pre-existing components, I suppose. Is that right?
Yeah. Why RealForce PCBs?
Yes.
Why no make own PCB?
Well, because making so Topre's key sensing technology is it has been patented, and the patent has expired. So you can technically, perfectly legally and reasonably make a Topre clone keyboard as Niz has done. However, the information on how to make such a keyboard is proprietary and internal to Topre. So you have to essentially figure out how to do it and then make the PCB. And this is a much less trivial undertaking than making a Cherry PCB, because a Cherry PCB is a very, it's almost like the simplest. Making an array of switches for mechanical switches is like one of the simplest PCBs you could design, because you're just wiring up a bunch of single switches, right? And the only thing that's complicated about it is the firmware, which is sort of readily available in open source form. Building a capacitive keyboard, however, is more like building an array of sensors to detect this sort of electrostatic event, which is very different than just like two wires touching each other, which is essentially what a Cherry switch is. And so,
wait, question: how does the electrostatic event work exactly?
Sure. Well, so I guess maybe at what level are you asking this question? Like at the level of physics, or?
In the sense of like, I guess when you think about an MX switch, it closes the circuit with the press of the stem. So then when you press the dome down, there's a dome and there's a spring underneath, and then it compresses the spring. What is done there to send a signal from the key press in through the PCB?
So you were asking sort of like a more fundamental level. So as I said, the Cherry switch is just literally two wires that are separate, and then when you press down on the switch, they touch each other and electrons flow across that gap.
Right.
The Topre mechanism is actually totally different. It has these two electrodes that are like half circles, and they don't actually complete a circuit in the traditional sense. They're kind of like, you can think of them in a sense as like listening for changes in capacitance. And capacitance is it's like a concept in physics and electronics that is a little bit beyond my ability to casually explain here, mostly because I don't fully understand it. But you can think of it. So it's the exact same technology that's used to detect the location of your finger on an iPhone screen, right? It's not it's not a switch in the conventional sense. It's looking at these like basically changes in uh, charge as they move across the screen, and they have like a coordinate system that they build by having sensors on different like corners of the phone. I presume it's something similar to that, in that the spring, which is not in fact really a spring, it's a capacitive coil that lives under the Topre dome, has a different capacitance when it's flat versus when it's in its dome shape, and the circuit that's on the other end of those two electrodes is able to detect that change in the same way that a force touch on an iPhone can tell whether you've just like lightly touched hard, right? And it's literally the same physical principle, and it's actually pretty similar in terms of the actual like physical application, because there's like a little bit of capacitance when the spring is up, and there's a lot more when it's down. And so the detecting of actuations is just looking for that change in capacitance and figuring out what the reasonable threshold is to consider an actuation. And in fact, that's why the new range of, or the new like high end of the range of Real Force keyboards, I think the PFU edition ones, have this ability to adjust that in software, right? The actuation point, because there is no like physical actuation point at all. There's just the point at which the firmware on the keyboard decides, okay, the dome has been pressed down enough, capacitance has changed enough that we're going to consider this an actuation.
So it has to do with the spring that's underneath the dome specifically, right? Like kind of like how compressed that is from its initial mountain shape of uncompression.
Yeah. Again, to make it less confusing, I try to call it a capacitive coil rather than a spring, because it's really not. A spring is a spring for its like mechanical properties, right?
Yeah.
But it's not there for that. It's there because it's just a way to register up and down motion capacitively.
It does add a little bit of weight, around 5 grams.
So it is said, yeah, and I would believe that.
Legend has it.
Yeah. But it's not necessarily there for that purpose, right? Clearly, the dome serves that function.
Right. Ramen, welcome
the dome
back
is in fact the spring.
Ooh, okay, so Phantasmal Cat. Oh, first of all, thank you for that wonderful physics explanation. Many people were in awe of your professor-like expository qualities.
I know absolutely nothing about capacitance, and it's deeply embarrassing to me. I would actually like to know more, but I'm glad you thought that was a professorial explanation.
We'll roll with it.
Sure.
Phantasmal asks if you have any opinions on NIS switches.
So I think that, let's say NIS boards overall, I can give a slight opinion about them. I think that in some ways they're better than Topre, and in some ways they're not better than Topre. I'm not sure that I fully actually understand the premise of why those boards exist. I guess they're like meant to be cheap Topre keyboards, right? Because Topre keyboards manufactured in Japan are pretty expensive. NIS keyboards manufactured in China, and also manufactured in certain ways that clearly are just simply less expensive. They're less expensive boards, and I guess maybe that's the premise, is just to make something along similar lines that is less expensive. I don't necessarily see that as like particularly interesting. It's certainly it's a useful service, but there have been some incidental improvements by way of their re-engineering of the slider housings. For example, there's considerably less wobble, between the sliders and the slider housings. There's just like a much tighter tolerance between the two of them. And to whatever extent you care about that issue of wobble, which is not uncommon on Topre keyboards and can sometimes leave your keys looking almost a little rotated or out of alignment on like an HHKB or Real Force keyboard, for example. It's an improvement in that respect. I think that overall, though, I wouldn't say that they feel or sound better than Topre keyboards. In fact, I think they sound worse. But there's one interesting feature of them is that they use more sort of conventional cherry style stabilizers, which is kind of interesting. And they also use a single sheet of domes rather than Topre's somewhat random, like tiny sheets approach.
They're like, we're going to have a sheet here and then one over here.
Yeah, I've never fully understood how they make those decisions to break up the sub sheets, as it were. I think it's much for if obviously Topre has never operated on the assumption or cared to support people taking apart their boards, and I think maybe Niz is more aware of the keyboard community and therefore sort of engineered around that a little bit. But it's certainly much easier for a user to, like, for example, swap out the domes on a Niz keyboard because they come as a single sheet. I think that one interesting feature that I've noticed about the Niz architecture is that the material of the domes, I'm pretty sure, is silicone, just like the BKE domes. But I know that Topre's domes are not silicone. So that's another difference. I personally don't love silicone. It tends to attract dust very readily.
Okay, so you know that the Topre domes are not silicone, but like, do you know what they are, or just that they're not silicone?
I know what they are. I don't remember the name of the chemical off the top of my head, however. It is it's some kind of polymer that's not a silicone.
The way you said, like, I know what they are, and then left the pause, I was like, trade secret incoming.
No, it's nothing so glamorous as that. I mean, I sent them for chemical analysis because I was really curious, right? So, like spectroscopy, and they were able to a lab was able to figure out what they are. I just don't remember. It's 4 letters starting with an E and some other things, and I don't actually remember what they are. But if somebody wants to know, I can look it up.
Gotcha. Yo, someone's got to be taking notes about all the vocabulary like that we learned this stream from talking with Ryan. Like, I'm not even joking. Every time I'm on a video call with Ryan, by the end of the video call, I've used Google to like define perfidious. Define like at least 3 or 4 times. I learned that last time. That was my one takeaway. Perfidious. I'm not sure when I would use it though, but at least I have it in my word bank now in case I ever need it.
As I mentioned, its other form, perfidy, is in the Declaration of Independence. Referring, of course, to King George.
King George. Is King George who we declared independence from? That was
good.
That was the wrong.
I was a little worried there for a second.
Oh yeah, they were good.
Yep.
I'm not gonna ask questions. I'm just gonna let you talk. I'm here to balance out the intelligence. You're like all the way up there, so I gotta be like all the way down here.
I don't know if I would call it intelligence. I would call it cerebral tendencies, and it's not something to be proud of for sure. Mostly makes me miserable.
I love some of these chat comments. Ryan speaks like he's British and American at the same time.
I did spend a year living in England, for whatever it's worth. That may have left some impression on my manner of speech.
You did that thing with the British Parliament, right? Or something?
Yes, that's right.
I don't know what you did, but I always just make sure to drop that on your resume when I like tell people about you and brag about you. He did some
Spent a
kind
lot
of
of
like
time writing
writing
resumes for me.
writing, speaking thing in the British Parliament. It was kind of a big deal. So, that's
It was
pretty much
not
what
a
I
big
say.
deal, but I did do it. I was a researcher in foreign affairs for a member of the British Parliament. So
That
I
sounds like a
wrote
big
lot
deal
of
to me.
correspondence, research, and very occasionally the odd speech. For
I
her.
feel like any job where you have to write a speech like regularly, or at least more than a couple times, more than 0 times, is kind of important. No,
What's important? I mean,
kind
even
of a
being
big deal.
like on the scale of human affairs, even being like the Prime Minister of England is of no consequence. Most people don't even know who the Prime Minister of England is. I'm like the junior vice assistant speech person for some obscure member of the British Parliament. This is not
You mean most people,
importance
as
is
in
not
like
the word to be used
even
here.
people who live there don't know, or just here?
People who
'Cause
live in England know who the Prime Minister is, but most people on Earth have no idea.
you got to be the big fish in your own pond.
Boris
That's
Johnson
what matters.
is the Prime Minister.
So, so, are you reading chat, by the way?
It's too small for me to see in my screen here. I'm sorry to say, so you'll have to interpret for me, please.
Perfect. Oh, okay. No, I thought maybe you would have it open like on a browser or something, which is fine. Solji asked you a very important question, but I'll just leave it. Ryan, question. So something that I have as a channel point thing is that there is a channel points are like basically like points that you can accrue from spending time watching a stream, and then you can spend them on things that the streamer sets up, and it's like little like rewards, you could say, or like you make the streamer like do random things or whatever. And then one of them is that I get to take a shot with whoever would like to join me, which is usually just people in the chat because I don't have a guest on. But my question I was going to ask you is, what do you do when you hang out with people and then they're going to drink and do a toast, but since you don't drink, what do you do?
I look at them judgingly.
That's good.
Please proceed.
All right. This toast is to our friendship, Ryan, from when we met, KeyCon 2018. It's been a good time ever since.
Absolutely. Thank
Toast to
you.
that.
What is your drink pink?
Oh, no. Here, I'll show you what it is. So, I drink out of a OXO branded measuring cup.
Oh, okay. I believe OXO is the way that is said. For whatever.
I'm not
They
even.
make good stuff.
This is the worst. I'm ending stream. Oh my gosh, Jax, thanks for those 10 gifted subs. See, oh my gosh, Jax, thank you so much. I told Ryan that when he came out on stage, people were just going to go crazy, and then, subs would be flying left and right because of his presence alone. And there you go. See, I told you it was going to happen sooner or later.
So what is this? What is this sub business? Is like, are people throwing money at you or something?
Well, yes, but they're throwing money at you. But essentially, yeah.
I see.
Yeah. They're throwing money at me because of you. Let me put it that way.
So being a streamer, I have this sort of mental
Cheers.
model in my head as basically like sort of being a trained SEAL or something, because of like, there's just stuff flashes up on your screen and you do tricks. That's the impression I get from watching other streamers who do like video games and stuff like that. So a sub is like one of the fish. Is that right?
I suppose it's more like they give the fish afterwards, right? For seals?
Let's not be pedantic, but yes, actually.
But that's actually more correct, is what I'm saying.
Got it. Okay.
People don't do things. I don't know. I'm not sure. But someone said...
Let's see. Throw fish. Let's see Preston dance, by all means, please.
You just called OXO OXO to an industrial designer. Is this particularly humorous? I don't know. So
No, it doesn't. It's not important. Just some company.
okay. Wait, is it just universally known that it's OXO? Like, how does that?
Sure. I mean, I don't know. They probably. I don't ask me how I know. I've probably seen commercials or something, or I don't know.
Ryan watches media. That's crazy.
Well, I used to be really into like cooking gear. That was, a pre-keyboard
He's right.
infatuation of mine, and so I'm probably more attuned to this than other people.
He likes grape juice or orange juice.
Sorry, someone donated something that did the text to speech, which overlapped with like you talking at the same time, so I effectively didn't hear either. That was annoying.
I don't remember what I said, but I'm sure it wasn't important.
Okay. Sorry.
What did the text to speech say? I wasn't able to.
It says, he's right. You are chat's pet seal anyways. Ask the man if he likes grape juice or orange juice.
So this is the appropriate level of profundity. I don't like either of those things, really. Freshly squeezed orange juice is the way as you get it in France is quite good. Actually, never mind.
Profundity. Deep insight. Great depth of knowledge or thought. I know there's some of you who didn't know what that meant, so you're welcome.
I probably said something very illiterate, which is like, I don't remember exactly how I said it, but I probably said depths of profundity, which is basically redundant.
It just means extremely deep depths. Deep, just really
redundant. Exactly. It's retarded, basically, is what I'm saying.
Oh my gosh.
Here you think I'm being smarty pants, and I'm showing only my ignorance and inability to speak.
Some would say doing that while making other people think you're smarty pants is really winning.
Okay. That's sort of meta. I like it.
I love meta. I'm trying to see if there's anything particularly interesting in chat that we can dive into. Phantasmal says, is Norbauer a keyboard sage? Did he study in Fujitsu temples in the Japanese mountains?
Fujitsu temples, I like that.
It's great when you laugh, Ryan. I almost never hear you like laugh. It's a rarity for sure. We got one. Jax asked, what is Ryan's favorite TNG episode?
Darmok.
Which stands for The Next Generation.
Star Trek, The Next Generation.
Yeah,
That's right.
Star Trek things. Trekkie things. That's what they say, right?
Yes. I like the episode Darmok, which I could explain if you would like to know why, but it's kind of, it's arcane.
Gotcha. Do you know Jax Static by any chance? He was at NorCal Meetup, and he designed the Rukia keyboard. I
have a tendency not to know people by their online identities, but I'm sure that probably if I saw him in person, I might easily recall.
Right. Jax, have you met Ryan before? You can drop a reminder of something if you have. Does Ryan get all his things at MoMA?
I've been to the MoMA a couple of times, and they do sell cool stuff in their online shop. I bought something once from their online shop. I don't know what. Maybe like a pencil sharpener or something. But I actually don't find the MoMA to be a particularly good or compelling museum, for whatever it's worth. The Tate Modern in England is way better if you're into modern art.
Gotcha. All right, question hot in from chat. How do you feel about keycaps heavily inspired by IPs like Metaverse?
What's Metaverse?
It's actually okay, so I'm trying to enlighten chat with sort of like this dichotomy that I always face whenever I talk with Ryan, which is that he has really deep in-depth knowledge about very specific things, but then he couldn't be asked to care about like anything he doesn't care about, even in the sphere of keyboards. So part of me asking that question was to kind of show that you have this very beeline laser sight focus on like things that matter to you. There was a period of time where like I think I would regularly every few days send you like a recent group buy that was just a lot announced, or like a key set that was announced or something, and kind of like keep you in the know because you didn't really care to go diving around GeekHack and looking for all that stuff. That was good times.
Feel free to continue to do so. I appreciated that service. It just, yeah, you know, I do my own things. But you never answered the question. What's metaverse?
What's metaverse? That's a good question. I think it's a weeb thing. I'm not sure, to be honest.
Wait a minute, you don't know? This whole
it's a
you went
key
on
set.
That, like, thing about me not knowing what things are, and then you don't even know what it is.
Okay, right. It's a key set based off of a weeb thing. That's pretty much the gist of it. You know, this is true because it's got Hiragana sub-legends, and that's it. So
okay, cool. You know, to answer the original question, I have made an officially licensed Star Trek keycap set through Roddenberry Entertainment. So, like, I guess I have to be okay with IP-inspired keycap sets. But I think, you know, ultimately, as long as it looks good, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Don't do it for its own sake. I mean, this is a self-criticism I sometimes have. Actually, have the Galaxy class key set is I think it's a good realization of the premise of like representing the user interface design styles from Star Trek: The Next Generation in a keycap set. Probably as good as you can achieve that premise, but that premise does not necessarily lead to the most beautiful keycap set on Earth. And so I have ambivalent feelings about that set. That seems like it would always be the problem of doing something that's maybe a little bit too IP driven, is right. You're going to be perhaps primarily focused on you know, signaling the IP rather than just making something that's inherently pretty or compelling.
Right. Do you know what a weeb is?
Sure.
Would you like to give us a one-liner description?
I believe that it refers to an enthusiast of Japanese culture who is not himself or herself Japanese. Is that right?
I've heard it used very loosely, so I'm not sure. What does chat think? How good is that answer? Out of 10. Rate it out of 10.
I mean, I'm putting it somewhat diplomatically, right?
He knows it's a PG Christian stream, so he gave the diplomatic answer.
Is this a PG Christian stream? How did I get on a PG Christian stream? That was a big mistake.
I debated you, Ryan. We became friends, and that was your mistake.
Fair enough.
Is weeb like actually derogatory now, chat? Like, I feel like it's kind of like casual now. It's just a description. At least I don't use it derogatorily, and I hope that you don't unfollow me if you're offended or something.
I think it's one of these things that is maybe perhaps originally intended to be derogatory, but then has been taken up as a badge of pride among those who have been derided.
Who are such enthusiasts.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so it seems like it used to be very derogatory, and now it's like kind of a self-professed pride thing, or like the origin's derogatory, but like not necessarily anymore. But they took it back. Interesting. Ask him what he thinks about.
There's a lot of overlap between keyboard enthusiasts and self-described weebs, and of course, it makes for this excellent phrase, "keyb weeb." So, you know, I encounter this term not infrequently.
He knows about the key weebs. Are you yourself a closet key weeb, Ryan?
Well, it will now be your turn to give a definition of keyb weeb, and then perhaps I can answer that question.
Wait, didn't you just define it?
I didn't define it. I said
Essentially.
that there are people who are in the keyboard community and there's a lot of overlap between self-described weebs, and that it lends itself also to this other term, keyb weeb, but I don't actually know specifically what that term means. Does
If
it
I'm
mean
not-
being into keyboards in a similarly like nerdy, socially awkward way as other
don't think
people
so.
might be into Japanese culture?
I
Or is
think
it
it's
specifically like a
specifically-
fusion of the two?
Yeah, I think it's specifically if you are a weeb and you're into keyboards, you are a key weeb. Specifically if your board or the key set that's on it has some kind of weeb origin or influence that's evident.
As
That's
I
my
recall,
understanding.
Kiwi/Man of Interest is a self-described key weeb in this sense, and I know he's certainly into like anime and things like that. And
True,
has
yeah.
such keyboards. So
He has the sticker slaps or something. They're
Yes.
called slaps? Is that right?
I don't know,
Yeah, me neither.
but I know what you're talking about. I know it's a thing.
Yeah. I don't know what makes it a slap
approve.
instead of a sticker. I don't know. Okay, there's definitely some kind of word that sounds or is shaped like the word slap, and it's like referring to a sticker. And I'm just talking to chat here and trying to like suss this out.
You've correctly inferred that I cannot help you with the answer to this question.
Is that your dog?
Nope. This is just neighborhood dogs. A lot of dogs in the neighborhood where I live. Apologies for the noise. So it was a little warm, so I opened my window. It's a lovely night in Los Angeles. It's like in the 60s, I think.
It's a lovely night here as well. I think it's like 20.
I live 2 blocks from Sunset Boulevard, which I did not know was going to be the case when I named one of my finishes Sunset Boulevard.
Ooh. It was fate.
Fun fact.
Do you believe in fate, Ryan?
Boy, that's an interesting question. I think that it makes sense to treat the universe as behaving deterministically. And it would be reasonable to describe that as a kind of fate.
Exactly. Took the words right out of my mouth.
So I'm really into Stoicism, and the ancient Romans, Stoicism was a sort of ancient Roman belief system, which sort of pseudo-religion. And the ancient Romans had this concept for fate. They had like a god of fate, I guess you might say, called Fortuna. And she was a very important part of Stoic belief and thinking around the extent to which our fortunes can reverse very quickly in life.
Mm-hmm.
And while I think I probably don't think about fate in the way that most people do, of like things unfolding as part of some intentional design, I do think a lot about fortune's random reverse and how important it is to be prepared when things are going well, for fortunes to reverse at any time, and to always be thinking about how all of the good things that you have now will probably be lost at some point and can be lost at any time. Sort of cornerstone of my approach to life.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of fate
Also,
adjacent anyway.
chat came up with this idea, but can you make Fortuna one of the names of your next keyboard finishes?
It's not going to be Fortuna, but I'm definitely going to have some sort of Stoicism inspired keyboard. Yeah.
Any leaks?
No, I mean, that's pretty much as far as my thought process has gone so far. I just want to, at some point, I definitely want to have one.
Would the
Maybe
color
named
come
after
first?
some important Stoic concepts or something.
Would the color come first or the name come first? You know what I'm saying?
I was thinking it would be an
they
entire keyboard,
regardless?
actually.
Ooh. Sick. Fortuna.
Fortuna just reminds me, it just makes me think of tuna, and that's not really good keyboard branding, I don't think.
True. What do you think about K-pop?
I really like BTS as of this week, actually. I just recently discovered
Dude,
it.
you listen to
I'm a
more
big,
K-pop than I do. Oh my gosh.
I'm a big Park Jimin fan.
Never heard that name in my life.
I'm sure someone will know what
Yeah,
that is.
I
We'll
think
find
they
that
will.
funny.
Just let it be known you're winning many points with chat, or at least some
Splendid.
people in chat, because internet points are what matter in life. Tube's getting out-weebed.
What do you mean? This is not a weeb concern. That's a ridiculous racist comment.
That's how loosely you use the term weeb, Ryan. Come on, get with it.
Okay, got it.
You're getting out-zoomered right now.
Korean culture is weebs now. Got it.
Asians. Anything that even slightly resembles Asianness things.
Got it.
Last time we videoed, I explained to you what a zoomer was, right?
You did. Yes.
Okay, good. Very important term to be aware of.
Duly noted.
All my Keep kids are zoomers, pretty much. What was I gonna ask? I feel like I was gonna ask something, but I forget. SD Chu says, "This is the best stream I've ever seen."
That does not speak well of Twitch.
What is a coomer? Huh. I don't know. So I was telling Ryan before, I think it was just out of the blue one day. I was like, Ryan, you should stream. Just like do your day-to-day stuff and just have a camera on. People would hang out and talk to you, and you don't have to talk back or read chat. You'd be sick.
That would be so fucking boring. You just watch me clicking at things on my computer all day long.
You know how they have like live cam setups for like pretty much everywhere right now? Like it'd be like that. Be like their Norbauer residence live cam 24/7 in your living room or something. Wait. All right, so tell us like how did this whole BTS thing start? Like where'd it come from? Like are there any other groups you've watched? Give us the dealio.
I don't know. I've watched some K-pop videos in the past, but I was talking to my friend and colleague AJ/Jared, who assists me. If people email shop@norbauer.com, they'll probably frequently speak to him. And his girlfriend is quite into to BTS and was going to. He mentioned that she was going to a BTS meetup, and I thought, well, now that's like I thought that meant they would actually like be there or something. But apparently, people just like I guess get together to talk about the members of BTS.
I actually didn't.
So,
I've never heard of that.
And I thought, oh well, this
Wow.
is interesting. I'm gonna have to, mental note. Let me see, like, watch a video of BTS. And I started. There's this. The first thing I found in YouTube was this concert. There's a series of concerts that NPR does called Tiny Desk Concerts. I have not been able to ascertain exactly why they're called that, but there is one where BTS recently, I think in the past few months, came and did a concert there, and it's a live performance, and there's like I don't know 8 members of that band or something, and they're all sitting there singing live, and it sounded like the most like perfect performance I'd ever seen. It sounded completely auto-tuned. They're just like amazing singers, and they have this like very charming, jovial quality about them, and they also have this they're very interestingly like gender ambiguous in the way that Korean pop stars are, and which I find kind of fascinating and alluring. And like I said, particularly some of the members just have an interesting charm about them. And that song that their most popular recent song, Dynamite, is like quite catchy. So I don't know. I just found myself watching a lot of these videos for the past week or so, and getting a little bit into it. It's a little weird.
Nice. You used to say it's a little weird at the very end, right there.
It's a little weird. There's like a couple of guys who are in the band, or maybe multiple couples of guys who are widely speculated to be secret boyfriends. And, I find that very charming.
Of one another.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh.
I think my personal feeling is probably this is some sort of like somebody smoking a cigar in the back room at the company that manages these guys who are figuring out that like this drives fan interest and speculation, and that the young girls that form their core demographic find it very charming and cute, and that the whole thing is probably just some sort of marketing gimmick. But they are really remarkably physically affectionate with each other in public.
Oh, so. I thought you were going to say that they were attractive.
They are also remarkably attractive, yes. I will
chef's
go along
kiss.
with that.
Do you know that emote?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Well, it's an emote. It's like a little chef's. It's like a smiley with a hat and doing a chef's kiss thing, just like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Pretty much self-explanatory. Raz asked before, would you like to share your current progress with the stabilizers that you are thinking of working on for Cherry MX board specifically?
Sure. I didn't realize I'd really talked to anybody about that before, but
You
I'm definitely
to me, Ryan. I know everything that's going on in your life.
Got
kind
it.
of.
Got it. Yeah. So I mean, this is part of a broader project. I started out wanting to make a Cherry MX board, and I've been working on that for a while. And I definitely have one that I really like the sound and feel of, but it's not. I don't want to just like make another fucking Cherry board, right? Because that's everyone else is doing that. And so I kind of wanted to at least do something that is kind of interesting, or made some kind of technical improvement on what exists. And one of the things that I find a little bit unpleasant about stock Cherry, components is the stabilizers are kind of rattly in a way that I because fellow keyboard enthusiasts have tuned me into that. Thank you very much. I now hear it, and it bothers me like an unlubed stabilizer. And so I've been thinking if there's some way that you could architect a different geometry of stabilizer, or a different stabilizing mechanism that would still have desirable technical characteristics and would be reasonably easy to assemble, but that wouldn't have so much rattling. So I've gone through a number of prototypes and have come up with a mechanism that I think I really like, but I still have more experimentation to do. I think the core concept is going to work, and I really like it, but I'm playing around with different materials and different like stem shapes and stuff like that until I find something that I like. It also has a different type of dampening mechanism built into it. So you know how there are those little legs in the bottom of stabilizers that are intended to sort of dampen the
they'll suck.
They're terrible, that people clip off and they use band-aids instead, right? I've been figuring out some way to build a mechanism into the stabilizer itself that will do that dampening inherently, and I've come up with a couple of concepts that actually seem to work pretty well. So slowly poking along.
Cool.
Once I have anything worth relaying, I will definitely post a video.
That's very exciting.
It's not
I think
good
we
enough
all eagerly anticipate that stabilizer solution that you're working on. Everybody hates stabilizers.
Yeah, we'll see if I'm able to make it better. I'm not sure, but I'm definitely kind of trying to take a very different approach and see if it might lead somewhere better. Because a lot of the stuff is a lot of the existing stabilizers, I think, were originally optimized in a very different. The molds were made to optimize for different things than the community is currently looking for. Right? They're designed to be manufactured at loose tolerances and high volumes. And people were not really optimizing around acoustics or rattle or anything like that. And it's interesting to see, what happens if we set all concerns of cost aside and optimize just for making it as good as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the premise of that project for me.
Schnickers, thanks for that resub. Welcome back for 2 months. So speaking of these stabs, if you're saying money is no concern, what do you anticipate the ballpark of a set of stabs costing, if you had to guess?
I probably won't sell them by themselves. So
Ooh.
very expensive. Which is, they'll probably only come in my keyboards.
Ooh. Would they be removable from your keyboards?
Yeah, probably.
Makes sense. Exciting.
I mean, this is all part of the, like I said, the broader project of wanting to make a really good keyboard. And I don't really have a lot of interest in becoming like a traditional, keyboard vendor like Novel Keys or whatever. I mean, those guys do that very well on their own, and no interest in competing with that. So I don't know. It's possible I could like supply them with something like that, but I probably would never sell, or companies like that with those components. But I would probably never sell them directly. My goal is to make keyboards that are. I mean, this is odd to say, I suppose, in the context of my launching the Heavy Grail right now, because it's a somewhat technically complicated project, but and also it's a little bit complicated to just build yourself. But my longer term goal is to make stuff that's not so intimidating for people who want to have a super nice keyboard, but don't necessarily initially want to dive deep into the DIY aspect of the build.
So I think I want to speak for a lot of people in chat, and myself included. Like, we're all looking for like a stabilizer solution, and let's say you come up with a phenomenal one. How much or how little will you care about having those be, at the very least, let's say, compatible with all the PCBs that are on the market today and the stabilizer cutouts and stuff like that? If they were on to say use their own PCB and use their own board and use your stabs.
It's not on my list of requirements, unfortunately. Just because, again, the premise of the project is, I think for whatever it's worth, incidentally, they probably will be compatible. But if it ever comes down to making a technical decision, do we make this better or do we make it more universally compatible? I would just make it better. And some ideas that I explored early on would definitely not. But the newer, more like mechanically complex solution that I have actually probably would work. I think you would need a specific cutout in the plate, but it should work with most PCBs and switch types, actually.
That would, I think, be essentially that would be an issue then, because plates are made specifically for the board, and then if you're talking about like really exact tolerances, I think that's beyond the scope of what most people who do even custom plate files would be able to do.
Well, the tolerances of the hole are not tight. The hole that the stabilizer clips into, that's not a particularly critical feature. It's the tolerancing between the mating surfaces of the plastic parts that need to be tight tolerance, and also have so I just think that as it relates to plates, plates are not really hard to manufacture. That's one of the easiest and least expensive components of making a keyboard, I think.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
Or I should say, in my opinion. So I don't think it would be too hard to make a plate that had slightly different cutouts, as long as you had the correct clearances for the neighboring switches, which I believe that you would. But in order to accommodate the slightly more complicated geometry of my stabilizer, I do need a little bit different / bigger of a cutout in the plate.
Okay, so we won't really see or hear news about the stabilizer specifically until it comes with the news of your board?
Not necessarily. Just if I come up with something that I think is good, then I'll talk about it. It's kind of like,
Yeah.
I don't mind talking about it in the abstract, but I don't really want to show something that I think isn't good yet, because people might form opinions about the ultimate product based on something that I myself think is not good. And so I have prototypes here, but they have not yet realized what to me is the ultimate realization, right? And it's I've been in that situation with the Heavy Grail for a really long time too, right? I had prototypes that were sort of like 95% good, and many people would say are production ready, but they weren't. But lacking that 5%, I didn't really want to show them, just because I was embarrassed that they weren't 100%. And that's kind of that's my approach. It's not, and I hate this whole like, we're gonna. I just hate people being coy or cagey about product releases or anything like that. And I never want to keep anything secretive for the sake of suspense or surprise or drama. I think that's really stupid. It's just it's a kind of somewhere between perfectionism and a desire to be not overhype something that I think isn't good.
Good. I respect that. Deck, I saw your question. We will get to that question as we move into this next segment. So Ryan, would you like to walk us through what we have here on the desk today? Tell us about the box. Is this going to be the final box? Maybe go into a little bit of your design thoughts, philosophy, process as we go step by step, and then you can guide me through this unboxing process.
Sure. So specifically related to the box, that's a new box that will actually be shipping for the first time on my Heavy 9s, which should be going out in the next few weeks. And I've intentionally tried to come up with a new universal box, a sort of universal packaging solution, so that all of my keyboards in future will all ship in the same box. And that box is actually collapsible. So I don't know if you noticed
sick. No, I did not, but I appreciate that a lot. Very cool.
So what's in there now is the EVA foam for a Heavy 9. So it doesn't actually perfectly fit the Heavy Grail, but when the Heavy Grail ships, it will have a special set of EVA foam inserts that do specifically fit it. This is just a random box that I grabbed to send the Heavy Grail to you in.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, so the once you open it up and take it apart, then you can take out the foam, and then you can have a look at the collapsing mechanism, which is pretty cool. There's Louis Vuitton does their boxes this way, and I thought it was really cool and wanted to try to sort of copy that approach. And there's like these little ribbon tabs on the bottom of the box, and you can flap them up, and then the whole thing flattens down. And so what we're seeing now is the printed sort of wrap around the box, and so that's in my that color will exactly Pantone match the pink plates.
Plate, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And the side of it is like a textured linen. I think that's true on the one you have, right?
The textured linen. Yep. Peep it, boys and grills.
Yeah, which is really it has this nice sort of like feel to it, and it feels kind of natural. So I really like that element of it as well. And then when you open it up, there's a cutout for the keyboard itself, but then there's also now a plug. And so the keyboard of course ships without keycaps on it, because this is just a housing, as with all of the products I've made in the past. But one thing that people have sometimes expressed is a desire to be able to store their keyboard with the keycaps on it inside of the retail packaging, which is something you haven't been able to do before in any of my packaging. With this, you can actually just take that plug out, and it's kind of just the exact height to accommodate what would be a normal set of keycaps on there. So with that out, you'll be able to store the assembled board in the box for whatever it's worth. And of course,
packed it all nice, Ryan.
Keyboard, that actually, I have nice Norbauer tissue paper. That is just random tissue paper.
Oh, am I right to assume that you did not see this before it went out the door, or did you?
I didn't. I saw everything but the tissue paper. Actually, I think Jared put that on there.
I put the tissue paper in.
Oh, you did it? Okay.
I did.
But
For
I
the grand
do,
reveal.
Got it.
That's exciting that you have tissue paper, though. I was not expecting that.
Yeah, it's the dampeners, the wool acoustic dampeners that I shipped, all got wrapped up in the Norbauer
Gotcha.
tissue paper.
Well, here it is. So this is
So
the...
sorry, you asked me to explain what it was, and I
Oops.
never did. I was just explaining the packaging.
Oh, let's take a look. Yeah, true. Forget the keyboard. Hold on. We gotta look at this collapsible box.
Oh, right.
Free Norbauer hair. Let's go. It's the real win right here.
So yeah, I should be able to pull that out, and also the lower sheet as well.
I just found out that the tissue paper, the one you just saw, drops specks of... it's kind of like big pieces of glitter. It's kind of annoying.
That is okay.
Yeah, that's... No, but that's terrible. I don't want to use it anymore. But anyway, that's my problem, not your problem.
Got it.
Now your keyboard box is all glittered up.
So do you see the little ribbon tabs in the bottom there? They should be in the middle on the front and back. Assuming that I sent you one of the collapsible ones, which is not guaranteed, actually. Because I had a prototype of...
Yeah,
Oh,
I had to pull out...
Yeah, got it.
to pull
Okay.
this piece out.
So that was EVA we saw.
Okay. Check it out, boys. The star of the show.
There are also little magnets on the flap.
Ooh. That is magnetic. Sick.
No, actually, it's the other
wait.
part that's magnetic. That's just like friction fit.
Oh, okay. Right, I know things.
So you flip both of those up. Yeah. Then
Ooh. This folds down.
yeah, exactly.
This fold in.
I think you probably fold it back the other direction. I could be wrong.
Oh, like... I see.
The lid itself, right?
Oh, all the way around?
I seem to remember that being the case. Yeah.
Ah.
Am I wrong? It definitely, in one direction, it will will fold fully down. Hang on, I have one here on my.
This is where my years of education comes into play. Or doesn't.
You're a packaging engineer, no less. You should be a professional expert. Yeah, it
I'm
folds, so it goes back onto itself. Like,
Okay.
So.
Oh, and then flat like this.
Right. Yeah.
There we go. See, I knew that. I just wanted you to be the hero. You're the smart professor, man, so.
Right. Thank you. Very generous.
I believe this man can save stabs. $675 for the box, and then you get a keyboard case.
Those boxes are not cheap. That's correct.
How much are they? Like maybe 15? 12?
So actually, I don't remember off the top of my head what the unit cost on those is, but I do remember specifically for the Real Force, they're $18 a box.
Oh my. That is a lot.
And these are, although that included the EVA foam. So, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to do some spreadsheeting, but very expensive.
Yeah.
But, you know, think
For
about
sure.
it. Like, those are all hand assembled. There's die cutting that's used for the components, but the actual assembly is done by hand. So it's, I would not want to make one. I certainly wouldn't want to make hundreds of them.
Oh, that zoom. Okay. Well, here we have it. So this is the Heavy Grail, which uses, you design the case and the plate. So all you take from your HHKB to put into here are the PCB, the capacitive springs or coils, the domes, and the sliders. Right?
Correct. Yep, and also the breakout PCB.
Right. The breakout, which comes with the case, comes with your product, right?
No, it comes with the HHKB. HHKB has a main PCB and it has a breakout PCB. Breakout PCB is the thing that the USB cable plugs into, because that's basically at a different plane than the switch plate, so they have to break it up.
Okay, so Deck's question earlier was that, well, he said that he really likes that you have a strong design philosophy. So I was going to ask you, one, what your background is in design, like is it through formal education and or through some other source, and then two, how it factored into your keyboard designs, and three, how it factors into this keyboard design.
Sure. So I have as with almost everything I've ever done professionally, I have no formal training whatsoever in design, industrial design, or design in general. It's just something that I've cared about, paid a lot of attention to, thought about, and consumed all of my life. In particular, so everything frequently comes back to Star Trek: The Next Generation for me. And I grew up, watching this show. There was a very optimistic depiction of what the future would be like when I was a child, and had a very unusual visual aesthetic, very different in terms of the feel and design language than a lot of other depictions of the future from that era and in science fiction in general. And so I was so drawn to the optimistic vision of the future that was portrayed in Star Trek: The Next Generation, and also other sort of things of that era that could be considered part of that like cultural phenomenon of future optimism, particularly around technology, that I really developed this like strong emotional connection to the visual aesthetics of these types of depictions. And so, I've spent much of my life with a hobby in making replicas of props that appeared in Star Trek that had a very similar sort of design language. So things that are you okay? Did you like get a splinter in your hand or something?
No, I just got glitter on my fingers.
Oh, glitter. Okay.
Now it's not on my fingers anymore. Anyway, continue.
I hope the keyboard will return covered in glitter and be extra.
I can make that
fabulous
happen.
As a result of its experience with you.
To all its future touchers, fondlers.
Yes. Sorry, what was I talking about? So yeah, the nowadays this kind of aesthetic can be described reasonably as retrofuturism, because it is basically a no longer current depiction of the future that is as much about nostalgia as it is about futurism. And I'm a product of the sort of late 80s, early 90s period of like excitement about computing, and particularly the future of the internet and how it was going to change the world and make everything better and make everything peaceful, and everyone's going to get along and be really smart, and we're going to reach out together into space, and all of these wonderful ideas that emphatically did not come true. And that the fact that they didn't come true makes that sort of beautiful vision kind of all the more compelling and beautiful to me. And I like things that sort of evoke what to me are like the aesthetics of technology in the past. And I was really excited about like learning to program when I was a kid, and probably about the 4th or 5th grade, I first learned Apple Basic on an Apple IIe, and had access to a number of other computers that even by that time were kind of a little bit old, and they all had what we today would think of as mechanical keyboards. Sort of buckling springs, Alps. The keyboards had a very particular feel and look in that era that went away over time as we figured out how to make things cheaper, and as computers became mass market consumer products, rather than these sort of rare and special pieces of high-end equipment. And so,
hey, quick question, Ryan.
Mechanical keyboard, yeah, sure.
When I'm opening this up, which side do I want to be down on the mat?
Well,
I don't want the domes
you want
to
the
be like
keycaps
everywhere,
down, right?
No, I'm just asking you which side should be down, because I don't want the domes to like fly everywhere or whatever. I don't exactly know what it looks like inside.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you hadn't taken it apart yet. Yeah, so have you removed all the screws holding the plate to the housing?
Yes.
So it doesn't really matter, because the PCB is screwed into the plate, and so nothing's gonna really fall out. Just bear in mind that the breakout PCB is connected to the rear cover plate,
Oh my.
and so there's a cable connecting the two of them.
Okay. So just yeet it. Got it. This is the OG
So you have a Pro
breakout
2 there,
PCBs, right? Yeah, because it's
Yeah.
mini, so Pro 2. Pro 3 is
And-
Type C, right?
Yeah, you can particularly tell because the cable actually has thicker wires, sort of more like actual chunky old school cable with like Limo style, or not Limo, Molex style connectors. And the new one has this like weird swing bar thing and these very fine cables that you have to really be careful about breaking. But this one is
Gotcha.
actually considerably more robust. And so the way the keyboard kit arrives is so that dampener comes lightly adhered in place because it's a little bit tricky to get it exactly lined
Yeah,
up.
I noticed that.
Yeah, and so I've created an assembly jig so that we put a little bit of ETG adhesive on the back and then glue it in exactly the spot where you want it. It's not so firm that you couldn't just pull it
Yeah.
off if you wanted, but at least it comes so you don't actually have to worry about getting it aligned or it falling out. Similarly, the plate will come screwed into the housing with the gasket in place because that's really kind of annoying to prevent the gasket from wandering into what would be visible while you're attaching the plate. So I've created another assembly jig so that we'll do that for you, so that it'll arrive with the plate and gasket screwed into the housing.
Cool. Neato. Well, I guess there's not much to see here. It's just the plate and PCB assembly, breakout PCB.
That's right.
The felt is
Yeah, I mean, unless
cool, but
Go ahead.
yeah. Yeah, no, that's
Unless you wanted
that's
to
the
like
internal.
totally take the whole thing apart, which you certainly can do if you want, but you haven't actually typed on it yet. So.
I did earlier. I typed on it before leaving the house, and I was riveted to my desk because I was really loving how it felt and sounded. It was amazing.
I'm very encouraged by your positive evaluation. I'm pretty pleased with how it's come out too. Actually, it's been a long road getting here, but I'm quite happy with the feel of the plate.
The Far East Beast, thanks for that tier 1 gift sub. Some people in chat are recommending alternate materials for the wool that you used. Jax says, I wish the felt on the inside was beaver belly and mink felt, so the price could be in the 3K range.
Interesting. I have on order, though I have not yet received a beaver felt hat.
Whoa.
And how ridiculously expensive it is.
How expensive is it?
The hat was like $500 or something, but it's a bespoke hat that he takes like 6 months to make. I wanted an exact replica of the hat worn by Captain Picard when he's on the holodeck playing Dixon Hill in a couple of episodes of TNG. It's like a gray fedora, and to get the correct look, it has to be this like really soft felt, so kind of like a little bit floppy. And so I went to this guy called John Penman, who's known for his excellent reproductions of Indiana Jones hats, and asked him if he could make one like the Captain Picard hat, and he said yes, he could.
Wow.
But it takes a really long time.
Not all that long in keyboard years, though.
That's true.
Only 6 months? Let's go! That's like tomorrow.
That is correct. I'm not sure that I've probably never shipped a metal keyboard housing in less than 6 months.
Let's see. Does this case kill the support of the USB ports on the controller? And does the case support other controllers like the Hasu, which may need a battery? The pass-through, I think is what he means. I guess it does kill the pass-through because it's,
Oh, yes. Yeah, so you mean like the hub.
yeah, there's no more things here.
Very obviously it does that by virtue of physics.
Professor Norbauer.
Right. But yeah, that was a sort of creative decision. I talked to a lot of people, and actually not too many people could I find who said that they relied on that functionality, and it would have required, I went to all this trouble to optimize the acoustics of the keyboard, and it would have required creating 2 giant holes in the back of it.
Right.
And I didn't really want to do that, so that's just there's a cost of this transition if you're gonna use a heavy Grail.
And something I wanted to do earlier was change some dip switches, which are actually, you had to remove the back cover in order to do so.
Yeah, so on the Pro 2, that is a little bit of a project, unfortunately. You have to take the housing open, you have to take the plate off and open the housing. On the Pro 3 version, however, you can access the dip switches directly without opening the back. The dip switches they're differently placed on the Pro 2 and Pro 3, and I was able to do it on Pro 3, not the Pro 2.
Gotcha. You can access it through the case?
On the Pro 3 plate, yeah. There's a little cutout on the
on the plate.
plate.
So from the top or the back? The front?
From the
the back. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Cool. Pro 3 meaning Pro Classic?
So I indiscriminately use that term Pro 3 in the same way that I use like R2s to refer to the new Real Forces. When I say Pro 3, I just mean any of the new HHKBs in that line. And you technically can use a hybrid, not just the Classic, in my housing. You just lose the battery functionality. I've actually, some folks on Cube Talk have reported that if you remove the battery from a hybrid and you plug a USB cable into a hybrid, you still actually have the Bluetooth functionality. And the use case for that is if you have multiple devices, right, like an iOS device and a desktop computer, and you want to have a single input device that's Bluetooth that switches between them. You actually could still do that in this case and still use the heavy Grail. But it would not be wireless in this. Plug in the USB cable just for the power.
Right, exactly. Something I've noticed is that some of these screws go in more easily than others. Is that a result of the nature of the powder coating?
It's possible. This is also a prototype that's made by a totally different shop than will make the production housings. So, and it's prototypes are generally sort of optimized for being made as quickly as possible. They're not necessarily super tuned for that. The powder coating will necessarily reduce the diameter of those holes a little bit, so the screws might sit a little bit higher if that's the finish. Well, I guess all of the plates are powder coated, but usually the production units are a little bit more tuned to account for that. Like for example, I always leave a decent gap between the plate and the housing to account for widely varying powder coating thicknesses.
I'm curious what colors people in chat who have ordered the heavy Grail decided to purchase. And question for you, Ryan, is how surprised are you by like the colors that get ordered? Let's say for this one or other buys.
Constantly shocks me is how many people opt for the very, very expensive Veracity steel. It's like the second most popular. It might actually be the single most popular color right now, popular finish. But that's, all the powders are distributed across multiple finishes, so it's not exactly a fair comparison, but nevertheless, it's impressive. But it's a beautiful finish. I totally get it, and I also conceptually like the fact that it's is maintainable. In fact, I'm currently working on a video to show what it looks like to have a Veracity steel housing get scratched. I will intentionally scratch it, and then I will remove the scratch over time.
Are you going to show the scratching on the video?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. That's what I want. I want to see it. Are you going to use like a knife or on the ground or
I haven't
something?
decided yet. I mean, I don't want to make it so
Ryan
deep
placed
that
Veracity steel.
it can't reasonably be repaired. I want to make it more like something that would sort of casually happen in everyday use. So I haven't figured out how to do that. But
gotcha.
I might just like grind it with some really rough grit sandpaper or something.
What's up, review? Also, not a douche. Thanks for those 100 bits. He says, Ryan, please show the Veracity steel. But
I have it one right behind me. Yeah.
He has one. I have not seen one yet, even on video. Here, let's zoom in.
So I actually didn't send this to you, Preston, because it did have a little scratch on it back here. But I spent last night, or it was the night before actually, polishing that scratch out. And I wanted to do that first before I made the video, just to make sure I could actually do it. And it actually worked extremely well. So anyway, it's probably super fingerprinted. I apologize. And I'll have to move my face out of the way so the camera will focus, probably. Yeah, there we go.
Oh my.
Sorry,
What backplate does it have?
This does not have a backplate right now.
No, what backplate
So
will
it's
it
a
have?
computer.
Physics.
Black.
Okay.
Yeah, physics, exactly. So you can see the grid in my light here pretty well. So, I mean, this is essentially what defines a mirror finish, right? As you can see clearly a reflection in it. And that's definitely quite true. If fingerprints bother you, though, I would probably recommend against this.
Wearing gloves.
My general approach is like when I get something like this before I use it, I just like totally just fingerprint the hell out of it.
Rub it all over your body.
Yeah, exactly. And then you don't care, right?
Yeah.
You've committed.
Or you die, but one or the other, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, if fingerprints on your keyboard cause death, you're probably not gonna survive very long. So. Best to get it over with.
Is this virtual soulful by Murder Mortals? Dire, that's great. Is veracity steel also aluminum? No, it is steel. Stainless steel? Is there?
That'd be funny if it were aluminum. That'd be a funny name for it.
Can you make veracity
but-
aluminum next?
Yeah, I
April
definitely can do that.
1st. Let's go.
There's a reason I haven't though.
Ooh.
And that's because it would certainly be way less expensive, because stainless steel is really expensive to machine. And that's the primary, that and the labor involved in the polishing is why the primary reason those are expensive. They're not marked up a huge amount. So you can certainly mirror polish aluminum. It's easier to polish than steel, in fact, but it'll scratch very easily. And that's why anodizing is pretty common, right? Is because it grows this relatively durable oxide layer on top of the aluminum. The reason aluminum is favored for machining is it's a really soft metal and it's easy to, it's almost like it's almost as machinable as plastic, which is great because it makes it cheap and easy to machine. You can go really fast through the material, but if you just have raw uncoated aluminum, it will acquire scratches very readily. And I think you'd have to be very willing to polish it on a regular basis to not have it be showing scratches pretty quickly over time.
Burley asks a good question. Does Ryan keep or publish anywhere photos of his rejected boards and what he considers to be unfitting for shipment, or things like B stock?
I don't ever or almost never sell B stock, and I certainly don't take pictures of it. That's the last thing I ever want to have a memento of.
Guys, look at my failures.
Right.
But I think maybe the reason this person is asking is so that people know what level of quality you aspire to. That would be your A stocks. You know what I mean?
I guess I do actually have some reference pictures. Whenever I encounter a new type of cosmetic defect, and believe me, manufacturers are constantly coming up with new and creative ways to send me things that have defects. And so whenever I encounter one that I haven't seen before and that might be hard to describe in words, I do take like a really grubby picture with my iPhone, which I keep for internal reference purposes, so I can send people a document saying, don't send me anything that looks like any of this. And I have a very vast repository of such images for anodizing defects, for example. But it has never occurred to me to post them anywhere. They're not lovely photos.
Right.
By definition.
How heavy is the heavy Grail? Are these weights posted anywhere, Ryan? I forget.
It should be on the
site.
pre-order page in my shop.
Probably like 3.5, 4-ish for this one specifically.
Let's look it up.
That's my estimate. Tell me how close I am. I'll give it like 3.8. No, maybe 4.5. Go 4.5. 4.3. What's up, Glacier? 4.5. 4.5. I know you guys are eagerly awaiting the sound test. It'll come.
So the aluminum is 3.3 pounds.
Ooh.
So that's what you have.
That's what I said,
Steel
3.3.
the steel is a little bit over 5.5.
Gotcha. There you have it. How open to or against me doing a flip test would you be?
What is a flip test?
Well,
I mean, by all means, do whatever you want. I'm just curious. What's
it's
a flip
just
test?
when I hold the keyboard like this and then do like this. Easy.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Hopefully you're okay with that because I just did it. But
Very
the
okay.
double flip test, I will say I think I've had every flip test be successful except for maybe one. But that one is, the board is fine. My desk is what took the damage.
You may feel free to smash that keyboard to bits if it pleases you.
Really?
Sure. Although somebody's supposed to get it after you, so she's not going to be happy if that's the case.
Here's the. I'll just send a little picture of a printout of like the board to hold up to stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing.
Asterisk, it's good.
Yeah. Imagine this but heavy and 3D. If it pleases you, is peak acetic. Acetic. Is that how it's pronounced? So many vocabulary words.
How's it spelled?
Scetic.
I'm not sure how that word applies in this context.
I don't know. Not sure. I totally forgot about my Q&A thing, but I'm gonna browse through some of the questions right now.
Okay.
Will there ever be a
What's your
second
Q&A thing?
HHKB Norbauer housing, FC660 housing? The Q&A thing is for people to submit questions through a Google form, so they didn't have to go through chat in case I missed their questions in chat.
Okay. Sorry.
Also, what's the front height of the heavy Grail? It looks really low.
Yeah, I looked that up recently. It's
18?
I'll find it for you.
Millimeters? Calling it right now.
The reason someone is asking is because I neglected to post that particular dimension on the schematic. It didn't occur to me that someone would actually want it. So let's see here.
It's like Ryan's first group buy or something.
You know, there's enough information on that thing right now. So
Actually true though. Is it the longest description you have for any product you've made so far? I want to say yes from what I've seen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's like a whole essay on there.
So if you go by the front, like before the radius starts on the front, right? So effectively the lowest flat point on the front face of the keyboard is 16.8 millimeters high.
Ooh. Gotcha.
And the Norbauer by comparison is flat, and so it's a uniform 22.5 across the whole board. So it's lower than that.
Also, we can do a comparison with the actual HHKB. Ooh, it's about there's a lip on this one, so it's kind of different. It feels like maybe 1 or half a millimeter lower in the front compared to the Pro 2 is what I have.
I made them as similar as I could within my many technical constraints.
Right. We can bring out a Norbauer too if people are interested in seeing. We can compare the design language. Whoop. It's surprisingly hard to pick up this board, I think because there's no option for risers. So on the Norbauer, I grab it on the side or on the back because like it has like those lips, but it doesn't have it on this one. This one's just flat all the way around. Very interesting.
It is just a consequence of that particular design approach.
Why did you still end up using Shopify?
I hate Shopify. It's the worst thing ever. They should. Well, I'm not a big fan of Shopify. I'm currently working on a Shopify replacement that is being coded from scratch in Ruby on Rails, which will definitely be launched in 2021, or I'll be really sad.
Yo, what's up, Tim? Tim Keyless in chat right now is the man behind the Four Seasons desk mat. The one
Excellent.
I told Ryan the story about earlier. Yeah.
Have you ever been to the Four Seasons, the now defunct Four Seasons restaurant in New York City?
I do.
Since
I
you're
have
a
not.
New York area resident. It was one of my favorite interiors ever. It was designed by Mies van der Rohe, who was a really cool mid-century modern architect. And it featured enormous amounts of travertine, unfilled travertine, and walnut paneling, which are like quintessential mid-century design materials. Sorry, that was a random thought because you said the phrase Four Seasons. I thought since you lived in New York, perhaps you'd ever had occasion to be there. It's in the Seagrams building.
The what building?
Seagrams? I think that's right.
I don't know what that means.
Seagram's like the
is.
beverage maker.
Oh, they just have a building?
Yes. They probably don't still entirely occupy that building, but it was probably named that because it was built for them.
Got it. Okay, cool. Cool.
Sort of midtown area.
I will save this question for when I get the Norbauer Force. People ask, do you have any plans or interest in polycarb or other plastic materials for the heavy Grail?
I have interest, but I have no plans. I really want to get this. So just this particular offering of the Heavy Grail has like 30 SKUs, I think, if you combine them all, something like that, some large number of possible combinations, right? Because you can have the finish, you can have the plate, and then there's Pro 3 versus Pro 2. That makes for an enormous amount of complexity in terms of manufacturing and production. And all of the places that make my metal parts don't do polycarbonate. So coordinating another production with a totally different factory of another set of housings with all of this is just would have just been a bit much. So maybe like at some point a year down the road or something, I might be able to make a polycarbonate version. I just kind of don't want to think about that yet. And we're now entirely without our host, so I should recite poetry, but I know none. Is that
Ryan is now the host. Okay, I have come back with gifts. Bearing gifts.
Those blue keycaps are an excellent pairing with that color.
Ryan, you say this as though it's the first time you've seen this.
It is not. I'm just remarking on.
Okay, that's fine. I agree. It's one of the only pairings I had, but yes, I still agree that it's.
It would be a little better if the blue were slightly less saturated.
Yeah, I agree, because the tone,
nevertheless.
the saturation doesn't really match. But at least it's funky, and that's what matters. So this is a custom color powder coated Norbauer Force that Ryan was kind enough to gift to me as a token of our budding friendship like a year and a half ago, maybe. I don't know exactly when it got delivered, but we met 2.5 years ago. So I feel like a year and a half is about right, because that's actually no, because by the time I met you, that was already 6 months into the group buy. And then I think Norbauer Forces got delivered around the fall, early winter of 2018. But then I got this unit in like the following spring. That was one of the last ones out the door. Yeah. Buttercup. And then this one is everybody's favorite, the retro refrigerator. Some people were wondering why this one did not make a comeback for the Heavy Grail.
Oh, alas, I wish that it could. I found that finish enormously hard to get back with flawless results. And I did offer it on the Mark II because it's so popular and everyone likes it so much, and I think very understandably so, in its gloss form. But the reject rate on those was like greater than 50% on the initial batch, and we stripped and redid them multiple times. And I ultimately came to the conclusion that Preston made me sign that, by the way. This is not...
I had to ask him like 5 times for him to actually sign it and take me seriously. I think he just laughed the first couple times and was like, oh, you're serious?
Right.
I was like, Ryan, hello, you're a celebrity, you're my hero. Hello, sign it, please.
I still have difficulty accepting that you would want me to do that, but nevertheless.
Let it be known, I was not the first or the last person to ask him to sign one of his keyboard products.
Astonishingly. You know, I've come up with a solution to this problem.
It's not a problem.
Says you. So I'm now shipping with all of my keyboards, starting with the Heavy 9, these little product booklets where I sign and number each one, so that people can have their signature, but I don't have to ruin the keyboard by putting it on the keyboard.
That's wrong on so many levels.
Okay.
But
good.
sure, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, it's the thought that counts. But first of all, wait, you said it's printed? Or are you signing the things yourself?
The booklets are printed, but I'm signing them. I'll grab one if you're curious. Have I not shown this to you before?
I've seen the booklet. I don't think I saw the signature or something. I don't know.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Why do people want me to sign their boards? Also, Troops gets Norbauer to sign his board. I have not designed a keyboard, guys. That's the difference. Maybe one day if I design a keyboard, I'm happy to sign it. Probably. Don't quote me on that. But Ryan designed these actual boards you see on my desk. It's only fitting that he actually signs them. Come on. I can't just sign it just because I built the board together, you know, assembled it essentially. Yo, Goguma.
I do this because I want to make pretty keyboards. I don't.
Goguma's here. Goguma. You remember
over...
Goguma? He saw you at a meetup. He posted an Instagram picture with you. It was the one where I said, "Hey, look, this other Asian keyboard guy that you hung out with at a meetup, you are slightly smiling, which means you are having a slightly good time." And then apparently you signed his keyboard.
Yeah. If people ask, and what am I gonna do? Tell you to fuck off? Of course not. But I just think it's tragic. So these are the new booklets.
Signature. Anyway, hold on, let me bring the scene back. Let's see. Where's the signature?
Is really cool. Anyway,
thank you.
Sorry. Let me get my camera to focus. So these are they're based on the old British passports that have these through holes cut in them, and they would have an individual passport number and some other things stamped here. And so the idea is you get an individually numbered a number that's specific to your keyboard that gets stamped there. The name of the product gets stamped there, and a picture gets stamped here. And actually, this pattern is was designed by one of these people who makes security graphics for currency and stuff. So it's this really cool fine printed pattern, and then this is where I sign it, and then I date it, and then there's a inspected stamp that the inspection people put on there, and then I have another page where I put little details, a link to how to do the assembly and everything. So this is my solution to the signature problem, which I will insist is a problem. They come in really nice little envelopes too.
Yeah, I appreciate that you put that whole thing together. It's pretty cool. But I think once you make it something that everybody gets, it's not as valuable anymore. You got to go out of your way to ask the great Norbauer to sign your keyboard. Obviously, that's what gives it so much of its worth.
Value, surely.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh, someone in chat gave an amazing idea. So Okay, that reminded me of a story as well. So we're gonna travel back in time to more than a year ago, maybe a year and a half, possibly even 2 years ago, when I was talking with Ryan about his plans for an eventual HHKB aftermarket case, because the history goes that, of course, everybody would constantly, incessantly, consistently ask him, hey, when are you going to make a case for the HHKB? When are you going to make a case for the HHKB? Because like he made them for all these other Topre boards. And then he was like, I don't even use sub TKLs, so like whatever. And then he was like, but everyone keeps asking, so I guess I'll get around to it sometime. And then whenever he dabbled in trying to actually design for it, making the plate or trying to use actually you couldn't use the OG plate because it's integrated. So that whole thing was like the big headache that was you were trying to design around. And then fast forward to, I said, what are you going to call it? And then you were like, I'm not sure yet, blah, blah, blah. And I said, what if we called it the HHNB? Happy Hacking Norbauer. Yes. And I knew that was never going to happen, but that was my...
It sounds like something you would say. I totally don't remember that. But...
Yeah, immediately
that's how little
that
I
idea.
considered your proposal.
I know. Happy Hacking... What did you say? It's already in the mental trash. Where was I going with that? Oh, someone said sign the front, which means that you should totally sign the keyboard right here, because that's where the logo for the HHKB goes. Chef's kiss. Would you do that?
Preferably not.
What if someone wanted you to graffiti the entire case with your signature? You'd have to sign your name like 100 times all over.
Again, I'm very grateful to the people who support these projects, and I'm willing to do whatever I can to fulfill people's keyboard dreams, but I might try to talk them out of it.
HHNB is gonna be the forbidden nickname of the Heavy Grail. Yes. I was gonna say something else. Oh yes, BRB. Let's see if we can answer a question while I am gone.
Sure.
Cube signed the Heavy Grail real quick. Oh, okay. So Patch Clax asks a good question. So for the Heavy 9 specifically, I believe that's the only board that you had a little logo disc piece. Why did you... Heavy 6, yes. Why did you not do that? Or why did you only do it for that board and not your subsequent boards?
So the natural next place to use it would be the Heavy 9, but the location of the USB port really needed to be in the center of the back of that, which was the location of the logo on the Heavy 6. So I ruled that out. And again, I'm not necessarily extremely opposed to logos, but my stock, slightly churlish answer to this question is there's a vocabulary word for you, Preston. Churlish.
I don't even know how to spell that. What the heck?
CHURLISH. Is that the shape of the keyboard is itself the logo. I would like to think that is a sufficient answer, but I realize that that's also just being slightly cheeky. I just as discussed earlier, I'm into this sort of like sleek futuristic look, and I don't really want to besmirch that with a logo. And I think that I try hard to make designs that look sort of like my designs and that you would recognize as something that I made. And so my aspiration is that the logo is in the thing itself.
Right. Oh, here's an important question. Do you have any pets? If not, what's your favorite animal?
I have no pets. My favorite animal. I like ducks. My partner's nickname for me is Ducky. And I've always identified with the cranky, unhappy temperament of ducks, at least as represented in cartoon culture. So I guess I have to go with the duck.
I like it. What's one word? I love this sequence of 3 questions from K-Web. 1. Do you enjoy the keyboard scene? 2. Do you want to have hair? 3. Do you miss your hair?
No. So regarding questions 2 and 3, no, absolutely not. Actually, there's a portion of my life where I thought like being bald would be bad or something. But I've actually found, for whatever it's worth, that I actually think that I look better without hair. And if anything, people seem to be more attracted to me since losing my hair. So I would, if you gave me the option, I would decline it to go back to having hair. I know, my hair was never so great or cool in the first place, so it doesn't matter. Sorry, what was the first question?
Question for people in chat. Raise your hand if you've seen Ryan with hair, whether in a picture or in real life or something.
Because the answer, creepy picture where somebody's swapped Mitos. So actually, that's the only thing that makes me jealous of hair. Is I would love to have like pink hair or something, because that would be really weird and cool. I'm jealous of people being able to have like weirdly colored
Wait, just
hair.
dye your scalp.
Could. Yeah, I should just get one of those like anime or weeb wigs and wear that to like a meetup or something. The like really spiky kind of.
Oh yeah.
Neon. Yeah, I should just do that. It would look very similar to that picture where somebody has swapped Mito's hair onto my head.
If you guys haven't seen the Mito and Ryan face swap, that one is. It's a good picture, but you have to be ready for it. You don't want it to catch you off guard. You might not be able to sleep. I was
not ready for
it. Have you been called Steve Jobs a lot?
Yeah. Let's get that one a lot, because again, and nerdy glasses and into industrial design. So it fits.
It does.
Well, so wait a minute. There were 3 questions. What was the first one?
The first one is, do you enjoy the keyboard scene?
Oh. Boy, that's a very triggering word for me. Scene. I love keyboard people in general. I love keyboard meetups. Whenever I do interviews or whatever, I always talk about how remarkable and unusual the keyboard community is in an excellent way compared to other fan or enthusiast communities I've participated in, and I've participated in many over the years. And I'm very grateful to be a part of that. But scene, that's a tough word. I'm not like I'm constitutionally like not a joiner.
Constitutionally.
Huh?
Constitutionally, I love it.
Well, by my makeup.
Yeah. But Ryan, you run the Ryan Norbauer fan club.
I'm like the anti Ryan Norbauer fan club. I'm always telling people, why the fuck would you want me to sign your goddamn keyboard? Are you crazy?
You're right. I run the Norbauer fan club. Let's be real.
Yes, you absolutely run the Norbauer fan club. Unauthorized, fully unauthorized.
It's unofficial. It's not supported by the OG makers.
Right. So yeah, I don't know. The idea of a scene is like, I don't know. It implies things I don't like being cool and worrying about your perception with other people, and like pick another word and I'm okay with it, but not seen.
We need a constitution for the Norbauer fan club right now. I love it. I agree. People want us to do a podcast together.
I'm down.
Yo, me too.
Although at some point we'd run out of stabilizers to talk about. We'd probably have to come up with better material.
Stabilizers. See, honestly, this is kind of why we decided to have this stream in the first place, is because our standard chats and video calls and stuff are just so, I think, genuinely interesting, and people would enjoy listening to it. But it's hard to kind of like, it just happens, so it's hard to kind of like prompt it or like guide it. Maybe. I'm not sure.
I would
Never
say
done
that
a
our friendship
podcast.
is certainly a product of our shared keyboard affinity, although it is a tiny minority of the things that we discuss.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Jax, I'm making my way through the forum. There's so many questions. But this one, since Ryan has been talking about keyboards for so long and he probably wants to not talk about keyboards at least for a little bit, please
I can
force
talk about
Tubes.
keyboards as much as you want.
Please force Tubes to tell you the reason. Please force Tubes to let you tell the reason why Darmok is your favorite episode. I was a linguist in the Air Force, so it's one of mine as well.
Oh, so am I permitted, Tubes, to answer that question?
Well, I don't know the answer, so how do I know?
No, you would know whether I'm permitted or not. Or you mean you're going to decide whether I was allowed to say it after I tell you what it was?
Wait, how could you ask me if you're allowed to say something, but I don't know what that something is?
The questioner, whose name I forgot,
Jax.
my apologies.
Yeah,
Yes, said, would you that I'm supposed to ask you if I'm allowed to answer the question? Right.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So yes. So it falls into a category of Star Trek episodes in general that I describe as like anthropological episodes that both sort of look at the human condition, which is a very common formula for Star Trek episodes in general, but also some interesting phenomena from anthropology or sociology, some like cool kernel of an idea. And so another example episode from this pattern of things is Who Watches the Watchers, right? Which is an episode that kind of looks at the natural evolution of religion in a society. And I like Darmok for the core sort of social scientific premise of that episode, which is they encounter a species whose language cannot be translated through the universal translator. And the universal translator is a narrative conceit used in Star Trek that allows them to communicate with alien races that they've
You
never
told me
met
this
before.
once. I remember. I mean, I don't remember, but I remember you
Probably
telling
would.
me. Yes, continue.
Yeah. So
That's like what you do to me all the time.
I universally translate what you say.
No, like you forget that I told you something, but then you vaguely
Oh, I
recall
see.
it when I start telling you
Got
again.
Okay.
It's just a
Sorry.
thing we do. And that's totally fine.
It is a thing we do. Yes. So the premise of that episode is, for some reason with this other species, the universal translator simply does not work, and they don't know why. But there have been previous interactions with that species by other Starfleet ships. So the protagonists, the heroes of our show, are in this organization called Starfleet, which is a united federation of planets of which Earth plays a part. So there have been other Starfleet ships that have encountered this alien race known as the Tomarians, and they hail each other through space using their communications equipment. They come up on the screen, they can see each other's faces, and then they start talking, and it's gibberish, right? And this is odd because normally the universal translator is able to figure out what they're saying. So there have been these failed attempts at communication. That's basically the backstory, and it's all we know. What's funny?
Just
Should I
chat
continue?
messages. No, sorry.
Okay,
I
got it,
read
sorry.
chat and then people say funny things.
Got it.
There are some non-5-year-olds who are humorous.
That's quite all right. Just curious if I'm unknowingly saying absurd things.
Oh, no. You are, but no.
I realize that I am, but I was wondering what the specifics are. Anyway, so
Oh, Burley really liked... Sorry, usually people who are a guest on stream at least have chat open, so they kind of reference it if I laugh at something, so they know. Not that you have to, but Burley said that he really liked how you use the phrase narrative conceit. Could you explain when you use that? Because I don't think I heard it. And what does it mean?
Sure. So I
in this
referred
context?
to the universal translator as a narrative conceit, right? Star Trek has lots of narrative conceits that allow it to examine certain situations or relationships or contemporary human phenomena in the form of some other like in-universe situation that allows you to just kind of like shrug off something that would normally be logically problematic, right? So like two alien cultures meet each other. Obviously, they're not going to be able to communicate, right, in any plausible reality-based scenario. But we want to tell a story, right? And we're interested in relationships between characters. So in order to to make a narrative structure that works, we have to have some kind of concession, some kind of conceit that makes that sort of shrugs off that problem, and so therefore the universal translator serves to enable that.
Gotcha. Quick question: are you planning on going into cryostasis?
Why do you ask? No.
I think it'd be cool.
Yeah. Before you die or after you die?
Whichever
why is
way
it cool?
works.
Whichever way it works. I guess it could be either way.
Wait.
In fiction, there are people who do it before they die, and also sometimes
And
after
then they wake
die.
up.
So there's actually another Star Trek: The Next Generation episode called "The Neutral Zone." The last episode of season 1 is about exactly this scenario. People died and then had themselves frozen immediately after death, on the premise that at some point in the distant future, perhaps it'll be possible to figure out how to revive them.
Right.
And so this serves as a narrative conceit that allows us to have people from contemporary society interacting with our future civilization, and therefore directly comparing and contrasting the two and seeing the tension between them.
You wouldn't want to do that? Would you?
It just hasn't occurred to me.
Now it has. The seed has been planted. Would you want to be immortal if given the choice?
No.
Would you want to live as though you were immortal, but then you could die at any moment of your choice? So just have an indefinitely long lifespan of your choosing.
Huh. That's an interesting question. It's a nuance on this premise that I've never heard before.
You're welcome.
I mean, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. That sounds bad. It sounds like it creates a problem that I don't want to have, which is deciding. Because obviously you don't want to live forever, because that would be horrible torture.
Yeah,
then
if you're stuck.
it requires you to be like complicit in your death, right? Or to bring it about in some way. So it's basically coercing you into suicide. And I'm in no way am I morally opposed to suicide or even aesthetically opposed to it. But so that's not the issue. It's just, I think that having to worry about that problem seems like it would be annoying. Like, okay, when am I going to do it? Like, what do you procrastinate about it or something for 500 years?
I got to get all my ducks in a row first.
Right. Yeah. That seems annoying.
Well, what if we had a system where it was like you continue your natural aging and you can set like how quickly you'll age. So it's like random.org, you'll die in the next X number of years, and you set what X is, but you don't know when it's going to happen, but you know the time frame in which it will happen.
So you're describing the current situation exactly, but just it goes longer.
Yeah. Well, you live for as long as you want.
So what you're asking is, do I want to live longer?
That switch.
I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much does come down to. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe. I'm generally opposed to living long, but primarily because of the onset of boredom, of course, but also just like the ravages of old age and the indignities of that. So I don't really look forward to living a particularly long life. Seems suboptimal to me.
Okay. For all the Star Trek fans in chat, we have to go back to you finishing answering.
Well, if they're Star Trek fans, they already know what happens. But I'm happy to continue explaining for like the potential would-be Star Trek fans.
Why you like it. Okay. I think that's the original question, right? Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I guess maybe my answer to this is actually a little bit interesting, because I do find the linguistic aspect that core conceit of that episode interesting, right? So, but there's something deeper to me about Darmok that defines specifically why I like that episode above all others, and I'll try to explain that. So as we've established, there's this race that they can't communicate with, but they've reached out. So at the beginning of the episode, we know they've gotten some kind of signal from the Tamarians, this race that is incomprehensible, that they're going to try to reach out and have communication again. That's all we know. And it goes as they expect, which is they encounter each other in space, they hail each other, they have visual communication, and they can't understand each other. The universal translator doesn't work. And then there's a moment in the episode where the Tamarian captain and the captain of our hero's ship, Captain Picard, disappear. So they're like transported down to the planet below. And in that, what am I missing? Like it's so weird to just watch you like bursting out into laughter while I'm going through this like serious explanation.
Scrolling. I'm scrolling up through chat because I miss messages all the time.
Sure.
Somebody wrote, SDQ wrote. So this is back when you were showing the booklet, right? He's like, if I use the booklet at TSA, will I be arrested or will they be frozen in awe?
Wouldn't recommend it. That is not an officially supported scenario.
Anyway, sorry, continue. Very serious mode.
That's okay. I don't care. This is more interesting than whatever I'm going on about, I'm sure. So the other crew beams Captain Picard and their captain down to the planet. They still can't understand each other, and it's sort of implied that this might be some kind of like ritual contest between the two captains or something. And in fact, the other ship's captain, he like pulls out a couple of knives and offers the one knife to Captain Picard. And so it really does seem like they're intending to fight, or that's the purpose of their being beamed down together to the planet. And the other ship has done something, some techno babble is offered to explain why our ship can't beam both of them back to safety. In their inability to communicate, it becomes clear that the alien captain doesn't actually really want to fight with the captain, but there's something weird going on that we can't quite work out. After some time of this, an alien shows up, a third alien, some sort of creature that's not necessarily like an intelligent alien, but some kind of beast. And this beast attacks both of them. And finally, Captain Picard sort of gets what's going on, so he takes one of the two knives. And together they sort of battle this beast, still unable to communicate, but they're slowly starting to kind of understand each other, even though the other captain's language is basically incomprehensible. I'm wondering how much technical detail to go into. So the other ship tries to beam Captain Picard away during this battle, this fight between this third alien and Picard and the other ship's captain, and this prevents Picard from sort of saving the other captain when he's being attacked by the beast. And the rescue attempt for Captain Picard fails, and the two of them are left together after the beast has receded, and they are the other ship's captain is grievously injured and dying. And so Captain Picard and this other ship's captain spend the night together, trying to understand each other. And slowly, Captain Picard comes to realize that the Tamarians speak through a kind of metaphor that is a bunch of historical references to things from their culture or other cultures that they're aware of. And so everything that they say is proper nouns. So they refer to stories and events in their history that can metaphorically be understood to be relevant to the current situation. And Picard works out that there was this ancient story in Tamarian culture that is called Darmok and Jalad, which is the name of the episode. And it's this thing that the captain keeps saying that we don't know what he's talking about through the whole episode. And we come to understand that in this culture, there's the story of Darmok and Jalad, who are two separate people who get shipwrecked together on an island, who are separate or don't understand each other or might otherwise be inclined to be enemies. But they together fight a beast, some sort of nemesis, and then they leave together as friends. And so because the Tamarian comes from this sort of ritualistic, precedent-based culture, he had this idea that sometimes a shared foe can bring two people together. And so, knowing that it was not possible to communicate with the Starfleet crew, he approached his ship approached the Starfleet crew, beamed the two captains down together, put them in a similar situation in hopes that the same thing would occur. And it does occur, and they start to understand each other and communicate. Through the course of the night, the captain dies, and so he's given his life up for the possibility of communication and some type of connection, mutual understanding. And Captain Picard sort of comes to deeply appreciate that. Sort of in the last scene of the episode, he explicitly, recognizes that just for that hope of a connection, the Tamarian captain gave his life, and that's the core premise of Star Trek, really. That oftentimes you'll have these groups of people, civilizations, or whatever that would normally be disposed towards conflict, and instead of through some sort of process of mutual understanding, they come to a way of living together and letting each other exist that turns conflict into coexistence. And to me, the episode of Darmok really perfectly kind of in 48 minutes or however long the episode is, just like really succinctly captures the spirit of Star Trek in that way. Was that too much detail? I think it probably was. I guess you could have just watched the episode.
That's cool. I know that sounds like I'm just saying that and I didn't listen to what you said.
It's quite all right. My poorly recounting in excessive detail the plot of a Star Trek episode is far inferior to just watching the episode. I would highly recommend watching Darmok.
Okay.
For anyone who thinks Star Trek might be a show that they would be interested in.
Just like standalone? Watch it like... Yeah. I've never watched anything Star Trek except for the movies, which I know you're a big fan of.
What, you mean the new ones?
Yeah.
Oh, those aren't Star Trek. Don't defame Star Trek by suggesting that they are. Those movies are just people like punching each other for 2 hours.
You mean that's not what Star Trek is?
Did you hear my description of what the episode Darmok is about?
Well, that was just one episode, so,
It's all that. So dear to my heart is Darmok that I actually have this, like... So in the first episode, or the first scene of the episode, Captain Picard is standing in front of this graphic on a computer screen. And it's huge. It's like maybe 4 feet by, I don't know, also 4 feet. I managed to get that in an auction, and it sits right above my desk. It's this backlit graphic that's made to look like a computer user interface, but it was before computer user interfaces like this existed. So it's this like super crisp backlit translate graphic, and it's like I see it all day long. Love it.
When did you get that?
I got it a few years ago, but it took me a while to figure out how to build a frame for it that I could backlight and then hang it in a seismically reasonable manner such that in an earthquake it wouldn't fall down and kill everyone.
I was wondering where you were going with seismically reasonable. But it actually ended up making perfect sense. Seismically reasonable. Some people are interested in seeing it. I don't know if there's a way you could show it. Just turn your $30,000 camera around, like it's no problem.
This will be fun. Who knows what I'll knock over in the process.
You're using the C200?
Canon C200, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sorry, I'm working on it.
Yes, now I can catch up on chat. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Whoa, dude.
There it is.
He actually did it.
So that is the Tamarian vessel.
So what's
a conference?
The scale of it again? How big is it?
It's similar in scale, I think, to the Enterprise, which is a 1,000 person vessel.
Sorry, how big is your camera's drifting a little bit, first of all, and second, how big is the actual thing on your wall? Can you remind us again?
Oh, I think it's about like 4 feet wide or something.
Wow.
Pretty big.
Cool. Very cool.
All right, I'm gonna slowly, awkwardly turn the camera back to me.
Oh my gosh. Jax, thanks for those 20 gifts. Tier 1 subs. Oh my goodness. It's not subathon time yet. I think Jax is a big Star Trek fan. Thank you so much, Jax. Holy. Oh my gosh. For people who are wondering what his place looks like, I did take some pictures of his old place, which are in the Norbauer command. It's like a mini house tour, I suppose.
That place was such trash. The new place is much better.
Solji says his camera is that high end, it just creates smooth cinematic motions on its own. Because before it was kind of like...
It's on a fluid head.
Cool. Wait, that's different than a standard ball head, right?
Yes. It's for cinema cameras or movie shooting in general. It creates a sort of adjustable level of drag that resists your movement, such that when you do move, it moves in a very slow and deliberate manner.
Yeah. Gotcha. So is this the part of the stream where you take the camera off and walk around the house and show us things?
Alas, my setup is not wireless, so I couldn't do that.
You could get a really long HDMI cable.
It have to be really long because there are 4 floors.
Really, really long.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, what you were saying?
When you come visit next time, you can feel free to shoot a tour of my house or something, because I'm sure everyone really wants to see.
They actually do. You think I'm joking that people think you're awesome and a celebrity and really cool and they want to know everything about you, you know? So, but it's actually true. I'm just...
I don't know which
the
scenario
appointed
is more disturbing,
spokesperson
whether you're thinking it's true and it's not true, or it actually being true. Those are both deeply unsettling, actually, to me. So,
I mean, chat, you tell me. There's a reason everybody's here tonight watching. Kimchi...
Well, I appreciate the implicit compliment.
The what?
The implicit compliment?
It's an overt compliment.
What?
Kimchi, thanks for that resub. Okay, there's so many questions. Like, literally so many questions. I am kind of...
Question away. I can try to answer fast instead of...
My tripod moves
normal
seismically. Oh my gosh. These sub-notifs are crazy. SD Chew, have a good night. It's probably too late. He probably left. Any leaks avail? I would watch that tour. I would watch that tour as well. 4 floors. Does that include the roof?
Yes.
Okay. Very cool.
It sort of has its own little floor because there's like a stairwell up to it, and then there's like a little room before you go out on the deck. So I guess it's technically a 4th floor.
Does Ryan have a bicycle?
I used to have a bicycle when I lived in Cambridge, Massachusetts. We lived in Central Square, which is this really interesting neighborhood right between Harvard and MIT, and on the Red Line. And so it was this kind of like anti-car person's paradise, basically the opposite of where I live now, which is Los Angeles. And you could really get anywhere you would want to go on a bicycle, and I enjoyed that quite a lot. But unfortunately, the weather is not really acceptable for bicycling 9 months out of the year, so that was a slight downside. But I used to have a bicycle, I used to enjoy it, but in California it doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Gotcha. Let me grab a. What's he up? Let me grab a thing real quick.
Figure out what you guys are all saying.
Okay, what did you say behind my back while I was gone?
It just occurred to me that I should see if I could figure out if I could some way for me to read the chat,
Pull up
because I
Twitch
see
chat.
all these things scrolling by and I have no idea what anyone's saying.
Okay, quick question, Ryan. Small segue. Also, for everybody who was here and been waiting very patiently for the typing test, not a single person has requested me to type on this board and let them know what it sounds like, which is a little bit surprising. But I also don't feel bad for completely forgetting about it, essentially. But before we get there,
we could certainly take a typing break whenever you'd like.
would you like to tell chat the history of this box and its significance?
So your stream cut out there, Preston. I didn't hear.
Yeah, I'm
you said,
dropping
"Would you like
frames
to
here and
tell
there.
chat?"
Could you tell chat the
Ellipsis.
significance of this box?
So that is a prototype test box for the Norbauer Mark 1. It also, obviously I have a thing for textured linen, and that box was entirely, the box top was entirely made in that. And I wanted to figure out what the best foil stamping color would be on top of this textured linen. I had the idea perhaps gold would be good for that. I ended up, I got that sample, but I ended up not liking it as much as the alternative, which I think was white, probably what I think I used on the production
That's correct.
models. And so this was just a test of gold, which I think I gave to you, Preston. Or it was, I don't know, was it like the last one I had left or something, and I needed to send you something in a box, or you wanted
Come
it? I
on,
don't know.
Ryan. You gave it to me because I'm special.
Sorry, I'm a terrible friend. I don't remember
That's
anything
okay.
about it. Sorry, it was your engagement. It was our engagement gift.
Yeah, exactly. And then opening it up inside for people who are not Norbauer owners, this is the graphic that was included. They gave a little bit of this instructional kind of diagram stuff. And it had a little stamp thing at the bottom. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, so that number stamper is the thing I use on the new passports, actually. The new,
Oh, the same one I saw at your place before?
yes,
Okay.
is a Japanese numbering machine, totally mechanical, no electrical components, which I think is really cool.
That is very cool.
So it auto advances every time you stamp it.
Would you like to tell chat the significance of the number? I'll give you a hint. It's similar to the thing you just forgot.
Did I do that? Did I do that on purpose?
You did!
Did you ask me to do that?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
Okay,
I was
fine.
just being
I'll
nice?
tell the story.
That's so nice.
Yeah. Ryan, remember we used to be like closer friends back in the day? I don't know about closer, but
What are
maybe it
you
was
talking
more
about?
fresh and new and exciting.
I just used
and
to
the
be nice,
romance
I guess.
was in the air. Oh, true. Okay, maybe. You used to be nice. And then we stopped talking, and then you just dealt with really unpleasant human beings, and you forgot how awesome people like me could be. And now you're
Wait a
becoming
minute.
nicer
The
again.
thing we stopped talking sounds like we had some kind of fight or something, which is not accurate.
Oh, you
in
don't
any
want to
way.
talk to stream about that? Oh, okay. That's fine. We didn't
Preston
have a
just
fight. I'm
forgot
just
I
memeing.
exist.
No, I did not.
Just memeing?
Excuse you. Yes, I was just memeing.
Okay.
No, but the story goes Well, I went to your place the first time I stayed over, and then you showed me your stampy thing, and you showed me the cards, which I had saw at KeyCon already before. But then you were like, yeah, this is how I stamp each one individually. And then later, when I got my actual Norbauer case, you were like, oh yeah, I included 001 in there because I thought you would like that. And I like didn't even ask for it or anything. I was like, what the heck? So
Well, did you like it? Did
yeah,
it do it?
of course.
Good.
It made it to my Instagram story when I built it that first night, first stream.
I'm pleased to be able to assist. That was back when I was still shipping everything out of my living room,
Yes, I remember that.
and such things were easier to arrange.
You knew group buy fulfillment was happening when you went to Ryan's house and there were keyboards all over the living room, keyboard cases.
Fun times. It used
Ryan
to take
works
me more than a week.
out. Wait, yeah, that sounds about right. Like a week. That's pretty fast for like, what was it, 600 units that you had to fulfill?
Oh no, the
300?
first round of the Norbauer was like 200 or something.
Oh, okay.
That I could handle.
Okay, gotcha. Because I remember you would physically inspect each piece, right? That's why you had them come to your place.
Yeah, I'd physically inspect them, all assemble them. I sign the thing and do everything, and then usually about 40% of my orders are international, and international shipments require filling out a series of documents in triplicate and all the customs bullshit, as you know, and it just took a long time. I don't know. Usually took about a week and a half.
Okay, here's a good question.
Sure.
From an industrial design perspective, what's the most important process in creating a mechanical keyboard for you?
Important is a maybe ambiguous question. I would say my approach to making housings or keyboards in general is a little bit different than other people's who are making Cherry MX plates and PCBs and everything, because I have to begin by reverse engineering around someone else's design and or product. And so that distinction between design and product is an important one, because there's the design as it existed in somebody's CAD software at Topre, and then there's the physical manifestation of that design as it exists in the real world. And there can be variation between, for example, two Realforce R2 keyboards. The stamping, for example, of the plate and the little tabs on the front of it is not always exactly consistent from one plate to another. And so my designs have to account for the variability that may be seen in the natural Topre world, as it were. And so for me specifically, that's the hardest part of the industrial design process, and it's where the vast majority of my efforts and R&D expenses go. It's the figuring out how to work around an object and a design over which I have no control. And certainly with Heavy Grail, that was by far the hardest thing, because with all of my other housings, you can just unscrew the plate from the keyboard and drop it into my housing, and it's not a big deal. But I had to completely replicate the plate for the Heavy Grail, because the plate of the HHKB simply doesn't come out, because they're all one piece, the plate and housing. So I may not be answering your question, because by important you might have meant something else, but certainly like the most significant portion of it is the reverse engineering.
When it comes to aesthetics, what are the most important points you want to drive home through your design, or you want to capture in your design?
Yeah, I'm not sure I could really describe that verbally, but just things that evoke a certain kind of feeling and a certain kind of cultural idea that I described before as like future optimism as I remember it from a period when we were more future optimistic, specifically about technology and computing. And so, the the shapes of my keyboard housings and particularly the side profile and everything are specifically meant to evoke that. It may not do it for other people, but it does for me. I think also the colors and finishes are a big part of that. So I like solid colors and having lighter color options, which are not commonly available with anodizing just because of the physical nature of the process. And so, like a clean white keyboard is something that I'm really drawn to and feels very kind of like mid-century futurism. So, things that evoke those kinds of nostalgic feelings in me, those are the things I care about most. And then I also have this like secondary concern frequently when it comes to a specific keyboard design, which is I try to think about like what's specific to that keyboard that is maybe like could be described as its essence. So and how can I maybe capture or amplify that in my aftermarket housing for it? And so like with the FC660C, my original idea was something about the idea of compactness, right? And so that led me to the idea of like a sort of heavy, more industrial style of shape. And like with the HHKB, it's more like softness, right? Because the HHKB itself is very like dampened and bouncy, it feels to me when typing on it. And so I wanted something that had like a very soft, rounded look to it, but also echoed that in the physical typing experience. So there's an acoustic dampener comes by default in it. There is a gasket that also sort of softens that interface between the hard metal housing and the ABS plastic plate. And all of these things are meant to take what to me feels like the essence of the HHKB and sort of amplify or elevate it.
Right. Very cool. We're going to alternate keyboard question and then non-keyboard question. Because there's a good mix of them. I think that would be interesting. So non-keyboard question, which I think you would still be very interested in, if not more interested in. What is your favorite fashion brand?
So this will be a good excuse for me to go on a slight intellectual diversion that I find interesting and talk about sometimes. So there's a distinction made by this writer that I find interesting who writes about luxury brands between fashion brands, luxury brands, and premium brands. So like in like a classic premium brand would be Lexus, right? Where the brand itself is it's a product that is expensive, but it's expensive because it offers a bunch of specific like high-tech features, and it is therefore fundamentally about a value proposition. There are fashion brands which are more about kind of like social signaling and belonging, right? And then there's luxury brands which are more about art and an emotional connection between the consumer of the product and the thing itself. So like a Ferrari would be a better example of that. A luxury product is like more basically kind of an irrational purchase. It's about there's an element of irrationality always, in a luxury purchase. And so sometimes people will conflate these three terms, and I'm actually not sure what the question is meant to get at, but there is a luxury brand, which some people might describe as a fashion brand, that I find very compelling, which is this company Hermes. I like them not because I necessarily love all of the products they make. Most of them are not really aimed at things that I'm interested in. Their sort of commercial mainstay is handbags for women. I don't have a lot of interest in that, although I do. I'm very interested in the techniques that they use to make it. And I think Hermes is cool as a company, however, because they, unlike a lot of other companies in this like luxury space, particularly companies under the LVMH, Louis Vuitton family of companies, have all like figured out how to leverage a culture of fashion and scarcity into getting people to pay a lot of money for stuff, and then maximize the profit gained from that by figuring out how to get things made as cheaply as possible while still meeting that requirement. Hermes intentionally sort of goes way far in the other direction of just making things extremely inefficiently, but in a way that is sort of very artistically compelling. So one of their if you purchase one of these really expensive handbags that they make, it will have been made by a single artisan from beginning to end who knows every step, how to perform every step of the process very expertly. So they'll start by cutting the leather, they'll do the sewing, the stitching. From beginning to end is a process that takes like a week and a half or something. And that is extraordinarily inefficient, but it gives you a kind of connection. It creates a connection between the person who's consuming it and the one single person who made it. And that invests the product with a certain kind of emotionality that is unusual and is unique to that brand. And they could easily be much more efficient and much more profitable if they focused on the social desire for the products and just how to make them on the maker side as cheaply as possible. But they're one of the few holdouts who explicitly and intentionally doesn't do that, and they've resisted this trend of like mergers and consolidation in the luxury industry because they intentionally explicitly want to remain weird in this way, and I like and admire that. Bit different than everything else, and just anything that contributes something to the universe that makes it look a little bit different than the sort of corporate homogeneity that dominates everything nowadays, I'm extremely in favor of.
I like that. If you remember, this is the Hermes catalog-ish magazine thing from the last time we went to the store when I was in California.
I do remember that.
Wow.
They have a really cool boutique in Palo Alto.
Do you remember the thing that I picked up when I was there? I didn't purchase it. It was a free thing.
Other than the thing in your hand?
Correct. Now we're really quizzing.
I don't know. Did the...
It's this.
Yeah, I was going to say. It's probably cologne.
It was the little cologne thing in the glass bottles. And we talked to your Asian lady friend. I forget her name. But
Tao. That was her name. She was really nice. Actually, I've been thinking about those people. Because they must not have... I mean, coronavirus has been really bad for people who work in physical shops and businesses of that kind. And I think about companies like that a lot now. I imagine they must have had to transition a lot of their business to online sales, which is very sort of antithetical to their previous approach. It was previously they were very focused on, forging a personal connection between the person who becomes your one, point of contact at the store, like checks in with you regularly and everything. And that's not quite possible anymore. Although, I don't know. Obviously, the world looking very different has changed a lot of businesses. Something I think about.
Have you ever considered imbuing a little bit of fragrance into your products?
Yes, absolutely. It's something I've actively investigating. There's a company that works with hotels and restaurants and gyms to make their interior spaces smell nice, but in a very subtle way that is very pleasant. It was actually, the company was founded by a former Disney employee, I think perhaps an Imagineer. It's called Scent Air, and they still make a lot of the scents that you'll find in Disney resorts around the world. And so they're all about like evoking emotion through thematic scents, and several of their smells I find really compelling and really, really just like viscerally appealing. And so I've been trying to find somebody at that company to see if they are interested in doing something like that in packaging, but they mostly just do like environments rather than packaging. So I haven't been able to find anyone who says yes, that's something that they definitely do.
I feel like you could do it with something like the felt dampener inside of the board.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think it's better for packaging, because then if somebody for whatever reason doesn't like the scent, they can just kind of get rid of the packaging. You know, you don't want to necessarily tie people to something so potentially potent as an odor in a product. But you know, it's one of the things actually, like even for Hermes products or other high-end leather goods that are not. Sorry, there are two kinds of tanning. There's chrome tanning, and then there's the other kind of tanning for leather, and I don't remember the name of it, but it usually leaves leather smelling really, really nice. And one of the best things to me about a really good leather product that's been made from this leather is the fantastic, like, botanical smell of that type of leather. I would love it if I could imbue something like that in one of my packages or products, but haven't quite been able to figure it out yet.
Are you wearing your watch with the Hermes strap?
No, I'm not wearing it right now. I haven't been wearing a watch very much because, you know, due to coronavirus, I haven't been going out very much, and so I just have left my watch on the charger for months. Barely go out.
Right.
Kind of weird having moved from this very suburban place into one of the most like active neighborhoods in the second largest city in the United States, and still feeling like basically nothing changed, just because we're all, you know, isolating at home and everything is closed, and it just has this bizarre post-apocalyptic feel. I'm looking forward to LA becoming LA again.
That was a personal question or a keyboard question? Oh, okay. Well, regardless, I think this will be kind of interesting to kind of ground people a bit, because I remember your email talking about like having a bit more of a roving / intimate conversation. Sure. I had to look up what roving was. What is something that, or what are some things that you feel like are the most different about you in reality compared to people's perception of you in the keyboard space specifically, because that's where you're known and we're in the keyboard space?
I think that's a hard question to answer because I have no idea what people's perception of me is. I think they rightly perceive me as the guy who makes housings for Topre keyboards.
How about like what they perceive of your personality based on videos with Nathan, or being on people's streams, or writing emails to you? Kind of that persona.
I think that's probably, those things are all a pretty accurate description, or pretty accurately convey me. I'm clear. Obviously, I like what I sometimes describe as mental frameworks. I like taking a somewhat distant, abstract, cerebral approach to thinking about life and the world and design and business and all of these things, and so that inevitably comes through in conversations like this, comes through in email conversations I have with people, and wouldn't you say that that's probably just accurate?
Yes, I think I know other.
Not much of a divergence. I hope there's not much of a divergence between.
I don't think those things are inaccurate, but I think there's very interesting aspects of your personality that naturally don't come out in those mediums. But then, I guess what I was going for is that they surprise people when they're learned about you.
Well, please divulge some of them. I'd love to know.
I forget. You put me on the spot.
Take Preston's word for it. I'm a really fascinating person behind the scenes.
Maybe I'll think of some, and then I'll bring it up.
Sounds good.
This was back when I was trying to like come up with like
foggiest idea.
I was trying to help you to come up with like kind of like a list of things that you think are very good anchors for like who you are, that specifically are kind of countercultural or unexpected. And then that kind of gives people a framework within which to freely move as they interact with you or their mental idea of you.
So I would say that like counterculturality, which I know is not a word, or some concept like that, is actually very fundamental to who I am and everything that I care about and all of my preferences and leanings. I am very uncomfortable, viscerally and naturally, whenever I'm in a room of people who are agreeing with me on things. I don't. The notion of social approval makes me uncomfortable. Whenever something approaches a kind of conventional wisdom, to me, that is like my core epistemological heuristic for thinking that it's probably wrong. If everyone all agree, especially if it's considered socially unacceptable to question that thing, it's almost guaranteed to be wrong. Like almost, by definition. And so I tend to be, I could be described as a contrarian in this sense. I'm drawn towards weird minority views. I'm drawn towards people who don't fit in and don't care to fit in. I'm repulsed by the desire to win the approval of like an abstract third person, or to be socially respectable. These things are fundamental to who I am and my personality.
Someone in chat just said, "Oh shoot, Norbauer is a flat earther."
I'm not a flat earther, but anyone who would take such a view in 2020, I gotta give them credit.
Interesting. So some people are contributing some thoughts. I assume you're still not reading chat, which is fine.
Sure.
The eloquently spoken McBillionaire. Oh, one thing that Burley pointed out. I shared this. Burley has a good memory. Anyway, so credit to Burley. When I met you, I was surprised by a few things pertaining to keyboards, specifically in this case. That one, you didn't really care much for how keyboards sounded, and also following in that vein, your stabs were so rattly. And then I think I pointed it out to you, and you're like, "Oh, never thought about it. Doesn't bother
thanks
me."
for that, you bastard. No, I can't uncure it. But yeah,
I actually responded like that. I was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. If it doesn't bother you, just don't worry about it then. Like, don't ever think about it ever again for your own good."
Yeah, you and Nathan, between the two of you, have turned me into like an acoustics snob. Snob is not the right word, but I'm definitely I am attuned to it in a way that I was not previously, and certainly the Heavy Grail project has taken that to a different level for me. And now I actually I care way more about how it looks. That has always been the case for me. I'm someone who's drawn to design as a visual aesthetic exercise, and that's what got me into keyboards. The ability to customize the visual aspects of one's input device. But over time, I've definitely developed pretty strong preferences and opinions about acoustics and tactility and all of that. But what you say definitely was true when we first met.
You have come a long way, Ryan.
I have been infected
with a little bit of snobbery, as every keyboard hobbyist should have.
Well, again, snobbery. This is it's a subjective aesthetic preference. Okay, like this is not a question of fitting in with the cool and correct thing.
It's not. No one said that. You said that.
Sure, but that's what the term snobbery implies, I think.
Really? Is it?
Sure.
Is snobbery is an essential part of that catering to what most people like? Isn't simply just a self-important view of one's own preferences?
I guess it implies, I think, sneering at or having value judgments against people who don't hold your arbitrary preferences, and framing it as if it were some kind of moral question rather than an arbitrary preference.
Okay.
That to me is implied by the term snobbery. Therefore, it is not really a good term.
Right. Not really. It's not. would you say that you are pretty chill about most things in life? I recognize that's kind of a hard question, so feel free to answer in whichever scope you would like.
I would like to think that I'm kind of philosophical about life, and I'm able to view things in their proper scope. And that means really not caring about a lot of things that people care about a lot. And people might perceive that as being chill, but it's the product of a lot of thought and hand-wringing.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe calling it chill is giving it too much credit.
Yeah. Almost implying that it's easy, or that you just need to not care or something, when it's actually the result of a lot of intentional work to arrive at where you are.
Oh, you're giving me way too much credit. This is not like a noble life stance or anything. I'm just saying I'm not naturally cool. I'm a anxious, freak out person who, through great effort and exercise, is able to like slowly, mildly tamp that down with extensive amounts of philosophy and mental frameworks. I aspire to be chill.
So I guess we could poll the audience a little bit now. I think this is a fitting time to do so, specifically because you and I have been talking about how I could help to distill sort of your beneficial mental frameworks and some life methodologies or ways of thinking or life philosophies into something that is readable or digestible for people. But part of what I need help with from you guys is kind of what you are looking for, or what kind of medium would speak to you, or what kind of topics you would be interested in hearing Ryan exposit about. Would you say that that's accurate? It's a good way of phrasing it.
Accurate?
Correct.
I have no idea. You're the one who's even claiming that I have anything interesting to say on any of these subjects.
That's true. Clearly people do find you interesting. So we're on to something here.
I'm
but
glad
we'll
you
see.
think so.
We'll see if Chet comes up with anything.
I think usually this takes the form, Preston, in conversations between the two of us, of you saying things that I think are either dumb or self-destructive, and then telling you shouldn't think that, and here are some reasons why. Right?
Wait, where do those things come from? Those thoughts?
What do you mean? Where do they come from, in you or in me?
I don't remember. Where do they come from though? When we talk about it.
Usually, I think, as with a lot of people in general, and also sort of in their late 20s, particularly males, a lot of males that I know in their late 20s sort of go through this sort of like crisis of meaning and purpose, right? And that's something that you struggle with a lot, like finding motivation, things to care about, and sort of a broader framework for your life and its sense of meaning. And our conversations frequently take the form of discussions of your struggles around that. And it's a subject of interest to me, of course, because it's a struggle I've always gone through my entire life and continue to. And it's what led me to be interested in philosophy. It's what led me to be interested in science. And most of the things that I've done have been some sort of weird, indirect way of wrestling with those sorts of questions myself.
Right.
Including making keyboards. Oddly enough.
Mm-hmm. Okay, some good questions coming in. Solji asked this question for the second time. I meant to ask it the first time it came around, but I forgot, so I feel bad. So we're gonna give his question priority. What is also? He's come up with like one of the best nicknames for you, which is Norbauer, because your things are so expensive.
Okay.
It's great. It's great. He says, what's Mr. Norbauer Force's most expensive keyboard designing mistake / factory poo poo screw up?
Oh, this
Yeah,
is a painful
don't get triggered
subject.
too hard. Just give a quick
Yeah.
example. We'll move on.
So I have frequently been on a quest to figure out how to pay people more money to give me better quality. And you would think that that is a thing you could do in the world. And I have been seduced by the core rationality and the naive capitalist belief that you could induce people to be extra careful about quality control and cosmetics by hiring people who just charge you more money. And so I have, for the Heavy Six, I sought out specifically a company that advertised itself as making really high-end consumer goods and charged a lot more to make my parts than anything close to previous vendors that I had been working with. And I had extensive correspondence with this company about with their sort of salesperson about how picky I wanted and needed to be about the cosmetic finishes on my parts, and how I was interested in working with them specifically, or in spite of the high cost of their work, but just because they seemed to have such a great portfolio and they paid so much lip service to being particular about quality control. Anyway, this was an extensive discussion. I specifically sought them out, paid a ton for it, and I ended up having to the parts arrived basically completely useless. Maybe 25% of the anodizing was acceptable, and the company assured me that in the event that you shouldn't worry about like getting the parts inspected before they are delivered or anything, because we have a guarantee that if you're unhappy with any of the parts within 30 days, you can just send them back and we'll fix the problem. So I emailed them and said, hey, I'm not super happy. I'm going to have to use that 30-day thing. And the guy sort of like disappeared for a few days. And then, after conversations with his superiors, decided that the cosmetic problems that I was calling out were just like, well within the established industry norms, and therefore they were going to do absolutely nothing about it. And they were all parts that I could not in good conscience send to anyone who had purchased one of my designs. It's just like far below the standard that I wanted to hold. And so I essentially had to scrap almost all of those parts, and it came at great expense and logistical complexity for me, because then I had to figure out how to go about remanufacturing that whole run of stuff. And I, my greatest mistake in that process was just believing their bullshit, believing their sort of marketing and being far too trusting. And I naively thought perhaps just by hiring a company that was like a high-end company that charged a lot more, that I would get better results. And that very much was not the case, and it was a very, very expensive learning lesson for me.
Yeah, I remember we talked as it was going on, I think. Like, you're asking your lawyer friend and just keeping me up to date on what's happening in real time.
I was so upset by what happened that I had a lawyer get involved, and I eventually signed a very modest settlement with them, where they gave me some small portion of the money back that I had lost as a result of dealing with them. Very, very small. And as a result of that, I'm not part of one of the provisions of that agreement is I'm not allowed to say who the company is. So
Oh wow,
uh,
I did not know that. That was interesting.
I almost didn't sign it just to be a bitch. I really wanted to just like leave a horrible review about them. But I realized that that was totally irrational and there's zero value in being a bitch. So I decided to take some cash instead, which is definitely proper.
Oh, I don't think I heard that part of the story, or maybe I did. I forgot. Was it like as generous as 50%?
No, it was so little. It was deeply, deeply offensive. This is why it was.
I
even had to
remember
think
now.
about it.
Yeah, I remember.
If it
now.
were 50% back or something like that, I would have been, annoyed, but that would be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember.
It's
now.
like
Okay, it's coming back to me.
Some percentage of the cost of shipping or something insane. Like
Yeah. I remember now. That's what they said. They were like, "Oh, we'll refund you the cost of shipping or something that was like attributed to the value." And I was like, "What?"
Thanks for that.
What about the parts that cost like 8 times more? Yeah, I remember.
Fortunately, I've never had any like great disasters that are a result of a mistake I made. This is my worst fear, right? Is I get like 500 parts back and they're wrong because I had something wrong in the CAD file.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if it's like because somebody else screwed up, because then I don't have to feel too bad about it. I just expect human incompetence. That's just the way it's the way I approach life, and I'm seldom disappointed. And but if it's my fault, then I feel really bad about it. And so fortunately that hasn't happened yet, because I'm super careful about and do not trust myself to not make errors. And so I try to always get pre-production samples and test them out, and because I'm sure someday I will miss some really obvious error and it will make me very sad, like, oh, I forgot to put the right threads on for the screws, and now you can't use any of the heavy Grail plates or something because the screws are too big or something.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That will be an unhappy day. Hasn't happened yet, thankfully.
Mm-hmm. I forgot the port.
Something like that.
How much do you keep up? I don't know if this has changed since before, but how much do you presently keep up with MX keyboard things?
I don't really. The extent of my familiarity with what happens in the MX world is when I go to meetups
Mito?
and I type on other.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah.
And you talk to Mito, yeah.
Well, no. So that was there are two parts to this answer. One of them is going to meetups and typing on people's keyboards and occasionally feeling or hearing or seeing something that is unusual, and then learning more about it from the person who owns the board or built it. Of course, meetups haven't occurred for quite some time, so I haven't had that experience, unfortunately. And then the other side of it is, I know a lot of people who run keyboard businesses, all of them extremely nice people, and they're very kind enough occasionally to chat with me and update me on what's been going on with their businesses and what's new in the keyboard world. And we sort of commiserate and share war stories like the one I just shared with you. And so a lot of what I know about what happens in the keyboard world, I find out from those folks. So like the guys at Novel Keys, Garrett from Dixie Mech, the guys from Key Cult, Andrew from Kono, Sheraton over at Originative, etc. I like to catch up with those guys whenever I can, and they frequently tell me what's new and hot in their business, which is enjoyable.
That reminds me of a question actually that I've been personally meaning to ask you, but it kept slipping my mind. I think a long while ago when we talked about design, specifically about like intellectual property, sort of like creativity, invention, kind of topics surrounding that, you said that you don't keep any work secrets. And specifically in the realm of keyboards, getting things made and manufactured and all that is the hard part. And so you were, I don't know if it was necessarily contingent upon that fact, but it sort of seemed linked. And then you said So as a result, I don't care what people know or like try and copy or whatever. The hard part is like getting it actually done. I don't know if there's an exact question here, but I sort of wanted to hear, like, your stance on all of that. Like, if it's still true, how you feel about intellectual property and what value it holds or should hold, and if you view like your own intellectual property different than other people's.
Yeah, I just don't think about it really. The idea of intellectual property is just not a preoccupation of mine because, as you rightly remembered, that does sound like something I would say. It's just the execution is always the hard part of business, especially if it's something that, well, I just think it's true in general, but it's especially true of hardware stuff where you're physically making things, and if you're trying to keep high cosmetic standards, or it's just I frequently discuss this in the context of design, like what the design process is. Coming up with the shape for a keyboard is an easy task that can be done in an afternoon easily, or it can be done in 5 minutes with a pencil and a sketchbook. The hard part of what I do, and the thing that takes up the vast majority of my time, is figuring out how to turn that abstract idea into something that is manufacturable, something that can be made at something that's both a very, very small scale for conventional manufacturing, but is also a scale larger than I myself could do. And how to do that at a price that anybody could possibly bear. And the logistics of actually getting all of the different components made by different manufacturers all together and then assembled in a way that is visually aesthetically pleasing, and then shipped all around the world to people in far-flung locations who may not even necessarily speak English very well, and then helping them figure out how to use it in a way that suits their purposes. All that is a lot of work, and it's really hard, and has nothing to do with what people think is like the fun and glamorous task of designing keyboard stuff. And so, and it's also not particularly like financially remunerative. So my feeling is that if I make a lot of the stuff that I make because I want it to exist, and it brings me pleasure that it exists, and frequently I am a consumer of the things that I make. And if somebody else can make those things in such that I don't have to, and can do it better or more profitably than I can, certainly more power to them. I would happily defer to their relative expertise. But the hard part of all that is being able to like actually do it, to make it happen, to sort of muster your own like competence and that of other people to get all this physical stuff to happen. And the idea or the design is almost a trivial part of that.
Do you have a different stance on things that aren't hard to manufacture? Specifically, like the IP that goes into those?
What do you mean?
I guess like specifically in what you're talking about right now, which is hardware. It's hard for all the reasons that you mentioned, but what if it were not difficult, like easily copyable, easily bootlegged? Is your stance on the value of IP different in that scenario?
Well, again, I don't like to talk about like the value of IP because that's a very sort of sounds like something an MBA would say. And if there's one way I endeavor never to speak, it is the way an MBA would. This is why I find the idea of luxury brands interesting and compelling. And it's why I think if you approach making stuff in the way that I do, which is to imbue the product with a certain kind of philosophy and set of ideas and pieces of artwork and a sort of story behind how it was made. This is a big part of why I've switched to making everything in the United States with people that I actually physically get to meet and know. Um, then the product itself becomes more about the thing itself and the core value proposition that it delivers, and more about an emotional connection between the person consuming it and the person and people who made it, and the ideas that went into it, and the artistic sensibilities and aesthetics that it represents, such that you can get somebody to make you a fake Hermes bag, right? They exist all over the place. You will feel different about having that thing than if you had gotten one made by that one craftsman who made it from beginning to end, and that is part of that history and tradition, and the art and the packaging that goes into all of it, the story behind it and the company, and all of the emotional resonance of the physical object will be totally different. And so I think in some ways that my approaching things in this way, sort of putting as much of my self and sensibilities into what I do, is a kind of isolation from that, because other people cannot, by physically copying something that I'm doing or making another one of my housings, be me and my operation, right? You will not get those feelings. I'm not so arrogant as to suppose that someone should care or want that emotional connection with me or stuff that I'm doing, but astonishingly, some people do. And those are the people that I want to make stuff for and that I want to connect with, and it's the only reason that I do this. And that can't be stolen from me just by taking something I made and physically copying it. So it's not something I think about very much. I mean, I can definitely conceive of circumstances where it would seem rude and it would probably annoy me, but it wouldn't keep me up.
Wow. Well said. So it does seem like it's a little bit more geared towards, like, I suppose, things that involve a lot of craftsmanship and hardware. Right?
What do you mean?
Like that sort of that resonance is not going to be as strong inherently with certain types of products or certain mediums with which that artistic expression, let's say, is generated, like, or where that takes place. For example, you're crafting like a physical object and someone is holding it. There's a kind of physical weight and connection to that, as opposed to like a print of an arch piece, which could be easily copied or duplicated, something like that.
Well, no, I see them as totally analogous and entirely the same. And that's my point.
Mm-hmm. I suppose it depends where the things are sourced and what goes into them. Like, in the sense that, like, for example, digital music, right? It's like, are you talking about specifically then where the person acquired the music is largely where the emotional resonance comes from?
Digital music is kind of an interesting and complicated case, but the music almost, I think, this type of premise of, let's say, a consumer relationship to a brand or a maker of something, is something that only applies to non-commodity products, right?
Mm-hmm.
So where there are commodity products, or even to some extent premium products, as I discussed before, are about the performance of the thing itself and its physicality, what it does, that value proposition. But keyboards already, as like a hobby enthusiast object, are so far into the realm of the frivolous and sentimental that I feel like you're already it's already more like an art print than it is a Lexus that has seat heaters, if that makes sense. And so my approach has always just been to try to lean into that. And if I view keyboards as the only reason to spend hundreds of dollars on a keyboard is because you like really care about keyboards in a way that is irrational and a little bit emotional and sentimental, right? And so it's why for me these projects have like, I'm as interested in the illustration I make to go with the Norbauer as the Norbauer itself in some ways, right? Because to me that it's all part of the project and part of the feelings I have about it, and I hope to some extent the feelings that other people have about it and their connection to it, and maybe to some extent to me. And since they're already these frivolous, sentimental things anyway, might as well just take that to the max. And a happy side consequence of this, as I'm saying, is that it's if you fully put yourself and the things that you care about and your aesthetics into the product, then it's something that can't really be taken away from you simply by someone literally rote copying it. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. It helps me to have a better picture of what you're saying now. It's so interesting. I've just never heard people expound on things in this way. So like, it's a very unique perspective. If only because it's not shared often.
I understand the impulse to want to try to protect this notion of IP, especially if you put a lot of time and R&D and effort into developing something that someone will just immediately copy. That's like, I get why that would feel really bad. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody did that with anything that I work on, including like an HHKB plate or stabilizers or whatever. There's nothing stopping a factory in China from easily copying it and making it way cheaper than I can make it here in the US. But I would like to think that there are some people who would still get mine anyway, even though it costs more. Because of the way that it's made and the sort of general commitment I have to keyboard stuff, and maybe people just kind of like what I have to say and want to support and be a part of that.
Yeah, definitely.
I think it's possible to exist. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's not actually, but I would like to think, this is probably just wish casting, that it is possible to exist and find some sort of sustainable business without having to constantly be worrying about the race to the bottom and cutthroat competition and everything. It's one of the things that's really nice about all those other people that I mentioned who are really kind and generous vendors in the keyboard community. It's really striking the extent to which people do not hide, for example, their experiences and their wisdom, even the names and contact information of vendors that they work with, even with other people who are notionally competitors. It's very, very unusual to see that, and I encounter it all the time among people who run keyboard businesses, and it's very, very heartening to me to see the fact that there are other people who share this belief that perhaps by collaborating and not hiding information and not approaching things in this very like adversarial with the assumption of adversariality, that perhaps we can all benefit and do more interesting things together as a community, rather than this sort of zero-sum game, like just keeping everything to your chest kind of approach.
Yeah, for sure. Also, thank you, anonymous donor, for those 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. We have so many questions.
Still more questions, and you haven't typed on the keyboard
I know.
yet.
Let's do the typing now, and then we'll see if we can get back to questions, because there are some good
While
ones.
While you do your typing, can I take a break and be back in like 2 minutes?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I will be right back.
All right, it's keyboard time. Keyboard time. I can't believe it's taken this long. I think you guys have heard a little bit of it already from when I was typing on it. Sorry. Okay. Going to feed his snow leopard. Okay, so as I said earlier, oops, is this right? Yeah, we'll do this until Ryan gets back. And we'll do this. Oops, not this. We'll do this one. So I opened this today before I left the house, and I sort of wish I didn't, because I can't give you like the live reaction, but I promise you it was insane. Like, I was just like absolutely floored. And I'm not saying this because Ryan's my friend. Like, if anything, because he's my friend, I would just tell him like it was, regardless of how it was. Even though I know all the time and hours and such that he spent on it. Yeah. All the time he spent getting it to come to life and become a thing. Where am I going with this? But it is seriously good. It's not often that something comes along and really makes me like go like, wow. But this is actually one of them. And I think it's because it just feels substantially better and different compared to this standard HHKB, which if you've used just the OG HHKB is rather kind of like, it's meant to be light, it's meant to be portable and kind of tinny. But yes, this is a white K2 finish. I know the white balance maybe isn't the best, but I'll give you a sound comparison between these two. Recreate the reaction. Oh no. We're still good, right? Okay. I see the mic is still picking things up, so it should be okay. So the HHKB itself, maybe I'll share this when Ryan gets back. This is a white board. It is white. K2 white. So the HHKB for the Pro 1, Pro 2, Pro 2 Type S are the ones that I've tried. They have all felt kind of soft, but lacked a bit of like solidness in their bottom out, in their overall feel. And it just didn't feel solid enough. This makes it feel a lot more like a Leopold, which uses like a steel plate and is a bit more firm, I think, than the Real Force. And the sound is greatly improved. So what's happening in this board is that it's a Pro 2. Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong. It's a Pro 2 internal with either silencing rings, more likely silencing rings, right? Not silent sliders.
Yes,
or are they?
They are. What's the company? Desk Keys, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
They are silencing rings from him.
Gotcha. They make a few different thicknesses too, right? I'm not sure.
Yes, they do. I don't know which are installed. He just sent me some random ones, but they are quite nice.
Oh, that's why it's less tactile, because when you use aftermarket silencing rings, it, I think, reduces the travel a little bit and therefore affects the tactility a little bit. Oh, that makes sense. That's why I like it, because the tactility is a little bit less than how it would be. And these are lubed sliders. So they're silenced with desk key rings and they are lubed. Do you know what they're lubed with?
Krytox 205.
Okay, got it. And then tell us about the color of this plate that we are seeing.
So that is the same pink that you would have seen on the packaging. It's sort of my
Oh,
new
okay.
official Norbauer pink color. It's a Pantone match,
Very cool.
and so it's a custom formulated ABS resin to match that color.
0.011 grams rings. Ryan, what is your preferred Topra MX dome or Topra dome weight?
30 grams.
Very nice.
I realize this is a minority view, but I've always felt that I can type faster, and my fingers sort of glide lightly over the keys when I use the finger switches, which is actually my in the Cherry MX world where I tend to lean.
Sorry, repeat the last line again. It was a little laggy.
Sure. Oh, no problem. They're the 30-gram domes are also more like linears, which aligns with my preferences in Cherry
Mm.
MX switches.
Yes, they are almost linear, is what they feel like. So, for people who are just tuning in now, this is the Heavy Grail keyboard case, and you need to supply your own internals from an HHKB, either a Pro 2 or Pro 3, and you need to get the Heavy Grail that matches or corresponds with either the Pro 2 or Pro 3 that you have or will purchase to put inside the Heavy Grail board. Will the Pro 2 compatibility case be able to accommodate a USB-C controller, or will the cutout not be large enough?
There's been some discussion of this in the Keeb Talk thread where I supplied the dimensions of my through hole, and it appears that it is large enough because I leave clearance around the normal USB Mini more than is on the stock plastic housing. And apparently, with the stock plastic housing, it just barely works. So, by logical extension, it should work just fine with mine, although I haven't actually directly tried it. But in that Keep Talk thread, there are like actual measurements. I don't know them off the top of my head. You can look them up and measure it yourself and see if it will suit your purposes.
Gotcha. Okay. These are estimated to ship maybe around summer.
Yes, that is my extremely vague estimate, although the things have been worse than usual as a result of the COVID situation in the United States lately. I cannot always fully sort out how much of that is just people giving the generic because COVID excuse for everything, but things actually genuinely seem to be slower. So,
Right.
but if you add up the officially quoted times for all the components that I need, it roughly puts us at around that time with a little bit of pessimism buffer in there.
But domes are 30 gram. I think they are hard to find now, but you should be able to find the info online about where you could maybe source one of those boards, but I don't think there are any readily available ones that I know of that have Topra 30 gram domes.
So I source mine or have sourced them from Japanese boards in the past. There are a number of Topre Japanese boards that use the 30-gram domes. I don't think you can have ever really been able to find on a US board previously 30-gram domes. You could find 35, but even that was rare. And for whatever it's worth, there's not much of a difference, I don't think.
Mhm.
But however, there is currently on mechanicalkeyboards.com, I think, or at least recently was, the FC980 C, for which my Heavy 9 case is designed. They have some 30-gram weight boards of that, or at least they did recently. So you could, if you're interested in those domes, you could theoretically buy one of those to harvest the domes from, even if you don't like that particular form factor.
Oh, very interesting. Cool. I did not know that. Did you know that? You know the brand Ducky?
Of course. As
Did
I
I-
mentioned, it is my...
Did I tell you, or did you know that Ducky did a collab with Real Force?
I don't think I did know that, no.
Yeah, specifically for this one full-size board, there were 500 units of the 45 gram and only 50 units of the 30 gram. And it had
Okay.
snow white keycaps. They weren't blank. They had black text on them, but they were white. And the board itself was black. So it was kind of a very contrasty mix. But just overall interesting. The box, which I have right over there, says Ducky X Real Force. It's very
Interesting.
neat.
So you have one? How did you obtain this?
My friend who is on the Chinese used market and very
I see.
into keyboards. And I was like, hey, I'm looking for this. And he just can find everything. So he found me one.
Cool.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. Okay, let's check this out. It's too laggy with everything that's going on. Hold on. You should maybe bring up my stream because then you can watch that. But I'm going to have to minimize Streamlabs, which may affect your ability to see it in Discord.
Okay. I don't need to see what you're doing at the moment.
Okay. Is this better? Okay, it is better. Finally. Yay, type test. I showed my friend today in person at the office, and he said it sounds like boots walking on snow, which I thought was a very apt description, like specifically the alphas. Short test.
Alana's trolling your chat now.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Hello, Alon.
He says, Mr. Norbauer, are you more of a Donald Duck, Scrooge McDuck, or a Gyro Gearless?
Alon is one of
Ryan.
Ryan's partners.
Yes.
Everybody say hi. Hello, Alon.
I aspire to be Scrooge McDuck, but I'm more like Gyro Gearless, I think, is the answer.
Do with mic closer. Okay, I can do that. Was it a little quiet? Wait, there's a pink. Oh, that's a 980M. That would not be Topre, right? It would have to be a 980C. That pink is kind of cool, though. Okay, that's how the keyboard sounds. It sounds really nice. Somehow you achieved like this really. It feels like the sound is like encased inside in like this really nice poppy muted way. And there's like just the right amount of like open space for resonance or something. Something about it really works.
Thank you. That's what I was going for. I think I told you about the saga of the urethane molded plate, right, Preston?
Maybe, but you can recount it.
My original approach to solving the HHKV problem was to use a plate molding process known as urethane casting, which starts with a 3D printed master, creates a silicone mold, and then pours in a 2-part liquid polymer that then hardens via an exothermic reaction. It's the same process that's used in the creation of artisan keycaps, and the same materials and molding and everything. It was challenging to figure out how to do it because there's an inherent shrinkage rate in urethane cast parts, and the tolerances on this plate are very tight. I managed to solve all of those problems, but could not get the surface finish on the interior of the slider rails smooth enough to my satisfaction. I did have prototypes that were ready to go, totally working. I could have pulled the trigger on making. I showed Nathan one of the prototypes, and he seemed to like it. Other people thought that it would be viable, but it just wasn't quite what I was going for. It didn't realize my aspiration for the project. So I threw all of that out and decided the only way to solve this problem was to make an injection molded plate, as much as I wanted to avoid that because it's unbelievably expensive. And so it was one of many aborted attempts and escalating ambitions for the project, but ended up being a dead end. And the results of this, though, make me very happy that I insisted on going for the injection molding route, even though it was quite painful. Not just because of the expense, but also because it took a really long time to get them to make the mold, and it's an unusually technically complicated mold to make because those slider rails that need to be polished to give you a really smooth feel and sound can't be accessed using normal polishing tools. And so the slider rails, and there's 2 per switch, have to each be the parts that make them, that go in the mold, have to be manufactured separately outside of the mold and then tapped into place. And in order to to make mold inserts and then tap them in place and get no seam around the edges, you have to manufacture them to extremely tight tolerances. And it was hard for me just to find somebody a manufacturer that was even willing to say that they would do it. And I found at a trade show in Anaheim this company that does really sort of sophisticated injection molding of medical parts that are used in surgery and other sort of just like medical applications. And they're used to dealing with really weird requirements, and they said they'd be willing to give it a go. And they originally said it would take like, I don't know, I think it was like 5 to 8 weeks or something to make it, and it actually took 8 months. But what you have is the last prototype from them, and I'm quite pleased with it.
Will anything be different about the production unit?
Yes, a number of things actually. So your left shift was actually sanded by hand by me because as it comes currently, the inside of it, I just like literally wrap a piece of sandpaper around a cylinder and like wiped around the inside of it twice, and it removed just enough material to make that shift move up and down smoothly. It would bind up before a little bit as it comes out of the mold. This is just a pressure and temperature adjustment, and it's one we've been making these tweaks for quite a while. And this is just the last switch that they haven't quite nailed the dimensions on. So,
Okay.
because I
Is that
definitely
why
don't
it
want
makes kind of a clicky sound?
clicky sound.
In-
So as a result of my having done that, it's going to be like ever so slightly more rough, the inside of the slider housing. That could possibly be changing your perception of typing on it. I can't actually really hear the sound super well, the clicking sound.
Yeah.
you're talking
Here, I
about.
can bring it up.
Sure.
So, for example, this is like the enter key here.
Yep.
And then it's just that bit right there.
Yeah, it does sound a little different. It's possible that I'm making a jig that allows me to install the plate and the gasket in in perfect alignment, but I don't actually have that yet. So I had to align your plate and gasket by eye. It's possible that I didn't do that very well, and that the bottom, like left edge of that shift key is actually coming into contact with the housing. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay, I see.
That's
Yeah,
just
maybe.
speculation. Not sure. If you were to take that apart and take off the PCB, you'd also find that one of the slider rails is missing on one of the number keys. In practice, it turns out that actually doesn't matter, that the switch just works fine without it, but that will be fixed on the production units. There are a couple of other little things that they're going to fix, but I don't remember what they are off the top of my head. Another thing that I intend on doing is, if you looked under the space bar, you would see that there are the two like little landing pads for the rubber circles that are on the HHKB. Those are not present on yours, but I will. It is my intention to get those made and include them in the production kits.
What do those do?
I think they are, like I said, just a landing pad for the space bar. They sort of like dampen the downstroke.
Okay. Interesting.
It's only an HHKB thing, I think. I don't think I've seen it on.
I have not seen it on real force boards. Yeah.
Yeah, because they'd have to make some kind of special, like riveted thing that they would put into the metal plate. But here they can just mold a little pad in.
Right.
I made the landing pad, so to speak, or the platform for these pads. I just haven't actually gotten the pads made yet. But they'll be the same material as the rubber feet, which is my new rubber feet material. It uses a special kind of adhesive that works better with powder coats, and it's a material made by 3M here in the United States, and the die cutting is also done in the United States, and it's more grippy than the previous feet that I was using, and also is less likely to mar surfaces.
Yeah, definitely more grippy, more squishy. Yeah, I noticed that. Good night, K-Wub. It's what?
It's one of these like super subtle things that nobody would ever think about as being important in making of keyboards, but it's something that's bothered me for a long time. I spent a long time trying to find a better way to make rubber feet that I was happier with.
Questions about the Heavy Grail. How likely will there be a Christmas ghost version?
That will not happen, I'm sorry to say. Well,
Fair.
not in 2020 and maybe 2021. Not this Christmas.
Down the road, will you offer other material types for Norbauer plates?
For the switch plate?
Yeah.
Yeah, so because of the different shrinkage rates of different thermoplastics, a injection molding tool, the mold, is made to a material. It's cut to the anticipated shrink rate for that material. The only other resin that has the same shrinkage rate as ABS is polycarbonate. So I could theoretically do polycarbonate plates. I haven't actually tested that. I'm not sure that it would really be good. I'm not sure that it's a good material for a switch plate. It would certainly be more probably clacky sounding, but it's something that I might experiment with at some point down the road. But it didn't seem essential to the core requirements of this particular product launch. But one of the virtues of the housing is that the plate is interchangeable, so I can make other ones at some point down the road in different colors or materials. Well, the one material that I can use,
Right.
and you can just swap it out later.
Do you know which number desk keys film these use? They're numbered like 1 through 4, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm afraid that I do not.
Okay, that's fine. Is there any chance we could request the new retro refrigerator finish as seen on the Heavy 6 for the Heavy Grail?
So, sometimes I can arrange to get bespoke finishes done, and I did that on the Heavy 9. But the Heavy Grail manufacturing and shipping process is going to be sufficiently complicated that I decided just not to do that for this project. Instead, I offered a slightly wider array of finishes compared to the Heavy 9, and hope people will be able to find something from among those finishes.
Makes sense. There have been rumors, stoked in part by Orion himself, of some developments in the Topre keycap market. Any new information here?
Sure. Well, yeah, I guess I do have a little bit new information. So I've been working with some folks who have been developing Topre compatible keycaps that are meant to match the sort of OEM Topre profile, but that will have some improvements that, well, first of all, their goal was to provide a wider range of creative possibilities, particularly colors and legends and so forth. I also worked with them on improving their design in terms of typing sound and experience, particularly with respect to thickening the walls. So I believe that it will be an improvement over the stock Topre typing experience, and where we've also been working on using this mold insert concept that I learned about from the Heavy Grail to make molds that have swappable cherry and Topre stems. So it should theoretically be possible to use this new molding platform to make keycaps that have both types of stems on them. And I don't think anybody's doing that, actually. Not that I know of. Well, there might be some Chinese vendors that are doing the same key sets in Topre and MX. But the guys that I'm working with are unbelievably cool, smart folks, and they're working with a really sophisticated manufacturing company in India to develop these molds. And currently we're working on one keycap, and the first prototype has come out of that, and we have some refinements we need to make, and so that's where that is. Stay tuned. It'll take some
Very
time.
exciting.
They all share my level of obsessive weird perfectionism, so there's like really zero timeline on when any of this is anticipated. But progress continues to occur. That's all. That's pretty much all I have to report at this juncture.
Okay. Hello,
It's a
Mr.
very ambitious
Petrov.
project. Sorry?
Oh, I was saying hi to somebody in chat.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. I think one thing that we all appreciate about the way that you pursue your projects is that high level of ambition. So keep at it.
I get bored easily. That's all it is, really. When I say ambition, it's like a challenge is probably a better word. And the Heavy Grail was good for me in that respect, in that it's something I always like trying to do projects that I initially, when I'm presented with the idea, I think, oh no, that would be impossible, right? And that's very much how I felt about this for a long period of my exploration of it. And if I'm not doing something like that, I just get bored. And so this is a very self-indulgent kind of concern. It's not out of a desire for great achievement.
People are asking about the possibility of hybrid stems, TMX stems, Topre and MX compatible.
I looked at that pretty closely for a while, and it's one of the options that I explored before going to the mold insert swapping approach. And there are too many technical concessions you have to make, and you end up with a keycap that's bad for both Topre and MX if you do.
You mean
that.
a stem?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the stem is because the lengths of the stems are different, and you have to make a decision about which
right.
which length you're going to favor, or if you want to choose something in between. And I felt like all of the options really just kind of, I think it's fine for artisans, but for a proper keycap set, you're going to have keycaps that are sitting too low in the housing or too high, and it just looks weird. I mean, I physically prototyped it, and unfortunately, is not a great solution to the problem. It would be great, obviously, if we could just have some kind of universal solution, but alas, no.
Multi-height mounts for the plate based on which cap you're using.
Sure, or different housings. Just have different housing designs.
True. Yeah.
Just make the bezel thicker, or its rise off of the plate.
Oh, yeah. That'll do it. I think Suj asked this as a meme question, but I think this is another thing that I learned about you that I initially found surprising. So his question is, yo, Ryan, are you buying one of the heavy Grail keyboards? And I think
Fuck
the
no,
thing
it's too expensive.
unless it's the Rhapsody Steel, in which case, too cheap.
I don't like the HHKB layout. I did this project because everyone kept asking me, and because it was an enormous, interesting technical challenge. So no, I will not use a heavy Grail. I'm sorry.
You only use TKL or bigger, right?
Just pretty much TKL.
Yeah.
I kind of like the FC660C layout. I could cozy up to that if required under pain of death, but I still would prefer the TKL.
The thing I found particularly surprising is that you don't really have any particular affinity to keeping boards that you made or designed just to kind of like have them. Everything that you have is pretty much, am I actively using this? If not, it might somehow find a new home or end up in Alon's office or something.
Yeah, although Alon would say he never gets keyboards from me. It's not true though. He has the most amazing keyboard in the world right now. It's I really think it's one of the best Norbauer builds, as it were, that I've ever seen. You probably haven't seen it. It's relatively new. He has a Norba Touch housing in the VHS finish with After School 1992 keycaps, which Jared lubed for him very expertly, and it just feels and sounds amazing. So it's a Nova Touch. Anyway, sorry, that was a digression from some other question or conversation. Oh yeah, of like, I don't keep keyboards around. That's right. It's actually problematic whenever I have a meetup to go to and bring stuff to show off, because I never have anything usually, or if I have something, it's like a reject or something that I didn't want to send to a client, but then I'm gonna take it to like show it off at a meetup. It's not good. I should plan for that better, but I just I don't know, it feels almost like a kind of narcissism to have a bunch of my keyboards hanging around. I have my one Norbaforce that I use, and it itself is a reject. Actually, it had kind of a machining error that I thought looked cool, and so I kept it. So it's kind of like an interesting one-off, and it's in the tactical finish, so Type 3 black anodized, and it has my same 187U Real Force that I have used and adored since 2010 or whatever.
The one that was in your Aperture Norbaforce.
That's
that
right.
One?
Yep.
Cool.
which I also concluded was too good for me, and I sold it to somebody or gave it to somebody. I don't know.
You're so funny. Yeah, so the story is like when I visited Ryan's place, I knew him as keyboard designer man, Norba Touch. That was like 3.5 rounds. And then like Norba Force, like all these different things. And he's prototyped lots of stuff. I expected to go in and kind of like see the different generations, see at least one of each model somewhere in the building. But they were just like not there. And it was so interesting to me that this keyboard designer guy is just like, yeah, I don't think I have any more of those. Just whatever. Sold it. I was like, oh, interesting.
My problem always is I always have more people who want to buy my stuff than I have stuff. And so if people email me and we're like, oh man, I've really been searching all over Mech Market and I desperately want, an aperture finish Norba Force, which I think is probably what happened why I got rid of that one that I had. I'm not going to like tell them no just so I can have one in my museum or whatever, right?
But you were using it.
Yeah, but I had another one I could use, so it was fine.
Yeah,
I had this reject thing. So
you're a big softie is what you're saying.
Unfortunately, that is actually a problem with a lot of this stuff that I do. It's how I end up, like the Norba Force Mark II had 37 different powder coating finishes because people will like, please, could you just add this one extra one? And then I'm like, okay, that's reasonable. It's just one, right? And then a huge pile of just ones ends up being this 6 months of nightmare of getting all these different finishes made. And when you have like a shortfall in one pile, then you can't just like swap. If you have two finishes, it's really easy. You kind of swap between them if you're short. But when you have a huge number of SKUs, it's very logistically problematic. But I am indeed a bit of a pushover.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just, I'm very flattered that anyone would care to want to have something that I'm making. And insofar as I can do anything to get them the thing that they want and have them be excited about it, then, I mean, of course I want to do that. So.
Mm-hmm. The best key. Some people, I think Twitch lagged out at the moment you were talking about the best keyboard in the world, which was the VHS Finish Norba Touch with it's everything
Touch
lubed by Jared.
1982 key set.
And the key set you designed on top of it.
Yeah, so it's a combination of being really well lubed and being this really nice Nova Touch, and also just like visually aesthetically being a really well matched set. I feel like the VHS finish was just like perfectly made for that pastel retro 90s key set. And I was just pretty pleased with how it came out. And every time I walk through the room when Alon is typing, I'm like, oh, it's a sweet sound. I don't know, just has something about it that's really nice.
It's very cool. Burley says, that sounds like the IT department of every company. You'd expect we'd have the best computer, but we often have the old beige boxes, missing side panels with hard drives spilling out onto the desk.
Exactly. That's exactly the situation.
Dr. Huru says, Ryan, I got your last Norba Force Mark I that you didn't even know you had in your warehouse, LOL.
I remember that. Who knows, there might be a few hanging around still. I continue to discover things. I actually just put a few after school key sets back in stock this morning that I didn't know that I had.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so basically the secret for everybody who's watching right now is if you really want something, just send him a really nicely worded email, and then there's a good chance that you'll get something.
Great.
Yeah. Don't hate me, Ryan.
All right. I mean, this is why I'm bad at business, and it's why I don't make money doing this. It's why,
you just make a lot of friends.
Yeah, that's good. That's okay. That's fine. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, saying facts. I add a lot of complexity to these projects, accommodating special requests, and I try to impose some discipline on myself in not doing that, because ultimately I serve fewer people and I serve them less well by being constantly distracted by a bunch of these edge cases. But in the moment, that doesn't seem like the case, and I always want to just, do the one-off, both because I find it creatively cool. Like usually some people looking for something interesting and they're passionate about it, and I find that has emotional resonance for me.
Mm-hmm.
But in aggregate, doing this a lot means that I'm able to reach fewer people because I'm making fewer keyboards, because I'm spending all of my time on things that don't actually like drive the larger projects or the new projects. So it's something that I recognize intellectually, but I still need to get better at actually doing.
Are we able to see the cool machining blender on your board that you kept?
Blender.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so subtle that it probably wouldn't be visible on camera.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I can describe it to you better than you would be able to see it, because the keyboard is black, and the Norbauer is made using a bunch of custom end mills, and it has this like side taper that then turns and becomes a right angle on the side, and then the inside of all of the cutouts for the keycaps, or the keycap areas, are made using the negative of the radius, right? So it's a rounded positive shape, and then the way you cut that is a negative shape, and it was machined with a slight offset so that that tool was a little bit too deep, and so it creates this like ledge around the keycap area, so that there's like, if you were to sort of run your finger over it, or if you look at it closely, there's like a line, there's a break in the radius that is not normally present, and it makes that it makes the keycap areas stand out a little bit more, because there's like a crisper edge, and that's kind of the verbal description. I think if I tried to show it, it's so subtle you wouldn't be able to see.
Would it even be one of those things that like someone would notice, or just you because you're so intimately familiar?
People would be able to notice it, I think, in proper light, and
Gotcha.
yeah, I think you'd notice, but it's pretty subtle.
Okay.
So someone who like already owned a Norbauer and was used to using it and looking at it would definitely notice the difference. But if I showed it to any random person and said is there something unusual about this keyboard, they would definitely not say yes.
Okay, got it. When are we getting a Norbauer office tour? The mid-century vibes are really coming through your feed.
Well, that's good. That's good. I don't know. Like I said, Preston, you're gonna have to come and do it, and then you can make a video about people seeing my board.
All right, Ryan, stand up. Time to do the tour video that people have been wanting for 2 years.
I just saw from the chat that my friend Nick is watching, which is very flattering and awesome, because he's not a keyboard person.
Welcome,
I don't
Nick.
even know how he found out about this.
Maybe your newsletter?
Maybe. He asked if I have any licensed keycap sets on the horizon, and the only way I can answer that, Nick, is by alluding to a private conversation we've had about something that I can't talk about in public.
So the answer is yes.
I guess.
Ooh. Will I like it?
No.
Okay. Just wondering. Question.
Sorry, this is a rare case where like I literally am required by a third-party obligation to not talk about it. So that's I hate secrets, and
was
they're
that
totally
the?
stupid.
Oh no, I understand.
So
was that why you answered no to me liking it, or is that?
I don't think it would be something you would be into. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. But that's not part of the NDA or whatever.
No.
Okay. You must answer no to every question. Anyway, moving on. You remember that scarf? Oh, I forgot to say this before. Ryan does have a scarf from Hermes, and people were talking about how scarves from them are really nice. So I just wanted to drop that for anyone who's still here from that conversation.
I am working on a key set that is very much inspired by the colorway of that scarf.
I was going to ask about if there's any updates on that or how that's going.
So that relates to the prior question. I would like to run it through those guys who are making their Topre molds. And so I'm just waiting for that to be done. I've showed them the design, and they think it looks interesting, and it might be one of the first that they produce. But there are a number of technical hurdles between then and now.
Mm-hmm. The scarf is like a navy red and white, I think.
Sort of off-white cream color, yeah. I'm impressed that you remember those details.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was interested in the set, and the fonts you were showing me were kind of like, I think they had serifs, and that was pretty interesting, or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
We had the
it's trying to
3
be-
Pantone color chips on their dining room table and everything. I think it probably helped stick in my memory because I took a picture of that scene. So,
That makes sense.
yeah.
I'm always trying to do things that people really haven't, specifically in key sets, because there's so many and they're always coming out. I'm always interested in doing the contrarian thing, and anything that looks very different than what you commonly see in keycaps is something I'm going to find interesting. So that set was kind of an exercise in that, of doing colors you don't see in key sets often, and particularly
Right.
fonts.
Katsu, welcome. Thank you for the raid. We got raided because you're so popular, Ryan.
Is that when someone ends their stream and then puts the people from their stream into your stream?
Mm-hmm.
I
Exactly.
learned that from me.
Yeah.
I'm officially Twitch professional now.
You are. You're a celebrity. Thank
I've
you.
spent way more time
And you're welcome.
doing interviews on Twitch than I've ever spent watching it.
You're only here for important business, basically.
Right.
When you're the star of the show. Understandable. Your time is very precious.
As you know, Preston, I just don't like video games. And most of what happens on Twitch is people playing video games.
I mean, that's like saying I don't like sitcoms, so I never watch TV. You know what I'm saying?
If 99.9% of all television were sitcoms, which is not a correct analogy.
Some people only watch like 1 or 2 TV shows, and then they just enjoy them. They don't have to say, I love TV. They just love TV shows. I like watching X
I'm one of those
streamer
people.
who happens to be on Twitch. But you don't watch
Okay.
Twitch. That's kind of like where I am.
Okay.
Some people will literally just browse Twitch and watch like whatever the heck comes just because they love like the live person interaction and stuff like that. I would say that person likes Twitch, you know?
Okay.
But I'm very like particular about the kind of content I watch or the personalities that I like. Norbauer watches. Do you know who XQC is?
No.
Nice. That's okay. Your friend Nick asked, if Tom Hanks asked you to make a housing for one of the vintage typewriters in his collection, would you take the commission?
I would not be qualified. Yeah,
So
I
that's
think I
a
would be qualified.
no. You wouldn't even try?
So
What if-
perhaps implicit in the question is that one would be more likely to take a commission from someone because they're like a famous person. And that's a dubious premise, I think, in the first place. I knowing Nick, that probably isn't actually what he meant, but maybe. But secondly, typewriters and keyboards, totally different phenomena. I wouldn't even know. Typewriters are much more sophisticated objects in my view. Certainly mechanically sophisticated. I'd be afraid to take one apart. I don't think I could ever put it back together again.
Yeah.
You know Olivia well, Preston. She sent me the most amazing pictures of copper-plated vintage keyboards. Like there's this company that, sort of analogous to what people do in the keyboard world, but with actual vintage hardware. They buy old, like busted typewriters and they fix them up to make them beautiful new art objects. And she had this one that was very beautifully copper plated, and it made me want to do something analogous with a keyboard house.
Interesting. How many plate materials have you considered for the heavy grail?
You mean like switch plate?
Yes.
Just the obvious ones. I mean, we've had this conversation a little bit. I'm kind of like all my intuitions about what would make for a good keyboard thing always prove wrong when I actually try them out. And so this has been true almost with everything keyboard related. I always have a certain idea when I hear about it, and I think, oh, the that's going to be amazing. Like when I first heard about mechanical keyboards, I was like, oh, I need a blue switch keyboard because clearly that's like the quintessential mechanical thing. And of course, I despised it when I got one. And I was wrong about like what dome weight I would want. I was wrong about liking Topre in the first place. And this was true with plates as well. I thought, oh, like a solid brass plate seems like the ultimate thing that I would want, like really firm and rigid and, heavy and all of that, fancy materials and all sorts of wrong-headed ideas about what would make it good. I actually don't like brass plates at all. I really like flexi plates, like aluminum. You sort of opened my eyes to this question, or even plates that have like a little bit of a gap so that there's flex. All that stuff is cool and like totally counterintuitive to me. So I wonder if there are materials that I haven't thought about that would sort of fall into that category.
Why do you like Topre?
Why do I like it?
Yes. Why not? Why barely do? Well, I suppose like you mentioned before, you want to do something in the Topre world because it's hard, it's challenging. There aren't many aftermarket things there, and everyone does stuff in MX. But is there part of the answer that has to do with you just liking how Topre feels intrinsically compared to most MX switches you've tried?
So, as with a lot of my preferences, I think the initial formation was that it was weird and obscure and not the thing that everyone was obsessed with. That's probably what drew me to it initially. But in practice, there's some weird, I think, unintentional alchemy of the bizarre engineering of the Topre switch that creates a sound and feel that is like resonates with something very deep and visceral in me that I couldn't put into words. That I think also connects back to me more closely with that type of like those types of keyboards that I loved when I was a kid. To me, the Topre feel and sound is more like that than Cherry switches are for the most part. And so I think it's at some pre-conscious level, I'm registering that in my love and feel of it. But I think there's also just some inherent properties of Topre switches that make them a little bit more pleasant to type on. One of them is the dome itself, not because only because it acts as a kind of internal dampener in the switch. That by adding this like sort of gummy, chewy material into the switch mechanism, dampens the impact of plastic on plastic in a way that is pleasant and satisfying. And so, and the genius of the switch and its architecture is the good part of the sound, in my view. It's why I don't like silencing rings, really. I think the good part of the Topre sound experience is on the upstroke, when the slider hits against the slider housing, when it's coming back, right? So you have this kind of optimal combination of very dampened downstroke on actuation, which is the part that you feel with your fingers, which feels really nice and soft. But then on the upstroke, you get that really satisfying, like clicky, thocky sound, but in a way that doesn't negatively affect the tactility because it happens after you've already pulled your finger away. And so to me, it's this really optimal combination of the things that you would want from a switch, of really nice, satisfying, soft feel when you type, but also this like really more rigid sound in a way that doesn't negatively affect the typing experience. And I'm almost certain that the engineers at Topre never set out to create a switch that had these properties. It's just an accident of their weird, capacitive switch architecture. Topre has made other switches that are also capacitive and use a similar mechanism that are not pleasant at all to type on. I don't know if you've ever used a low throw Topre board. Not great.
They're doo-doo?
I don't know if I would go that far, but they're just like kind of like a cheap laptop keyboard, I guess. rubber dome sort of a laptop.
Ryan, we have a question that is important for every keyboard hobbyist to answer and have a stance on. What do you think about mod colored pipe key?
I really like the rightmost keys and the leftmost keys to all be the same color. In fact, I have what might be described as a strong opinion on this subject.
Oh no.
I believe that the impulse to make that key the same color as the alphas is based on naive rationalism. There is the belief that the pipe key is a character and the tab key is not a character, it's a modifier. But a tab is in fact, at the OS level, a character. As is even in a sense backspace. So the whole like rationale and set of ideas that, oh well, there's characters and there's modifiers and there's a clean separation between them and you must have the characters grouped and the modifiers grouped is completely bullshit. If you want it to be that color because you think it looks better that way, totally fine. But don't give me this like, rationale of like, the platonic archetypes that keycaps fall into and therefore must be grouped and colored together. Does not have a sound rational basis.
You raise a good point about the tab key. Man, that tab key be tricking us with its like icons and stuff.
Yeah, you should make the tab key the same color as the pipe key. And then just have a mishmash of completely nonsense modifiers. If you wish to be intellectually consistent.
I never seen him this angry before. It is rare. He doesn't get to this state often, but I love it. We brought out the best in him, guys.
Well, you raised the question sarcastically, like a person couldn't possibly have a serious opinion on it, so I therefore had to.
Oh no! I absolutely expect that everybody has a serious opinion. You just have to have the right opinion.
Okay. Well, this is not a question of opinion, though. It's not a question of opinion.
Exactly.
Whether it comes down to a question of opinion, right? And that's all I'm saying, right? Don't present a supposedly rational argument for what is a totally subjective, arbitrary aesthetic preference.
That's what I say.
As long as you frame it correctly, it's fine.
I'm glad that we're on the same page about that mentality with regard to things in life.
So how about the specific question? What's your take on the
Oh, all right, next question. Would you would you prefer this collab be called Chewbauer or Norbies?
Wow, that's a difficult one. I'll leave that at your discretion. Preston.
First, you should tell us the origin story of your actual last name.
Sure.
If you would like. Yeah.
Sorry?
If you would like. There's nobody else in the world with that last name, right?
That is correct. My last name was chosen with the important criterion that whatever my last name would be, it must have an available .com domain name, because my husband Alon and I are very we are internet nerds from the olden days, or I should say going back to our youths, and so that was important to us. I was born Schiffbauer. And
oops, sorry, you lagged. I think you need to repeat that.
Yeah, no problem. So I was born Schiffbauer. He was born Nori. We combined our names into Norbauer, rather than having the sort of pompous hyphenated last name thing.
Pompous. Cool. I like it. Is tab an alpha key? Dude, my brain's all messed up right now.
Alpha key?
Like, yeah. compared alpha and mods?
I'm not sure about that distinction making any sense. I think alpha should really only refer to, like, in the traditional programming sense of like alphanumeric characters, it should be an alphabetic letter, right? And so tab is definitely not an alpha key in that sense. It's a character key, right? The in a sense the arrow keys are not character keys, and certainly control is not.
Alpha and
shift.
mods too
Those
simplistic.
are not character keys. Those are modifiers.
Someone, GZ Prime says tab is a non-printing character.
It might be considered that. I mean, I think maybe even the arrows in some operating systems would be considered non-printing characters. I'm not sure.
Because it kind of formats, but then arrows don't format, maybe? I don't know.
I think a tab is definitely, in some contexts, a character.
In some contexts. But if you think about spacebar, for example, like it always adds a space, whereas tab will sometimes leave the text field, right? Move the cursor
but isn't
away.
that like up to how the software wishes to handle or sort of like parse that character? I'm not really. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Me neither. Good food for thought. Norbauer or Norbies? I don't like Norbies because it sounds too close to normies. But then Norbauer, I think, captures both of the like important emphasis parts of our names, like the Bauer and then the tube portion. Yeah, I don't know. I prefer that one a little bit more than Norbies. Just a bit.
This feels like a solipsistic question.
I love those kinds of questions.
Good.
There's a channel in my Discord specifically called Existential Musings. No one really posts in there. I mean, not frequently at least. But it's there, and that's all that matters.
Maybe the sort of people who are drawn to your channel are just existentially content. They're just all set. Nothing to say.
Highly unlikely, but I appreciate that possibility. It's very rare that I meet people who are existentially content, I feel like.
You think that's a selection bias in your preferences or your personality, or you just think that people in general
I think I'm extremely attuned and actually seek out people who are, which should make the percentage higher, which I'm sure it does, but I think it's still hard to find them in general. What about you?
Hard to find what in general?
People who are existentially content, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I think that I could barely count on one hand people I know who are totally existentially content. Alon is one of them.
Yeah. Me too, Ryan. I'm one of them.
You're actually pretty high on the contented scale for all of your, wrestling with questions of meaning and motivation and so forth. You're. It's one of the things that I observe about you. You're quite. I admire about you and have observed about you, which is that you're quite content to just sort of be present and be happy. So when Preston comes to my house, a couple of his favorite activities is using the massage chair. He can spend like the whole day there. And sometimes I'll just walk through the room and I'll just see him there sitting on the floor, staring at the ceiling, like smiling.
Laying on the floor. I don't like sitting on the floor. That hurts my back. Laying on the floor.
And, for presumably an extended period of time. And I am totally, totally incapable of doing that. And I deeply admire people who are.
I think I've asked like exactly twice. 2 different occasions. I was like, Ryan, lay on the carpet with me and just stare at the ceiling. He's like, no, I'm gonna go do some work. I was like, suit yourself. And I think I tried a separate occasion, but I think I left it at that, which is fine. I was in my happy place.
Yeah. This is definitely a failing and character flaw of mine. I'm just restless and need to get shit done all the time, even though I deeply recognize the total futility of human endeavor, activity, and achievement, and the ephemeral nature of all accomplishments, etc., etc. Far more than most people. Yet I just sort of can't help myself. It's just a temperamental thing. Like I need to get something done, or if I don't, I'll be unhappy at the end of the day. And I almost always feel like I haven't gotten anything done, and I'm unhappy at the end of the day, no matter how much I got done. It's really very stupid.
And yet you keep trying. How interesting.
The
The heart wants what it wants.
I suppose so. Yeah.
Is that how the saying goes?
I don't have no idea.
So do you think that your pursuit of that and constant action towards that endeavor is therefore not so much about the results, but simply that it brings you joy in the doing? And it makes your present therefore enjoyable? Even if at the end of the day you're like, oh, I don't feel like I'm there yet, but tomorrow you continue to keep doing it and then you keep enjoying what you do.
Joy is not the right word. There are things that bring me joy. This is not one of them. It brings me the illusion of meaning.
It's like Memento. I don't know if you've seen that movie though.
A long time ago, yeah. I appreciated its interesting narrative structure, but I remember nothing else about it.
At the end, he makes... Oh. Spoilers, I suppose. But yeah.
This movie's been out for like 20 years. Come on.
But still, young people... Okay, yeah, but at the end... Here, mute if... I'll raise my hand when the spoiler is done. You know. At the end, because the movie goes backwards, so it's really at the beginning, he chooses his own literal illusion of meaning. Because his memory... He knows cognitively that his memory allows him to be blind to the truth selectively, and he chooses to be blind to the reality and instead chooses a life where he finds meaning, you could say real meaning, but it's based in an illusion. So it's just like he's putting the carrot further away so that he has something to chase. And that reminded me of what you said.
Okay. Yeah, I totally see that.
Raising hand because the spoiler's over.
Oh, got it.
Would you say you're a nihilist? Nihilist?
So I would. There's for people who wish to know even more completely pointless philosophical solipsistic Norbauer content, you can find a video on YouTube that a friend of mine made. It's a documentary about me and Alon interviewing us, and the premise was that I, and to some extent Alon, were the only nihilists he knew. And so he wanted to make a video about us and our feelings about nothingness. I think it's just, the documentary is just called Norbauer. It's not,
Sick.
I mean, apologies, Bob, if you're watching this, and I know you're not. It's not good or anything. It's pretty bad, but nevertheless, it was on this very subject. And
So
it's
on YouTube?
It's on YouTube, yeah.
So I'm going to comment that you said it's bad. Got it.
Okay. That's all right. He would find that funny, I think. It's fine. In fact, I probably told him that, actually. But anyway, so that was the idea, is like, I sometimes describe myself as a passive nihilist, which is to say that I do think that the human aspiration to coerce the events of the universe into some kind of organizing, emancipatory narrative, which we all do all the time, it's just illusory. It's something we want to do because we have, everything that is the human set of desires and longings is the byproduct of the process of natural selection. And that process has no interest in our happiness. It has no interest in anything. It is the blind, accidental byproduct of the accumulation of statistical probabilities over millions and billions of years. That seems to have created sentient creatures on Earth. But that sentience exists because it happens to relate to the copying of genetic material. it exists for no other purpose beyond that. No, I don't love or relish these facts, but having examined the arguments in favor of them and the evidence in favor of them, I'm hard pressed to argue with those premises. In light of all that, all of the sort of human fussing about meaning and morality and ethics and purpose, and enduring any enduring human concern is obviously frivolous and ridiculous on the face of it. So you could, in a sense, regard me as a nihilist in that I have trouble buying into any grand overarching narratives of what it means to be a human on Earth. But I don't really care, and I'm not an evangelist for this view, which is why it's important to use the term passive. There are nihilists in the sort of like traditional sense that most people mean, which is like people who wish to annihilate things or annihilate other people's beliefs. Nietzsche is frequently described as a nihilist in this sense. I'm sympathetic to some of his views. A lot of them were clearly crazy, but I don't. I'm basically sure I will concede as a pedantic point that you could probably consider the premises of my worldview to be nihilistic in nature, but I don't care to make a big fuss about it, which is why I describe myself as a passive nihilist. There's another writer that I would put into this category. His name is John Gray. He's a British philosopher. Wrote a book called Straw Dogs, which when I read it in 2007 or 2008 or something, really fundamentally changed my view about almost absolutely everything in questions of philosophy. Has also been described as a passive nihilist, which is where I got that term. Highly recommend the book. I doubt anyone will be reading it as a result of this Twitch stream, but nevertheless, if you're interested in book recommendations, I'm very happy to suggest that one.
I believe Mr. Petrov asked earlier, I meant to ask this question, but I forgot. He asked what media you're currently consuming in terms of books, TV shows, movies, whatever.
That's an interesting question. So this will underscore what a weirdly heterodox person I am, I guess.
What does that mean?
Heterodox?
Yeah.
I guess in some ways it means unorthodox, but also it just means like combining things from that you wouldn't expect to be combined, right? It's one of my favorite terms for patterns of thinking. I like heterodox thinkers, people who pick things that just seem right to them from lots of, because there's like this tendency among humans and people in culture and philosophy, ideas and just random arbitrary things about people tend to cluster, right? So like if you voted for Donald Trump, the chances that you think that people should not wear masks as much as they do, there's a high probability of that. And there are probably certain musical artists that you'll probably like, right? Things just like seem to arbitrarily cluster that you wouldn't expect to cluster together, right? Because those things are not obviously rationally or intellectually connected. The two. People who I would describe as heterodox are people who defy that process of clustering, right? And who seem to select things based on their like having actually examined every individual question and preference. So that's what I mean by that term. To answer the question, right now I'm reading a book. I'm reading the new book by John Gray, which is essentially can be treated as a sequel to Straw Dogs. And it's a book about how we humans should take philosophical inspiration from cats, and we should learn to live more like cats and less like, this notion that we have of ourselves as being like noble philosophers transcending meaning and freeing humanity in a way that will matter for all time. I'm also reading another book, which is a history of optimism. I mean, this will, I'm sure, be really shocking to you, but it's a history of optimism for the future as embodied by technology in the 1990s. I don't remember the name of that book, but it seems really good and really promising. It's like a book that somebody wrote exactly for my own particular weird preoccupations, and I'm amazed that someone wrote it. But it's about how it's actually hard to remember now. And I reading the book, I've been reminded how striking it was, the enormous like exaggerated optimism that was promulgated in the popular press about how the internet was going to change the world for the better in the late 90s.
Mhm.
And this book is just basically entirely about that. So it's kind of cool to be taken back to that time, even though it's kind of also a little bit depressing. In terms of media, I recently got the entire chronological Donald Duck series. So from like the early 1930s to the 1960s, every single Donald Duck cartoon that was ever made. Um, Excited to look forward to that. Excited to look through that and watch it. And then I've been watching The Mandalorian, which I actually quite like because it's. I don't like most television now because it's so like arc driven, and it's the opposite of that sort of narrative structure of Star Trek: The Next Generation that I love so much as a kid, which is you have these like little self-contained stories that you can consume in a 1 hour period that actually like give you some sense of satisfaction and don't just like string you along to the latest development.
Mhm.
And The Mandalorian is like an actually episodic show, and I really like that, even though I'm not a huge Star Wars fan or anything.
Hmm.
And at this time of year, I watch lots of Christmas cartoons that I loved and watched when I was a kid. So I've been doing that a lot.
Cool.
Charlie Brown Christmas, Mickey's Christmas Carol, um, Muppet Christmas Carol, the Patrick Stewart Christmas Carol. So much good stuff.
Hmm. In compiling the super top secret, not yet revealed Ryan Norbauer handbook guide to life, I think that this conversation has kind of given me a little bit more of like it kind of reminded me of like the mind state that we were in when we were talking on our last video call, which is when you said like, I think this book will be good. That of course led me down this path of wanting to ask a bunch of questions like, obviously you have a specific meaning in mind when you describe something as good. How much or how little does that good overlap with kind of like what you would consider, what you would recommend as worthwhile / good reading material for somebody, like as a recommendation?
I have really actually pretty strong feelings about this subject, specifically as it relates to reading. My my definition of a good book is one that destroys something you believe in, or challenges your beliefs, or makes you realize you're wrong about something. And all of the books that I would list as my favorite books have done that for me. Made me fundamentally re-examine something that I accepted as an obvious truth. Or maybe look at something in a way that I didn't even have a set of concepts to understand it in a different way. And the book introduced me to a set of concepts that made me think about the world in a totally different manner. And that can go from the very sort of mundane to the more sublime. And it includes that book that I mentioned earlier as an example of something more mundane, right? Which is that book, The Luxury Strategy, which made me think about how gave me a vocabulary and set of concepts for understanding the way that people engage with brands that people might lump together as luxury or just like expensive shit, right? And to understand what the very different kinds of motivations and types of emotional engagement people have with these brands made me, as I went through my life looking at other companies and thinking about companies and um, looking at how people do marketing, it gave me a set of concepts that made me think about everything that I encountered in a totally different way, in a way that I felt helped me understand things better. So that's like a pretty not super profound subject, but I like that book because it did that for me. There are other books that fall into like a more deeper philosophical category, like I mentioned that book Straw Dogs, Also, all of the works of Nassim Taleb
Mm.
really fundamentally changed my thinking about what rationality and science and empiricism and skepticism mean. Those are all things that are very important to me. But those books made me realize that I really had not fully realized my belief in and admiration for those values, and really challenged me in an interesting way to realize that a lot of my skepticism and empiricism was at a somewhat shallow level, and that there was like a deeper, more rigorous way of going about it that included being skeptical of things that advertise themselves as being empiricism and rationality and science, but realizing that they are in fact insufficiently so. And I found I find that process of reading something and being made uncomfortable by it, and then ultimately coming around to the view advocated in the book very, very satisfying.
Mhm.
And it's one of the only reasons I think for reading books, actually. Given that we exist in an era when a lot of types of stories can be told in better ways. I think film is like much better for human emotional stories, and especially since I'm such a visually aesthetic person, you can do you can create visual beauty, so much better with film.
Mhm.
But you can't. Film is not good for this type of like intellectual exploration. That's mostly verbal, abstract, and conceptual. Books are still the absolute best way to get that type of experience. So it's what I tend to gravitate towards when reading, rather than reading novels, for example. In
Yeah.
fact, when I read novels, like my favorite novels are by this French writer Michel Houellebecq. Um, in particular, this book called The Elementary Particles. Um, he sort of engages with those philosophical questions that I talk about, and he's actually a terrible novelist. In fact, I guess my two favorite novelists. This is maybe embarrassing to acknowledge, but one of my other favorite novelists is Ayn Rand, and
Mhm.
both of these two novelists, they they just will like stop the narrative, and they'll go off on like a 4-page philosophical rant, and it's totally weird, and it's extremely unnatural. But the novels become just like a framework for presenting a bunch of weird ideas that are kind of interesting and challenging. And the novels that I do like are basically just philosophical treatises in disguise. In short.
Mhm. Right. I remember you telling me about that Ayn Rand book, which was like very storyish, but then like you said it portrayed these particular ideals and principles really really well through that story.
She's a really interesting and challenging writer, and I everyone had always spoken so ill of her uh, and her writing for all of my life that I knew that I would eventually have to get around to reading it, because if so many people hate her so much, there must be something to her writing, um, and that absolutely proved to be the case. Stylistically, she's her work is not amazing for sure, and I get that critique. A lot of people are just like viscerally affronted by her politics. I also sort of understand that, but again, I enjoy being challenged, and I found that a lot of the ideas that she presents in the books, particularly around the concept of people, oftentimes mistake her as being like a very political, economic writer, and that's true to some extent. But she was very interested in the philosophy and morality of altruism, and she makes the case in a way that I find hard to argue with and pretty compelling, that altruism is like sort of fundamentally evil, and that it encourages people to be entirely dishonest with each other. And her philosophy fundamentally is just about encouraging people to be totally honest about their motives, such that we can, when we're not making up stories about how we should behave with respect to each other that runs against our nature, that we can be honest about figuring out how to live together in a peaceful way that suits both, uh, that
Mhm.
leads to mutually beneficial exchange without casting it in a moral framework. And it's like in many ways, it's a philosophy that's designed to reduce conflict and violence, and also to uh, um, help people get away from like holy wars about morality and ethics. And a lot of the ideas presented uh, in her books are really interesting and hard to argue with, uh, and I enjoy being challenged in that way.
I find that very admirable. I always have since when I first met you. We started having these talks.
What? Being someone
The
who likes being challenged.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. I consider it a hobby. There's
Yeah.
nothing particularly
Yeah.
noble about it.
Mm-hmm. It's more so like, yeah. I mean, I some people could definitely see it as noble points. You know, if that is kind of their goal, it can be one of the things that brings them closer to that goal, at least in their own mind. But for me, it was more about like having the sort of like the open-mindedness and the tenacity and like the, I want to call it security, to be able to want to pursue those things and engage with them on a really deep level. You know, most people don't even get to that place of being able to do that.
I mean, you're being very generous and kind and casting it in that way, and I will acknowledge and appreciate that. But nevertheless, I think it's this is just a manifestation of boredom on my part, really.
Yeah, I was kind of bored the weekend, so I just read this super challenging, life-changing book, NBD.
Yeah,
Just another Norbauer
but
weekend.
seriously, like I get tired of hearing myself thinking the same stupid bullshit thoughts, and then like reading books by people who agree with me and are just recapitulating things that I already think. Only because it gets boring over time, right?
Hmm.
And it's also just like inherently sort of aesthetically offensive to me, as I mentioned before. I don't like um, being around a bunch of people who totally agree with me on every subject or whose like affinities cluster with me. Creeps me out.
Yeah, definitely a unique point about you, because clearly there are tons of people who are perfectly content with that and even seek it.
I'm jealous of those people.
Mr. Petrov, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate all the questions you asked. Have a good night. And Arctic, thank you for the tier 1 sub as well. Existentially content. I'm adding that to like my vocabulary. That's so good. Do you think the journey to existential contentment, if we're calling it a thing now, is very similar or very unique per person? Very similar across different people or very unique to that person?
Oh, I think it's pretty unique to the person. There are people who are, I think, constitutionally content, and that's one way of coming to it, is just being the sort of person who's untroubled by either just untroubled in life in general or very skeptical of things people tell you about how you need to be happy and just find their own way, right?
Right.
And those are two ways of coming at it. There are other ways where you kind of, if you're someone who, like me, is not naturally content, who's naturally restless, who's always searching, trying to understand meaning and make meaning and all of that, you kind of have to find your way back to contentment, and that's a more complicated affair.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it looks very different, I think, from those other people.
Well, obviously the path, but are you saying it as in the contentment at which you arrive at?
The actual experience, who can say, right? It's like high school or college dorm room question, like, whoa man, I wonder if we all see different colors and we just don't know, it's like who knows, we'll never be able to say. And therefore it's a meaningless question.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I wouldn't call it absolutely meaningless or having zero value, but I don't think it could be concretely verifiable. That's all.
Well,
just a small quip.
If Lalonde were here, he would say it's meaningless, as Wittgenstein would say, who was a philosopher of language who, like, sort of, if you sort of squint your eyes, one of the points that underlies his philosophy, which is that like distinctions without practical differences are like literally meaningless.
Interesting.
Or questions that could not ever be answered by philosophy or non-disprovable questions should just never be asked. We should remain silent on them. And I feel like this falls into that category. But I think, you're also right. Right? There's some value in trying to figure that question out, because for those of us who are restless and want to get to a state of contentment, we have to figure out, like, how do I look like that person over there? How do I get to that brain space, right? With the encumbrances of my brain. And so you kind of want to analyze, like, what makes that up and how do I get there, right? And I think that a lot of traditional philosophical practices in the East and West that are not religious in nature but are sort of more contentment focused, and I would put in this category Zen Buddhism, Taoism, and Stoicism, are about figuring out how to be, like, observing contentment and figuring out how to recreate it with some, like, heuristics and practices and shorthands, right?
Something that randomly came to mind is that, in an unrelated note, I feel like it should be said that Ryan and I have, like I said earlier, known each other for a long time, and I would say been very good friends through that time, through in-person interactions and discussions and exchange of sentiments and genuinely good, authentic conversation. And I would say that I'm very comfortable with him. I imagine that he's comfortable around me too. But I think something that's, like, very what's the word I'm looking for? Not immediately apparent is that closeness. Unless they know me and how I interact with people who I'm not as close with versus that I'm close with. Because I think you naturally give this impression that you're kind of more formal and reserved, which for other people is usually like, oh, I am very businessy and, not particularly friendly or casual with you. And usually that comes off as, therefore, oh, you're not that close, because close buddies are, like, more, like, expressive or, like, loosey-goosey or whatever. So I guess I'm just kind of laying that framework for the viewers, since obviously you and I already know how we are. But this is actually, like, our normal conversation type. It's not. This is slightly a little bit more interviewee, but it is a lot of me asking you questions and us just, like, talking about random stuff and jumping ideas all the time. And I'll occasionally write down notes and stuff, like, because I just find it genuinely very interesting. And I'll still call you a celebrity. Like, all the things I say in jest, I still say to you in private, not just because we're on stream. I literally, I'm a one-man team, fanboy team, all on my own. Sorry, what did you say?
It's equally awkward and weird and embarrassing in private as well as on your stream.
But it came to mind because I started eating, and I was like, oh, people might take that as me being, like, impolite or unprofessional or something.
Couldn't care less. My favorite thing when interacting with friends or people that I care about, or especially when getting to know someone new for the first time, is when they are willing to show things about themselves that might be judged negatively. I think, nothing generates closeness and friendship and intimacy, a sense of connection, than
trust
and being willing to show those, being willing to be vulnerable with somebody, right? And sometimes just the act of, like, casually eating when someone else is talking is a kind of being vulnerable, because you let go of the concern about being judged as being impolite, right? And allow yourself to just be comfortable with someone. And
yeah, because people are always like, oh, is it okay, like, if I eat but, like, you're not eating, kind of thing? Like, that's a social courtesy or whatever.
Sure. But quickly, I would hope that in most circumstances, when that plays out ideally, it takes the form of, deeper manifestations of that type of shared vulnerability, being willing to talk about things about yourself that you think that, perhaps most people might judge you ill for. But being willing to share and volunteer those, even though it kind of puts you in a position of weakness or vulnerability. And that to me is what makes for closeness. And you can have those types of conversations and that type of closeness in a context that is kind of maybe totally verbal and analytical, right? I guess I'm sort of answering this point that you made before, which is something that I actually encounter a lot in life, which is people think that I'm maybe sometimes distant and cold because I'm very verbal and I like to think about things and I like to analyze and talk about things, which may be slightly apparent from this however many hours of this conversation.
Only a little bit.
Yeah, but that's it's just my way. It's my thing, but when you like, while I may be sort of like analytically coldly discussing things, I'm always completely perfectly willing to go to a totally vulnerable place or talk about anything about myself that might normally sort of put me in a compromising position or something like that, so to speak, or that someone might judge me ill for. And so in that sense, I think you can have this dispassionate affect, I suppose, while also still having like a totally engaging, vulnerable, emotionally live conversation.
Yeah,
but I get it a lot. I don't know why I project that exactly. It's not really something that I actually perceive about myself very much. I think of myself as basically like a 5-year-old child, like in a good way,
I think that's something that has
really
to go into the handbook. Yes, in a good way, but that's something that has to go into the handbook because I think it's important that people know how you see yourself and how you're trying to express yourself. I was about to say like how you're trying to come off to others, but that's really not the more accurate description. I think the more accurate would be just simply that who you are is a sincere expression of yourself. But I think the yourself that's in your head doesn't come out into action in the same way that most people do. I'm not saying it's better or worse, but I think that leads people to kind of interpret your internal self a certain way. And I think having that sort of like little initial disclaimer or cheat sheet about like, oh, I am extremely whatever the whole 5-year-old shorthand that you used stands for, I think listing out those things is incredibly useful. Because I know multiple people who are close friends and they're like, how do I even talk to Ryan? And I'm just here like, just talk to him. Like, he loves talking to people. If you show one iota of like intentionality and thinking about something at some point in your life, and you kind of maybe ideally talk about that thing, like, but he's willing to also like ask you questions and meet you where you are and just talk. There's absolutely no pressure at all, kind of thing. But then it doesn't come across to people at all. And it actually feels like they're not just neutral, but they're so, I think they like think I'm memeing, like it's so intrinsically opposite of what their initial stance is that they have based on simply probably how you talk and how you emotionally express or don't express through your facial expressions. I think that's
it's
largely
unfortunate.
it.
I think it's a barrier sometimes to my connecting with people. They think that I'm like would be very like distant and judgmental and analytical or something, and it definitely analytical, but I just told you that the thing I was like most excited about today was my stack of Donald Duck cartoons I just got. I'm excited I had to watch them. Do I seem like somebody who's gonna like judge you for sending me an email and not being like a serious fancy pants person? Also, the core premise of my philosophy and just like general social temperament is a distaste for social status and concern with that. So don't read my general like demeanor. Just listen to what I say. That's what matters.
Ryan
it's always a problem for me in life.
Ryan became stoic to prevent wrinkles.
I like that. I mean, it's there's some like ever so slight grain of truth in that joke, which is that I think I'm like the reason I became this highly detached, analytical person in my affect and like general demeanor is not entirely an accident. I had a difficult childhood. I grew up in a place that was like pretty hostile to people who are not who didn't sort of fit the cultural mold. I mean, it's true of all humans everywhere, right? But I was a particularly weird and unusual child. Um, and because I kind of like always sort of talked like this. But, you know, being always subjected to cruelty from one's peers um, causes one to want to retreat a bit and to try to get some distance from the reflexive, automatic, emotional responses you have to that situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that this demeanor you perceive of me is early on in life when I didn't have people who were appreciating me going on in this manner like you are now. I didn't have people like that in my life. I had people who mostly just made fun of me for saying weird shit and being odd and being sort of this depressive, taciturn kid. And so this like
Taciturn.
kind of evolved into this stoic demeanor as a coping mechanism, right? And like all philosophies, we find ourselves through our temperament and experiences in a philosophy that works, and then we ennoble it and construct a verbal framework to make it sound like we arrived at it through our genius. But usually that's not the case.
Ennoble. Taciturn and ennoble.
Sure.
Nice. Words I learned just now. I've heard taciturn before. I don't know if I've actually ever heard ennoble before. Huh.
It's related to the word tacit.
Define tacit. Oh, interesting. Understood or implied without being stated. Huh. I suppose your expectation of us knowing that word was tacit. Did I use it right?
Yeah, sure. Tacitly, like unspoken, right?
Mm-hmm. Pipteen asks, oh, also, people say, please stream your Donald Duck marathon. We'd all watch with you.
I think that might be some sort of copyright violation, unfortunately. Or do you just want my reaction shots?
Play it on your own player, but then Ryan's face is just like on a corner of the screen. Donald Duck watching cam. Pipteen asks, taciturn and stoic. Ryan, are you Kierkegaard?
No, I'm not technically Soren Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard was a Christian. I am not a Christian, as we've established. Though I have much admiration for Christians, actually, as we've discussed.
Mm-hmm. Bible Gary.
In fact, Nick is his son.
What? I mean, I don't know Gary other than some dude you first mentioned to me more than a year ago, so I kind of feel like I know him, but just kind of like the things making. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. It's actually crazy. Is his son? Wait, Gary's like old, right?
Old
like,
by your lights, perhaps.
Ryan, you're not that much older than me. Hey, how old do you think Ryan is if you don't know? Don't spoil it if you know, but take a guess at how old Ryan is. Burley says I do that with we were watching the reflection of your glasses. I did sort of give it away because I said not that much older than me.
Sorry, Soren over California jokes with respect to Kierkegaard. That's actually very ridiculous and funny joke. Sorry. I just have I opened the chat here, so I mentioned Soren Kierkegaard, which I think it's Kierkegaard's first name, and there's an attraction at Disneyland called Soren Around the World or something that used to be called Soren over California. So sorry, it just amused me.
Gotcha. Is it a reference to something?
It's a reference to the Disneyland attraction. Yeah.
Oh, right. We went on it, I think.
I'm sure we did. I'm sure we did. Yeah.
Was it the one where you sat in that thing that kind of looks like a ski lift, and then it's like, what?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. And then they blow air at you or
so
something.
Wonderful. It's so
Yeah,
wonderful.
I like that one.
Scent Air, which we were talking about before, makes those scent cartridges actually.
Oh, no way. Everything's coming together now. That's crazy. Okay, we got 30. We got a lot of 69. We have a lot of.
Do you know how old I am, President?
Of course. I know how old you are enough to say that nobody got your age on the dot, but a lot of people were 1 year off. Do you know how old I am, Ryan? Don't do the math. Tell me right now. You have 5 seconds.
I have no idea how old you are. You're younger than me.
Oh, you're older
you're
than
like,
me. We did it.
You're like around 30, right?
Yeah, you're like around
31.
upper 30s, right? I know how old you are, Ryan. You are 38.
Aren't I 39? I don't know. Actually, I don't actually know how old I am.
Your birthday
1981. April.
did it pass? Yeah, April. So it didn't pass. So because our birthdays are about half a year apart, there's half a year where we are only 7 years, I believe. And then there is the true age, which is 8 years, which is the other half of the year. So right now we're in the 7-year half, and then it'll flip into the 8-year half when your birthday passes. I believe that's correct, because I'm 89 in October. October 89, and you're April 81. So that math makes sense, I think.
Technically a child of the 80s. I approve.
I am. People love to say that. I believe you're currently either 38 or 39. Someone do the math. I don't know.
I believe you're right, but honestly, I don't know. Actually,
I always believe
this
I'm
is
right.
how much I care about my birthday and or my age.
Same. I stopped caring after like 24. You do come off as younger than chat thinks you're younger than I thought that they would think that you were.
Yeah,
That's all.
I noticed that as well.
I'm like, huh.
Which is odd.
Usually you
Okay,
get
I'll
older.
take it.
You get like older guesses, right?
I
think.
This is
Whatever.
it's like it's a bald thing. When you're young and you're bald, people assume you're way older. But then like at some point, I guess that effect has worn off, and people seem to guess that I'm younger nowadays, which is odd.
You think because you're bald?
Not necessarily. Like I said, I think the effect is
Oh,
just worn
okay.
off now because
Okay.
I'm in the age range where it's not uncommon to have people.
So maybe being bald and or having facial hair kind of boosts you to that middle age life perception sooner.
If you're
And then
younger, yeah,
If you're younger, yeah. And then when you get there, you're just there. So
right. And then people will make their own judgments based on who knows what.
Oh, right. Everyone has asked this. I don't know if Carne's here. If Carne says something in chat, then I'll ask you the question. Otherwise, I won't ask the question because I don't think anyone wants to know besides him. Maybe Minnie. But I want to wait till Carne's here because Carne is the one Keeb kid who is always trying to get me to play games with the Norbauers. And I'm like,
Oh, right.
I don't think that's going to happen. At least not with Ryan. Unless it's the one of like 2 games that he enjoys. And none of those are online or current gen. We'll see if Carne comes back because I do want him to hear the answer. Tempest says, you're old enough to not know how old you are, so basically really old. It's so true.
It's a good definition. I like it.
Soldier keeps asking how to speak with Norbs. How do I talk with Ryan Reynolds Norbauer? He is one of the people that I'm just like, yeah, just talk to him. Granted, Soldier just turned 18 years of age, so he's pretty young boy. And talking to old people to him is still a really new thing. He thought like he was gonna come pick up a keyboard from me. He thought he was gonna get like murdered or something. So.
Well, did he survive?
I can't disclose that information. My lawyer said.
Okay. That makes sense. I find that maturity is entirely age independent, and therefore my interest in talking to people is entirely age independent.
Yeah, I'm pretty much still 12, so.
Well, it's complicated, I guess, because part of my definition of maturity is being willing to still be 12, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's taken me decades to learn how to be that 5-year-old I described to you before, to not be ashamed and embarrassed, to have a huge portion of my life be about making replicas of Star Trek props or watching Donald Duck cartoons. This to me is my greatest achievement in life, and I owe most of the credit to it to Alon, because he has encouraged me very much in this respect. You know, when I was young, I was very concerned about being very intellectually respectable, and I wanted to be a professor, and it's very important to me that I sort of have all of the cultural clustering that goes with that we talked about before. And it's taken some effort to shed all of that stupid, reflexive snobbery and be willing to just do things that make me happy because they make me happy. That's the highest achievement of maturity in my view. Something I still aspire to.
So Minnie is asking the question about games. Can you give us an answer or explanation to why you so vehemently oppose you personally playing games?
Sure. So there's as we've discussed, I'm temperamentally very concerned with this preposterous perception of on a daily basis how productive I've been. And my actual genuine happiness, or sense of distress would maybe be a more accurate way of putting it, at the end of the day is heavily tied to how much I feel like I've wasted my time and or haven't wasted my time. And games to me feel like the fundamental definition of wasting time. That is their core premise, right? They are activity without consequence. Now again, philosophically, I think all activity is activity without consequence. It all comes to nothing. It all collapses in the heat death of the universe and our own much more proximal death, etc., etc., etc. At no point am I suggesting that my making my keyboards or doing whatever it is that I do during the day is in any way better or more important or more enduring or any of that nonsense. Absolutely not. This is something much more deeply wired in me. It's I need to feel like something that falls into the stupid brain category of productivity. And so there's that immediate, but I think with respect to games specifically, my additional discomfort is something more social. I don't like circumstances where I basically just don't like adversariality in general and competition. It turns me off. I don't like it. And games frequently put people who are friends in a position to compete against one another, and that I don't like that. I just never have liked things like that. It's why I'm drawn to all these narrative universes and story structures and things that are all about people, finding ways of getting rid of their normal tendency towards being adversaries and instead being on the same side and achieving some kind of modus vivendi. And so that's another element of games that I dislike. Now you could say, well, yeah, but there's this as people always do, there's this in this game where it's a collaborative activity. And yes, I would prefer those games compared to games that are not collaborative in nature, or games where you're fighting against someone for some kind of, prestige points. But still, I have the other hurdle of it just feeling like a total waste of time.
It's funny
With
because
acknowledgement that's stupid.
shortly right after Nick, wait, did you read Nick's message by any chance?
I haven't been seeing every.
Okay. But Nick
post for
actually
sure.
wrote, there are collaborative genres of game. And then not 10 seconds later, you mentioned your little thing about it. So I was like, wow.
Sure.
Look at that.
I've heard all the arguments. I've had it all. It's when you say you don't drink, because I don't drink, everybody's always got the one drink that you're going to like. you know? It's like, oh, but you haven't had this or whatever. And every single time, you've done it to, like, what was it with you? The strawberry beer or something? I don't know. I'm sure you proposed something like that. Everybody's always got something that you're going to like. I get it. Yes, that would be better. Strawberry beer is probably better than beer. That's fine. I don't need it. I don't need it. I get it.
Hop on the Zoom.
Nick is he's really into these like these kind of what he would describe maybe as like narrative experiences or interactive narrative stuff, and is these oftentimes take the form of games. And I think that if there were a form of game that I were going to be interested in and compelled by, it would be something like that, which feels more like it has a point, right?
It's a story.
Yeah, it's like a story in the way that a story has a point, right? And that can probably take lots of different forms. I just feel like it's a shame he's not here. We should have him on the stream sometime because he's a very interesting, thoughtful, articulate person.
Yeah, we're gonna
talk very extensively on this subject.
We'll bring guests on into our recurring series that we're gonna do every week now.
I'm very in favor.
Thanks, Ryan, for agreeing.
But he would the case that I would make is probably ideally if you have a story to tell, that probably my intuition would be to take the film approach and to consider all the conceivable ways of telling that story and pick the one that conveys your artistic vision best. And so the thing about these like narrative universes is that oftentimes people are highly unpredictable, and maybe you can just be really clever about coercing people into doing what you want, but I feel like that probably like violates some implicit rules of the genre. And so you have to like allow people freedom, or at least the impression of freedom of movement within your narrative universe, but you also probably want to convey a story or a theme or something interesting and compelling, and that just seems to me really, really hard.
You'd be surprised. A lot of games have moved in that direction, and there are some beautiful experiences that are probably just better called experiences rather than games, because of how much of that kind of like driven, that carefully crafted narrative and people also kind of call them as like walking simulators. That's become a term because of how little actual gaming there is in it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I would be much more drawn to that sort of thing. Do you have any examples off the top of your head that you found compelling in this respect?
You could probably ask Alon about it. I've talked with him a good amount about some, but I really liked Firewatch. That's one that immediately comes to mind.
Yeah, I think you guys talked about that.
Yes, it's a very aesthetically beautiful game as well, so that doesn't hurt.
Video games have some amazing artwork for sure. Have you ever seen this game called Ori and the Blind Forest?
Yeah, it's on my playlist.
That game's really beautiful.
Yeah, I've heard
a
lots
lot of
good things
concept
about
art
it.
I see for video games is great too. I don't know why, but concept art is like one of my favorite genres of art.
Yeah, I can see you liking it. I'm not really sure why,
both for film and video games. I think it's because it's like a little bit the nature, like the haste that is required by virtue of its being concept art makes it kind of a little bit more abstract or something. And there's something about that visual pattern that I'm really drawn to. The concept art for Star Wars is just the most amazing, beautiful art I've ever seen.
I recently picked up the concept art book for Blade Runner 2049, which I assume you still haven't watched because you probably would have told me about it if you had, because I keep recommending it.
I've seen parts, but I haven't seen the whole thing yet. Yeah. Sorry.
That's okay. If Found, also a great game, Pipteen. Audio only podcast. I am very open to discussing ideas with you and with viewers and anybody who's hearing my words right now about how to, because this falls right in line with like what I was telling you before about Ryan, which was like I want to have like life talks, almost like podcasty kind of discussions with people, and these people just happen to be people I'm friends with in the keyboard community, but that's not like a limit that needs to be set by any means. But it just happens to be a space where we're friends, where we have an audience, where I have a platform where for some reason people follow me and tune in week after week, which is cool, I guess. But it seems like there's some kind of potential that's here that can be shaped and molded into something. I don't really know what that is because I've never been good at working off of a blank canvas in that way, but I'm very open to discussing it. And I like that people are kind of throwing ideas out there about like podcasts or
I certainly
whatever.
appreciate the this conversation. It's somewhat different than other similar conversations I've had, which is I mean, both are good, but it's nice, as I mentioned, a lot of people that I know through the keyboard community, there's like only so much you can talk about keyboards, but I think there's a certain cast of mind or a certain level of nerdiness that comes from being drawn to keyboards that gives us a kind of commonality and interest in having certain types of conversations. And it's nice to cast a little bit wider and have those types of conversations.
Mm-hmm.
I find that actually when I'm at meetups, that's usually the case. Like, it's not the majority of conversation subject matter is usually actually not keyboards.
Mm-hmm. Well, probably the people who end up talking with you and or that you have extended conversation with, you probably have just mentally tuned out all the hundreds of people who come up and ask you, when are you going to make HHKB case? Why do you like Topre? What's your favorite switch?
How much could I have tuned it out if that keyboard is sitting on your desk?
You're capable of some great feats, Ryan, so I never underestimate you. You know, it's very interesting when you talk with somebody like Ryan, because other than if you think, okay, so let me put it this way. My flowchart in my head is I want to raise a topic with him. If that topic has any kind of potential to benefit somebody's life in a pretty significant way, or even just some kind of non-zero way that is remarkable, he's probably already considered it. I was about to say like, oh, he's thought of everything, but then he has, but I revised that to say Ryan has specifically not given any thought to things that are very clearly just for leisure or memery or uselessness. And he will not know anything about that.
There are vast segments of existence and human culture of which I am utterly ignorant. For sure.
which is good. You're better off. I do know the feel. Like don't lump me in with all the Zoomers and stuff. Like they can tell you that quite often they say things and I'm just like, what is that? Or who is that? And I feel perfectly fine with it. I don't need to know.
All right. Usually you're my bridge to the youngins.
Yeah, it's all tiers. Like if Ryan is up there, I'm like the next tier down. So if you guys think I'm out of the loop, in a sense, Ryan's even more out of the loop. But not that it really matters. These comparisons don't really go anywhere. They're just objective.
We all have our own loops. It's fine.
Yeah, it all depends on like how big you set your worldview to be. That's an idea that I've specifically been thinking about a lot more recently. It kind of is like the sense of like it's almost like you need to start with that when you're talking about anything of substance, because it kind of sets the tone for like what you care about and what you should care about. I think most people don't set that stage, and then they just try and figure out what to either care a lot or don't care. But I think that it's so much, the way I like to see it is that it's more beneficial to set a foundation of like, I'm operating in this kind of sphere. I will exactly care about this much, and not like more, which I could cognitively understand, but I'm only going to care about this much, and not less, because then, or not because, but just because I choose not to. And then I feel like that sets it makes things a lot easier to start to understand like what my goals are, what I will care about, what I won't care about. Does that make sense, or is that too vague?
No, it totally makes sense. There's this kind of, as with everything, I have a mental framework for you, and it even has a name. So there's this concept that I encountered in academia, and specifically with respect to the philosophy of science in psychology. and it was known as functional contextualism. And it is
Take notes, people.
right. So the premise of this concept, and it's like pretty much exactly what you were saying, but I'll try to like flesh it out and draw a parallel. So epistemology is about how do we sort out statements that can be reasonably said to be true versus untrue statements. What is true? And so this is a one answer to that question. Functional contextualism is, and it says that the problem with truth is that people don't agree about how to define what is true. Truth criteria is its term, right? And so two people can't have a meaningful conversation separating true from untrue facts unless they agree on what their truth criteria are, right? How do we determine whether something is like better than something else or more true than something else? And oftentimes when you observe people having conversations, at what might be described as at cross purposes, right? Someone who thinks that, oftentimes conversations between, for example, religious and non-religious people, they're, or people who are like politically left or politically right, they're arguing about very high-level, superficial things that are about conclusions that don't actually come to the more fundamental level of actually we disagree about how you define something as good or true, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so what are some examples of things that might be truth criteria? Well, something is more true or correct or reasonable in one definition if it like leads to human flourishing, or if it makes you happy, or if it conforms with God's will, if it is has a lot of scientific evidence behind it, if there's a lot of there are many different ways of thinking about truth. Functional contextualism says that fundamentally because the world only has people in it and we don't have anything else to appeal to, and it's probably not enough to just get a bunch of people to agree about what's true, that fundamentally the choice of truth criteria is kind of arbitrary and sort of aesthetic. It's important in that it has consequences and will totally change your life, but about what's true or not. And so therefore that first choice of what makes something true or not is arbitrary. You can't really have a conversation about it. But then once people decide on and state a truth criterion,
Mm-hmm.
then a conversation becomes possible if you share one, right? Because then you can argue about policies or philosophical questions or ways of living your life with respect to that truth criterion. Does it serve this goal that we share, this value, right? You and I, Preston, have this conversation about values and like figuring out how to define what your values are. It comes directly out of this philosophy, because I've told you about this school of psychotherapy called acceptance and commitment therapy. It's explicitly comes out of functional contextualism. Anyway, it sort of relates to this point that you're talking about, right? Of what are you giggling about?
Yeah, a few things. I mean, so randomly, like your I think the Discord call or my internet just doesn't have enough bandwidth that like you just freeze and then it'll freeze for about 5 seconds and then we know the robot voice is coming. It's like this weird fast forwarded robotic voice, and then people start memeing about you being robot Norbauer, and then
good. That's way better than what I was talking about. I was boring myself. Forget about it. Like Google functional contextualism if you care. Steve Hayes is the philosopher.
But you saying it is what makes it awesome. We have a
it's better in robot
subjective,
voice, I'm sure.
emotional, personal connection to you that makes us want to listen to you way more than something else, which is probably constructively more well-researched and better for us because we like you. And that's how humans work.
I appreciate that. That is how humans work. That is an insightful statement, Preston. One that might escape me.
That's why literally on Slick Deals, everybody's like, hey, anyone used this before? Instead of just Googling like product review. because they'd rather get some rando commenter who's like, yeah, I have it, it's good. And then that suddenly gives them the confidence because of the recency of their comment and like a direct answer to their question instead of like Googling something.
We are
hilarious.
Social primates.
I'm recognizing that more and more. It's kind of
Yeah.
weird, but I'm just sort of accepting it. I'm not condoning it at all, but I'm accepting that it's a reality that I have to kind of play around. Or, you know,
It's a thing to be aware of, certainly.
oh yeah, sorry, there's some chat questions. If you wanted to finish your idea, you're totally welcome to. I don't want
like
you
I
to
said,
bore
I was
yourself.
boring myself. No, it's totally. I died of boredom.
Carney wanted to know. Carney has he's inquisitive, keep kid. He has a question for Mr. Norbauer. Do you sleep on your shoulder, stomach, or back?
Shoulder.
Oh, you're a side sleeper.
Side sleeper for sure.
He had another question. Do you like chicken tenders more or chicken nuggets more?
What's the difference? Chicken tenders are like longer. It's a really probative question.
I mean,
Let's
really,
let's
what
say
question?
chicken
Is that a
tenders.
new vocab word?
Probative? Yes.
Like probing?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, probative. I think they're actually made of
chicken
different
nuggets-
chicken meat.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. Chicken breasts or chicken tenders are made from the tenderloin.
Okay.
Chicken nuggets are made from like whatever they mashed up and put into a nugget. I think it's just white breast meat, but it's like not quite the same. I don't know.
I have no idea. I really like Chick-fil-A. That's all I have to say on that subject. They make good chicken things.
Oh, Chick-fil-A so good. People are requesting that you read chat. Oh, Solji asked a question earlier. That was kind of funny. He says, "Does his worldview involve not ever reading chat?" And then it's like a low-key like jab at you not reading chat.
Founding principle.
But yeah,
Sorry,
I was like,
I have my phone here. I can sort
I
of.
said
see
honestly,
stuff.
probably yeah, because last time he literally thought you guys were 5 years old. I genuinely think you sort of lose brain cells or common social sense in a sense if you like read too much Twitch chat.
That
You
would not
definitely
surprise me. There's
become more of a
nothing
meme.
worse than. Okay, well,
But-
I don't need that in my life. But YouTube comments are fucking horrible too. I'm sure you've experienced this, but my God, like I post a typing video, and like the stuff people there's nothing in it. There's just a person typing on a keyboard, and the dumb shit people have to say on YouTube about typing a video. I mean, 80% is just like people being nice. Oh, that sounds nice, or whatever. Or, hey, cheering on my project. But then 20% is like the most brainless, incredibly inane, irrelevant shit. It's like bots or something. I don't know.
People are bots.
We're all bots, really. Yeah.
Carne says he's in college and everyone, including his professors, is like an ape compared to you.
There is no sign of low intelligence more than holding a PhD. I'm glad to say that I had the minimal IQ required to cease and desist that path early on.
Yeah, Jax, we covered earlier that Ryan is really not that old. He's somewhere around 38. We're not really sure. But you could probably do the math, 1981. And his birthday passed already. So I guess we're almost at the end of the year, so the likelihood of it having passed is very high. That could almost be assumed. Criterion. Wait, so criterion is singular and criteria is plural?
That's right.
Yeah, see? Obvious. We all knew that. I was a little bit thrown when earlier you said what the criteria are. Because I think mostly I always hear what people say what the criteria is. I don't know if you hear that much. But
I don't know. I don't pay attention. But it's strictly speaking not correct.
yeah. I love strictly speaking. Technical correctness is the best correctness, as Deck One Bell likes to say. One of my friends. I met a guy named Deck recently who started streaming streaming in general because of COVID, and then we were able to meet and have since become really good friends, and I like him a lot. I think that you two would enjoy each other very much as well.
Cool.
He's really into drinking and alcohol and bartending, and you're not, which is great. I just want to put you in a room and just like but he's not like oppressive about it or anything, so he supports people who don't drink very much.
As I mentioned, I like people who have totally different opinions to me about things.
Yeah, I know you guys would get
Prefer
along.
their company. Here's another thing I really like in other people. So I would never smoke. I think that's a really terrible idea. It's also kind of gross, but I love smokers. It's like my favorite category of person, because in 2020 it takes so much like willingness to put up with shit and social judgment to be a smoker, that's like almost certainly a top tier person, at least like, you know, in a coastal city or something. I don't know about
To put up with to smoke?
Yeah.
Is smoking really hated now or something? I don't know.
It's not cool. Yeah.
More than 5 years ago, 10 years ago?
I think so. I think it's kind of like it's reached end stage not coolness.
In stage. What's in stage?
End stage.
Oh, okay. Whenever I talk to you and I hear something that I think I either misheard or you're just using 200 IQ vocabulary, clearly it's the latter. So
Sorry.
95% of the time. Suj says, ask Ryan if it is unclear to use the phrase. Okay, so Suj like had a homework problem one. Oh my gosh, I think you're gonna get a kick out of this, but like he's in high school, so he's like, you know, doing high school stuff. And one time he shared it with us this assignment where he wrote, people must consent for their information to be searched. Is there anything wrong with that statement? Not the meaning behind it, but grammatically speaking, or like not grammatically, but like the use of the word consent.
Specifically, the use of that word.
Yeah.
To consent to something. I think that's a thing that people say. Sure.
Right. Yeah. I think he has to give the rest of the full story if we want to continue this. But when you said smoking, were you talking about cigarettes or marijuana? Or what? There's different types. Right?
Cigarettes. It's important that it be cigarettes.
Okay.
What I said does not apply to marijuana.
In California, it's worse than beating a baby seal to death.
Yes. Whatever that is, I think it's great. And in this case, smoking. Yeah.
Smoking. I think Jax is in California, so yeah. Okay, so here's a question. Here's another one. Grammatical question. Sharpie and Suji are taller than Mally and me. Versus Sharpie and Suji are taller than Mally and I. Which one's correct?
The former.
Yes, the former, me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Done. Easy. Money in the bag. Let's go.
Was that a quiz?
We're
doing grammar quiz now?
It's not so much a quiz as in literally telling Carne that he's wrong, but he's so emphatically convinced that he's right using I to end that sentence. And I'm like, dude, I'm not even memeing. I'm not yelling at you. I'm just telling you it's wrong. And he's like, no! Ah! I'm like, okay.
Someone asked if I use a Razer mouse anymore. No, I do not.
You used to use one, right? I think I remember this.
It was not bad. It was okay. But I'm using now a 3D connection mouse, which the cable for which does not stretch into the camera's view. My apologies. But so obviously I do a lot of CAD modeling, and
you need a gamer mouse. Super fast. You need a gamer mouse for that.
Nope, I need a CAD mouse for that, and this is specifically a CAD mouse.
Like lots of buttons.
It has a third button in the middle, which is not super uncommon, but you don't always encounter it on mice these days. And it has some other shortcut buttons that do things in common CAD software, and I use it in combination with my left-hand 3D space manipulator mouse thing, and I really like it actually. And what?
Jax is So Jack says he's in Monterey. Is that in California?
Yes.
Okay. He says, I'm in Monterey. I saw a guy get tackled into the ocean for smoking near the aquarium.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. See, I'm in California, so
Is this for real?
yeah.
That's hilarious.
People big on smoking in New Jersey or something?
No, I just didn't know things changed so much. It's kind of, I mean, people in like in college smoke, but I guess that's not really the same. I don't know. When I was in college, which was granted, 2008 through 2013, quite a while ago at this point. Carne, there were actually mice that had 3 wheels that were not
3 wheels.
Sorry, 3 buttons that were not just the mouse wheel. He's like, oh, isn't the middle click just the mouse wheel? And I'm like, no, there were actually like 3 button mice in the past. They're kind of old. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very common in the 90s. I know for sure. But the if you use the middle mouse button on this CAD mouse, it allows you to hold the model still in 3D space and move it only in the like XY coordinates, so you're not accidentally rotating it as you move it.
You could do that with like a mouse wheel click though, right? Wait, do you have a scroll wheel?
Do that? Yeah, there's a scroll wheel on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Which is a separate thing that also I think you can use as a button, but I don't like using scroll wheels as buttons because I accidentally scroll whenever I try
because it's kind of precise, overly precise. You can't really brain off it. Okay, big question for chat and for you. When you use a mouse and you hold it, why am I holding it up like that? I assume you use pointer for left click. If you don't, just leave right now. And then right click, do you use your middle finger or do you use your ring finger?
I use my middle finger.
Good, as any normal, sane human being should. But I actually occasionally will hear somebody who holds the mouse like with their in this way so as to use their middle finger on the wheel and their ring finger on the mouse too, on the right click. And all 3 fingers are just utilized like at the same time. I find it
seems reasonable,
very odd, but at the same time, it's not completely, crazy. It's just very interesting. What were we talking about? Smoking, seals, grammar,
mice, randomness. I don't remember.
Oh, vertical mice. Yeah, vertical mice are a different game then. I feel like we had an interesting idea going on right before that, but I don't know.
Why don't you take the keyboard apart?
You mean to look at the domes and stuff?
Yeah. Do you want
Then I had to put it back together, right?
Is that too much work?
I could.
No, it's not required. Just a thought.
To see the naked plate?
Yeah, if you found it interesting.
People ask what's in the filing cabinets behind you, or the cabinets, the drawers and stuff. Just
keyboard parts mostly, but those specific cabinets are for like standard hardware. So I have a drawer that's just like M3 machine screws of every conceivable kind and length, M4 or whatever, standoffs, stuff like that. So not Topre domes or anything, but things that you can get off the shelf from McMaster Car kind of thing.
Oh my. Basic Bill just came in with the raid. So a raid message for those Twitch uninitiated is something that everybody spams when they enter the raid. And they're spamming Norbauer, more like Moorbauer.
What's the little icon?
Basic
emoji.
Bruh, huh? Basic has the funniest emotes because people make them of her facial expressions. Basic, thanks for the raid. Welcome to the Chubauer stream or the Norbies stream. We haven't yet decided on the name. I'm joined here with the one, the only, the king, the emperor, the prime minister, Ryan Norbauer.
Prime Minister, I like that one. That's good.
Do you know what it
better
means
to be minister of something? I think.
but it wouldn't be prime minister of something, or
No,
That's-
you're either the prime minister or a minister of something or other.
what does Norbauer mean? Raiders, can you explain? I'm sorry, I don't. It just woof.
I think maybe don't overthink it.
But that's all I do in life. Overthink things. It's my hobby.
Okay. That's a central theme of tonight's conversation.
My main hobby is overthinking, and then my side hobby is brain off. Just to balance it out, you know?
Yeah.
You never
That's,
quite know what you're going to get. Sometimes you just got to YOLO.
Your ability to do it is something I'm very jealous of.
Step 1, get a carpet. Step 2, lay on carpet. Profit.
Got it.
Well, usually step 3 is the question marks, and then step 4 is profit, but, you know, I wanted to keep it simple for you. Also, it's a meme, and you don't need memes in your
Do you
life.
do that at home by yourself?
I don't have a carpet. Otherwise, I would.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I really want a carpet. That's why I love when I go to people's houses and they have carpets, like friends' places. I just lay on it.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as it's like okay too, and they don't think I'm weird. Or if they already think I'm weird, then I just, own it.
I have no carpet in my current house. I'll have to get some before you visit.
Of the north. Oh, or if you get a really nice rug. Or if your couch is
Yeah.
cushy. I love cushy couches. I'll just lay on the couch. It's fine too.
I've been having a conversation with a fellow keyboard enthusiast recently on Instagram who's really into these
Norbauer. Okay.
wool rugs from North Africa. I think they're from Morocco. They have a name that I do not remember, but hot pink is very popular in this traditional style of rug, which I think is very cool. I don't know what, it's maybe like beetroot or something that they use to make it. And now I really want one of those, these hot pink Moroccan rugs, because they have this like 90s modern look about them, but they may be from the 50s.
Okay. Quick fire round, because we got to catch up on questions. I feel so bad. Like, I'm reading questions and I'm like, hey, I got to ask Ryan that. Let me finish his thought. And then it's like 5 minutes later, and then I'm like, forgot about the question. Then I see it again in chat and I'm like, oh gosh, like they asked again. Like, I feel bad. So we're just going to bust out these questions super fast. One, how do you feel about other Topre aftermarket cases like the Noxery XRF?
I'm entirely in favor. More the merrier. I've not. So I saw. Which one is the XRF? Sorry. Do you know, Preston?
It's like the only other one, I feel like.
Well, so
Pretty rectangular. Looks like a wedge.
Is this the Real Force one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's it's cool. I'm in favor of other people solving the problem. The design language is different, and different is good. He also was. He's also a nice guy. I met him at the SoCal meetup, which is great. He also shares my affection for the color pink. Definitely good points in my book. And he was working on an HHKB housing, though with a totally different strategy. So in that one, you harvest slider housings from a Real Force or other Topre keyboard and pop them into a metal plate. So it would feel very different from mine, and I think somewhat different from the HHKB itself. But it's an interesting kind of it's an interesting take on a solution to that problem that is way less ridiculous than mine, and therefore very reasonable.
Which heavy Grail finish will go best with your secret keycap project?
It'll likely be so far in the future that you shouldn't even worry about that, because all of the molecules of the keyboard will have broken down and reverted back to dust. I hope that's not actually true, but there's a part of me that thinks maybe that's true.
Does that mean the keyboard's very fragile, or this project's going to take forever and a half?
The second one.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Yeah. It's also not a secret if I'm talking about it, is it?
No. I don't know what you're talking about.
If you're talking about,
Wait.
so I don't know.
You can say
Yeah,
you have
go
a
ahead.
project. You just can't say details directly in any way that would bring the responsibility back to words that you spoke with the intention.
Oh, wait a minute. Are we talking about the licensed thing? Or are we talking about the
Mm.
Topre keycaps?
I don't know. They just said secret keycap project. I forget. Do you only have one? Do you have multiple secrets? I don't know.
There's only one thing all night that I said I
Yeah.
guess there were two things
Was
I
that the
couldn't talk
licensed
about. The
one?
one was the company that fucked me, and then the other was the licensed keycap set project.
Oh, the licensed keycap set then. The one you said I wouldn't like. Those are the same one? Same keycap set?
That's right. Maybe that's what they meant by the secret one.
I think so. If there's only one, then there's only one.
What would go best with that? Aperture, I think. Sure.
Classic. Just picks like the grayish, blackish one. Good answer, Norbauer. They're listening.
So I have there's one that would probably be better, which is kind of a secret off-menu finish only for Chubi's viewers. Didn't create a separate SKU for it, but if you want, I can make Enigma Black, which is the same finish that's used on the rear cover plate for the Veracity steel. It's actually the K2 finish. It's exactly the finish you have there, pressed in black instead of white.
So it feels like this is what you're saying.
That's right. It's a very gentle, fine texture in black. And if you would desire that, you would need to email me to shop@norbauer.com, and we can arrange it.
Be fully blacked out. Would it be like the same price as K2, approximately?
Yeah.
Okay. Rusted decomposing heavy Grail.
I've made a couple of rusted keyboards actually by request, and they came out pretty well.
Which ones? Rusted. Oh, that's right.
Rusted, yeah. So they were heavy sixes that were machined by request of a client in carbon steel. He got one and aged it himself, and I also did the same. And I had to experiment a bit actually with getting cosmetically appealing rust, believe it or not. I think it was some combination of salt and hydrogen peroxide and maybe vinegar actually did the trick. But
wait,
got
actual
really nice...
rust, not just the appearance of rust?
Yeah, actual
Whoa.
Legitimate rust. Which is why I used carbon steel instead of stainless for it. And then you kind of want to like lock that in place and of course not get rust all over your hand. So then you clear coat it with a powder coat, clear coat. And then you get the look and slight texture of rust, but it's an actual like usable finish.
Oh, okay. You clear coat it. Right.
Yeah.
How about just be full Chad and then just don't clear coat it?
You could, sure. Why not?
Yeah, okay. Just a thought. What do you think about the beam springs? Someone says my favorite keyboard, IBM 5251, which I have one right over here. Do you know? Are you familiar with that model? Or just beam springs in general? They all kind of look similar.
I know the new beam spring keyboards that the Input Club folks are
Kono's
making.
doing? Yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe it's Kono. I can never.
Oh, yeah. Aren't they kind of
never
the
know what the
same?
breakdown is between. They're kind of, yes, they're the same people, but there are organizational distinctions that are beyond my comprehension.
Like Valve and Steam?
Yeah, something like that, I think.
Hey, you knew! Secret closet gamer exposed.
Anyway, I have typed on one of those keyboards, and it was very nice, actually. And they have asked me notionally to commit to making a housing for it when it is released, and I have done that.
Dude,
so
that'd be sick! Like beam spring switches in a Norbauer case.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to doing that, actually. I don't know where they are with the project. It's been a while since I've talked to them about it, but I'm totally down.
In hot pink.
Sure.
Dude, that'd be the craziest thing ever. Wow. Wow. Oh, okay. So while we're talking about the exclusive leaks and secret things, it would be remiss of me to mention that this heavy grail, not this exact unit, it'll be a group by unit, but Ryan has, I'm generously offered one unit up as a giveaway item. I'm saying this sentence very slowly in case you decided to change your mind. for for my subathon, which is coming up this Saturday. It will be one of the giveaway items, and I'm still putting together the subathon giveaway list, but it will be a heavy grail in a K2 finish without the internals, so it'll be a bring your own HHKB ordeal.
That applies to all heavy grails anyway.
Yes, it applies to all heavy grails. But yes, it will be a group buy item, which means that you will get it when everybody else gets their group buy items, which is maybe sometime in the summer. So get excited. K2 finish. Why did you choose K2 specifically? Any particular reason? I guess this one. Well, yeah.
I just kind of had.
Go ahead.
I just kind of had to pick one, honestly. If somebody wants another one, that's fine.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So it could just be like, because if the subathon happens Saturday,
powder coat finishing.
You could get the info by latest like Sunday, which is not too long after group buy ends. Which group buy ends tomorrow. So
yeah, I mean that was the thing, is I actually didn't realize how soon you were going to be doing it, which is why I thought I would just arbitrarily pick a color and then I would add that into the totals.
Yeah.
But if somebody wants another powder coat color who wins, then it's by no means too late for that.
Choice of color. At what point are you? Would it be too late, or when are you submitting your things?
I'm not sure yet. Basically, nothing happens. So the heavy grail is manufactured entirely in the United States, and in this country, basically nothing happens between Christmas and New Year's, and then a few days after.
It's like our Chinese New Year's.
Yeah,
Chinese
exactly.
New Year. Yeah.
And so I'm not totally sure about that. We shall see. I wouldn't be surprised if actual production didn't start until first week of January.
Otherwise, if everything was running normally, they would start production within like the day or a couple days of your sending in the order.
Yes.
Oh, okay. You don't.
Well,
have to,
it depends. They would certainly begin the process of ordering the material for the machining.
Okay, gotcha.
Ornery is asking. This is Jared. He's asking if he can win that as well.
Oh, Ornery's Jared?
Grail you want, yeah.
Wait a sec. Is Ornery the guy who has the Disney connections?
Yes, that's right.
That's Jared?
Uh-huh.
Oh my gosh. All these realizations I'm having tonight. Because I've spoken with him like 2 years ago or whatever. Right? And then,
I don't know.
Yeah.
You were not at the LA meetup, right?
No.
Okay. Yeah, that's where I met him.
He watched me a super long time ago, and then he heard that I was going to California, and then he reached out and just kind of said some nice things and mentioned that he watched me and stuff like that. So yeah, that's cool. And then he also knew of you and stuff, so I was like, yo, small world.
He's now my keyboard colleague, and a very good job of he does it too.
That's awesome.
We've been kind of helping each other through the despair of COVID and the world being shut down, and our shared love of Disneyland being totally denied to us by the fact that the park has been closed for a really long time. It's actually been really great. And he does not need to try to win your giveaway. I will give him a heavy grail. Shut up. That's ridiculous.
Whoa, let's go.
If anyone ever emails my shop email, they will almost certainly be hearing from Jared.
Nice. So I could email. What's your main shop? Is it
It's
help
just
at
shop at
Norbauer
Norbauer.
or shop at
Shop at
Norbauer?
Norbauer.com. Yeah. So we both look at almost all of those emails,
Mhm.
but sometimes I'm busy doing other stuff through the course of the day, and Jared ensures that people actually get quick replies to things that need it. So it's been enormously helpful to me. I actually find that I can get a lot more done. The actual amount of time that it used to take to respond to client emails, things like can you change my address, can you change my finish or whatever,
Mhm.
it's actually not large, but I found that it kind of took up a lot of my brain space.
Mhm.
Just regularly checking in and not wanting replies to be too slow, and
Yeah, for sure.
It's been enormously helpful having some of that burden relieved. So
Mhm.
I'm very grateful to him for that.
Ornery, yay! Shout out to Jared. Solji wants to know if you're going to SockCon.
Is that a question for me?
Yeah.
What is it?
I think it's one of those things, I guess, where it would have been better if you just read chat than me reading it out loud.
Sorry.
But it's okay. He asked it a while ago. I just wanted to make sure that question didn't get missed. Jared as an AJ. Does it sign off as
Sorry,
AJ?
it's very confusing. He generally goes by AJ, but I originally knew him as Jared, and then he goes by Ornery on the internet, the keyboard internet, and I apologize for the confusion. I should probably just always refer to him as AJ.
What does AJ stand for? Is that one of those nickname things?
It's short for his full name. I don't know if I'm revealing more personal information than he would want, so I'm not going to say anymore, but it's short for his full name.
Oh. How? All right. Oh, well, that's fine. Wait, but how?
What? Is that not straightforward?
AJ and Jared?
Yeah, which is his middle name.
Oh, Jared's his middle name?
Right?
Oh, okay. Was I supposed to know that? Wait,
I
are
don't
people
know.
who are named who go by AJ, is J always like their middle name or something?
I probably varies, I would guess.
Never mind. I don't know. I just don't know the connection. I've never known anyone named AJ, so maybe that. Yeah, I don't know.
Is it not common for people who go by two initials for that simply to be their first and middle name initials?
What other examples? I don't think I know a single person who does in my life who has like a two initial thing.
I don't know.
I think that's probably the context that I'm missing, personally.
Riveting conversation, no doubt, for everyone.
Solji also wants to know what time you normally go to sleep.
So I am by my nature an extremely nocturnal person, who, in the absence of a strict sleeping regime, will go to sleep every night about 1/2 of an hour later than the night before.
I feel
And,
that.
Yeah, it's pretty common. There's like a word for this sleeping pattern. And I think it's particularly common among people who spend a lot of time at their computers, staring into a daylight balanced light source. I found that there would be times of the year, especially when I was living in Boston and it's very dark, there's very few hours of sunlight, that there would be times when I would be waking up at 5 p.m. and that sucked. I really didn't enjoy that very much. And I decided when moving to California that I was going to try for the first time in my life to actually have a regular sleeping schedule. even though it goes strongly against my nature and wiring. And ever since living here, I more or less go to bed now every night between 11 and like 12:30, and wake up around 7:30 or 8. And I find that I'm much happier in life. This part of that illusion of productivity and meaning comes from getting up early and feeling like I didn't sleep past the whole day. It's totally stupid, totally irrational, but it works, so why not?
Yeah, exactly. Feelings are valuable.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. They're unavoidable.
Wait, Piptine, are you talking about this ring? My PBT engagement ring. Huh? Is that a meme? Or...
Is that actually a PBT ring?
No, it's silicone.
Oh. Okay.
So that's... Yeah, I don't know. But I wore it because I know you liked pink as a ring. You commented on it once when I wore it during a video chat.
I'm quite fond of pink for sure.
Yeah.
LA is very into pink. It's the most pink city in the United States by far.
Oh, I never knew that.
I don't know why exactly, but there's just like pink everywhere here. Wonderful.
Oh, answer for everybody. This question was asked a few times earlier. Everyone who's asked is probably no longer here now. My fault. But the Bauer keyboard.
Yes.
Tell us. Just like when you heard, how you reacted, how you felt, and how you currently feel.
I found out about it because people kept emailing me questions about this keyboard that I was making that I was not making, and I didn't understand what they were talking about for quite some time until I realized that someone was making a keyboard that was called Bauer. I asked them about it, and Garrett, I should say, and I pointed out that it was kind of awkward and could cause some confusion because I'm sort of known for making keyboards, and I have this sort of singular name that sounds a lot like that's spelled the same way. And he pointed out that they were pretty far along and it would be hard to change the name. And so I said, okay, whatever, it's fine. There's no drama there. Just...
Yeah, now you guys hate each other.
No, in fact, we've become pretty good friends since then. In fact, so I was recently talking about pink in Los Angeles. The like mecca of pink in LA is the Beverly Hills Hotel, one of my favorite places to go here in the city. It's like it's this old, like really old school Hollywood and probably 1940s or earlier hotel in LA that is entirely painted pink on the outside and uses pink like on everything inside, on the menu and all the printed collateral, and has really cool artwork and stuff. We, on the eve of the SoCal meetup, Garrett and several other keyboard friends all went out to dinner there, and that was very pleasant. I actually really like him a lot.
Cool. Someone curiously asked, where would you recommend Chubby's move if he moved to LA?
Like where in the city?
Yeah, I guess so. Where in LA?
I think you should move close to me so we can hang out and you can lie on my floor and use my massage chair, and I'll be amused and try to learn from your ability to chill.
I like it. It's so funny because often a big portion of my time spent dialoguing with Mitlotica, with whom I find you and her have a lot of similarity in your work-oriented minds, is that I just end up helping both of you to chill. And like
it's a very useful skill.
Simply and very specifically enjoy non-work things and spend time on them, because time is such a resource that you both value very highly. And you're like, yeah, but can I do that like quickly? I'm like, nope, you gotta spend time on it. Enjoy it, relish it. It's funny. She is probably moving back to LA, so it'd be cool.
I do quite like it here, although I look forward to it returning to being a proper functioning city again, which may be a while.
I would love to live in LA. I think it'd be cool. There's like a lot happening there, and the vibe is completely different, and good food. And actually, most of my friends, in a sense, or I've just made a lot more friends recently in like specifically the LA area. It's like there's just a bunch of people concentrated there. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, in all our time living in Northern California, I don't think we, with one exception, really made any friends at all, other than people who work in restaurants that we would go to all the time. And I already have a decent number of friends that I really like and know pretty well here in the LA area, so I'm looking forward to when it's more possible to spend time with people.
Burley asked, what food do you miss in Boston?
This is so maybe they watched that documentary that I mentioned, because this comes up in there. There's an amazing ice cream shop called Toscanini's.
Oh, so good. I've been there.
You've been there, probably at my recommendation. Sorry?
No, but
no, really? That's just by chance? Okay.
My friend really, really loved it and brought me there, so that's why.
Okay.
But I did go to a place by your recommendation, the Beacon Hill Hotel and Bistro. Phenomenal. Oh,
yes. Yeah, so that's the other answer. That place the brunch there was amazing. But Toscanini's ice cream was unparalleled, and I used to just live like 2 blocks from there.
Wow. Oh wait,
So
in Beacon Hill, or not Beacon Hill, sorry, but Coolidge Corner?
No, Central Square.
Oh. Is there only one Toscanini's?
In Coolidge Corner? No, I'm not sure. But I lived in Central Square, which is right between MIT and Harvard on the Red Line. But I did also live in Beacon Hill before that, so...
Oh wait, never mind. I keep getting JP Licks and Toscanini's mixed up because they're both like ice cream places.
That's correct.
Toscanini like
is fine but totally unremarkable.
Is Toscanini's like the one that's like big glass windows on the street and kind of in the middle of nowhere? Like it's just tall buildings but other. Okay, I've been there too. That place is nuts.
Toscanini's is better.
It was good. Yeah. If I had to choose one, yeah. And you could like see behind the workshop of like what they're making and stuff.
That's right.
Yeah.
And the guy who ran the place was really weird in a way that I liked a lot. Gus.
I don't know if Huru's still here. He asked some good questions, and I think I saved them because they were like very in depth. But if he shows up in chat, I'll ask his questions because I would want him to hear the answers and stuff.
Do you put your streams on YouTube? Or do people have to be watching this to be able to see it?
It's technically in Twitch VOD for 2 months before it gets automatically deleted. I could put it on YouTube. I have no real reason not to. I just haven't. But
I noticed that a lot of people who do this sort of thing do put it on YouTube. But
I was actually thinking that it's not automatic, but I was thinking for this specific one I might, just because you're awesome. Period.
It's probably useful for people who who can't be there when you're live, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. If you bully a bully on the internet, are you anything more than a bully? I think not. I just bullied someone on Geek Hack, but I'll edit the post after I calm down. But it's a trend that's been pissing me off lately, says Jax. Wait, the trend, Jax, is bullying the bully? Bullying the bully? Or stemming from toxic streamers? Toxic keyboard streamers?
Are there toxic keyboard streamers?
Not that I knew of, but maybe there are. Hot take time. Give us a hot take, Ryan.
What? Define hot take.
Define like I feel like it's one of those things I know what it is, but maybe if I look it up, will be a little more concise. A piece of commentary typically produced quickly in response to a recent event whose primary purpose is to attract attention. I think what people tend to use it as, though, is more like a personal opinion that causes controversy, usually going against the flow and or being unpopular.
Well, I cannot give you a hot take on the subject of keyboard streamers because I think I could name two. I'm talking to one of them.
That's funny. No, just give us a hot take in general in the keyboard hobby, I suppose, or in life if you think of something particularly interesting. But it wasn't meant to be pointed at keyboard streamers or the Twitch space.
I'm interested in this recent question of bullying bullies. I'm still thinking about that. Actually, I can't say I have a hot take to offer.
I would say that to Jax's point, I really don't like when people give hot takes on interest checks because it's mostly just bashing things. It's kind of dumb. So,
isn't there like a rule against that on Geek Hack?
If there is, it's not really enforced. So,
I could see that. I've always thought it was a good principle, which is that, you know, if somebody is offering something that you're not interested in, just don't say anything. Just, like, vote with your dollars and don't buy it. You know, it's not really contributing to say that it's not for you, right?
Exactly. Oh, can you real quick show the Veracity Steel on stream? I meant to ask that earlier. You showed it earlier. But just give us the script.
What?
You just like scraped it off your cabinet.
Yeah, whatever. It's fine. I can polish out any scratches. I was demonstrating totally fingerprinting it up before, and it remains in that state. Sorry. Here, I'll wipe it on my pants. It'll probably look better. So, you know, mirror polished stainless steel, pretty much like you'd expect.
Yeah, it also doesn't quite seem like your cabinet is that close, but yeah, you just reached over and grabbed something off it.
It's arm length.
That's wild. Oh, right. Tom Ford. Somebody was asking about that earlier. I don't know who or what that is. Give us your opinions or
Ford
something.
is like a designer, fashion designer or something, right?
I don't know.
Burley
says that should be a hot take.
What should be?
Your opinion on him.
I'm afraid I have no colorful opinions to offer on this person. I just vaguely know who he is.
Yeah.
I think. Sorry.
Elastic arm. Brong. Is that a K2 heavy grail? Yes, Voldy. This is a K2 finish heavy grail on the desk right now. Tom Ford is known for stubble and suits.
I have this. I can't explain it, but I have a very strong revulsion against facial hair. So I think I probably wouldn't like Tom Ford then. I have no objection to suits.
Interesting.
Unless they're worn in contexts where suits are expected.
True. Imagine wearing like suits to work or something. Ha.
When I had that job in London, I certainly had to wear a suit every day.
British Parliament.
Yep.
Kind of a big deal.
Definitely not a big deal, but I did have to wear a suit.
Okay, Ryan, tell us what in your life that you've done or are currently doing is a big deal.
I made an officially licensed replica of Captain Picard's computer, which is a thing that I wanted to have since I was a child. Among my like earliest memories of sentience are an obsession with this computer and device. And somehow in adulthood, I managed to make the ultimate replica of this object exactly as it slightly idealized, but otherwise exactly as it appeared on the set of Star Trek: The Next Generation in the late '80s. And this was sold to Star Trek fans as an officially licensed product, and people paid thousands of dollars for it. I'm almost certain, and nobody returned it. They all seemed quite happy with the result. So I'm almost certain that this is my only meaningful achievement in life.
That's fair. Okay.
I try to live my life by the lights and judgments of my childhood self. And at least through that lens, this is an achievement. And it's the only thing I'm like sort of pleased with myself for having done that I can think of.
Very cool. Does Ryan play any
keyboard-
musical?
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. I'm transitioning to a new question. So if you had some thoughts, I would love to hear it.
No, I was just saying that, the keyboard stuff is also very rewarding to me, but kind of mostly in the aggregate, right? The effects of what I do seem to be very positive, and people get a lot. I hear from people who are excited that I do the stuff that I do, and I appreciate that. But the it's always like a work in progress for me. Right now, I'm always thinking about how I can make it better and get things out faster and tackle new and interesting technical challenges. I don't think I'll be able to like look to appreciate any keyboard things that I've done in any way until at some point in the distant future when I'm kind of done with it and I have more emotional distance and I'm not thinking about how it could all be better,
Okay. A question
We'll
is
see.
asked.
If I open a keyboard store,
Ooh.
like a boutique, that people can come into and kind of
A
get
keyboard
excited
truck.
about.
Drive it around.
No, not a truck. It has to be a store.
Oh.
I'm very attached to it being a store.
Oh, okay, fine. It was a meme
then
idea.
Maybe I'll feel like I've done something that was kind of that I never thought I would do and is cool. I don't know why that seems important to me, but I think
What
that
would you call the store?
I think it would be called Norbauer and Company.
Oh, creative. So I've been playing this game called Cyberpunk 2077, which just came out. Have you
Cool.
heard of it?
I have not, but I like the name.
Yeah, so it's like it's a AAA title. The
What does that mean?
Big game, big developers, lots of money, kind of thing.
Okay.
And like the
big Hollywood production for movies
Yeah,
or something.
yeah.
Got it.
the way they do like character talking and facial animations and stuff is like really good and sophisticated, and it looks very lifelike in a sense. And then I've been playing a lot of that and kind of like, watching dialogue and the scenes and stuff, and like for some reason sometimes like how you move or how you respond to things I say is just reminds me of the game.
Okay. Noted.
The more like I think like I'm playing the game right now but looking at you, the funnier it gets. Like earlier you just did like this kind of like smile and like nod, but you didn't say anything, which I think just people normally don't do, and yet it's still very sensible of a reaction. But like I don't know, it just made me think of it. Good night, Suj.
Okay. I have nothing to add to this.
Totally fine. Not good nor bad, neither here nor there. It just is. Like we all are. Someone said Norbauer is a real character. Oh, right. Raz asked this earlier. Is Chubby's purchasing a heavy grail? Am I purchasing one?
You tell me. I believe you had expressed an interest in a steel one.
I did, but then I was more enticed by the potential of a custom color one. And then I went on Prismatic Powder's website and realized they now have 6,500 plus colors listed. And I'm like, oh, well.
They came out with a color today that I'm actually really excited about. I've been wanting to create that exact effect for a long time. It's like a, it might be described as iridescent or like holographic. So it's silver underneath, but there's this kind of coating on top of it, clear coating, that creates almost a kind of rainbow effect as you move it around.
Oh, yeah.
Which is very, it would go well with the after school key set because it's very sort of like 90s thing that you would see in like jackets and stuff. And in fact, I think in Back to the Future, Marty has like a hat or something that's made out of this kind of material, this like iridescent silver.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Hat or backpack or something. So I'm excited about that. I can't wait to make a prototype in that finish.
Can you just get samples whenever you want, the swatches? Or how does that work?
5 at a time.
And is there a commitment behind them or something?
No, I think you might have to pay for shipping, but it's not. It's like $5 or something.
Oh, very cool. I might ask about some swatches. Oh, wait, I could just request it myself in that case.
Yeah.
Right?
I highly recommend swatches because their colors in their photographs are not very representative.
Right. The photographs, I think, give a decent idea of how things look, but like when they don't have an actual product that they've done, it's much less helpful.
Of course, Nick knows that Marty's hat was lenticular fabric.
I didn't watch that movie, so.
It was 3 movies, actually, but...
I mean, I know.
That's really
I didn't watch
sad.
any of them. Oh, yeah. Well, such is life. Burley is very sad. He is a regular here, and he is always perpetually disappointed by my movies that I have not watched.
So, lenticular fabric, it may well have been, but it had kind of a similar effect to what I was describing, actually. Do you know what lenticular stuff is, Preston?
I do. We learned about it in packaging school. It's the thing that...
Packaging school?
Like when
I forgot you went into packaging school.
Yeah, I went to college or something, supposedly. Piece of paper says so. It's like the thing where you can like angle it and then it shows like a moving picture or something, right? Yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sure it must be related to the Latin words for length or things that are long. So like a lenticule surely just means like a little thing that is long, right? And if you look up close at a lenticular piece of art, it is like a bunch of half rounds, I think. So that's probably why it's called that.
Gotcha.
My 2 semesters of Latin occasionally come in handy for such things.
I need people's help in choosing colors, choosing a potential color, including you, Ryan. If there's any interesting ones, feel free to send them my way if it's not too much trouble. In the sense of whenever you come across them, just, hey, here you go.
What are you into?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm pretty open to whatever. Generally don't like red. I like pastels and like fun, cute colors. Something that kind of like stands out in a particularly like vibrant or fun kind of way. And something that leans a bit more towards playful rather than like edgy or striking or like mysterious / deep. More playful and lighthearted or whatever.
What is your preferred texture?
I'm actually pretty open to whatever. Like I like the eggshell. I like the glossy. I don't really like the K2 finish, whatever you would call this.
Okay.
I think. But if the color was absolutely super dank, then I don't mind this texture either. It's kind of nice that it's not smooth like all the other boards. So,
Have you seen any of the wrinkle finishes?
Monte Carlo?
That would be one of them, yeah.
Yeah. I was probably biased by the red. There's a black too, right? What was a black one called?
Yeah, there's a black, but there's a range of pastels that I've never actually made a housing in, but that still have that same interesting sort of vintage electronics surface texture, but come in more modern pastel colors. Someone recently got a bespoke color from me. I think on a heavy 9 that was a I think it was similar to your buttercup finish, but with a wrinkle.
So the wrinkle makes it much more rough, or how'd that work?
No, it actually feels quite smooth to the touch, surprisingly. If you look at it, it looks like it might feel like it was textured, but
I've touched it. It's not that smooth though. It's still
Really?
kind of feels like K2 essentially. It feels
sure,
like
but
K2
even the
to me.
K2 feels pretty smooth to me. Like it feels smoother than you would think looking at it.
Oh yeah, I guess from a close-up picture, but it's not. I mean, it is smooth, but like I wouldn't call it smooth personally.
Okay.
It's textured.
Well, in any case,
Yeah.
there's a wide array of pastels available in wrinkle finishes. So my general advice on powder coats for keyboards in general is to go as matte as you can and have a texture if you possibly can. You will get much better, much more consistent, uniform across the board results. If you
At least perception-wise, which is what matters.
right,
Is what we're talking about, right?
exactly.
Yeah.
If you get a solid color that's a gloss, the slightest irregularity, particulate, anything will be exaggerated in the extreme by the way light plays over the surface, especially on like black or dark colors. So
Right.
I generally just recommend against those whenever possible for a small object like a keyboard that you're going to be interacting with up close. Powder coat is generally not even designed for that type of application. It's mostly for large pieces of office furniture or something where people aren't going to be inspecting it very closely. Things like my Bisley cabinets here. And for stuff like that, those types of irregularities just don't matter. And powder coaters aren't used to dealing with scenarios where it does matter. And so,
Yeah.
unless you're going way out of your way to find a super high-end powder coater, of which there are very few in my experience in the United States, then you're way safer if you go with something that's just a more forgiving finish to apply.
True.
I also
Yeah.
just happen to think they're more interesting.
They are more interesting. I can understand that. All powder coat finishes are rather interesting because they are not anodized aluminum. So they have that going for them.
Yes, I feel like the universe of possibilities that are going to come out of anodizing that are interesting have been pretty well explored. Although, Caustic Customs and people like that do really cool things.
I think that's one of
that
the things
stuff's
I
hard to
really
do at
like
scale.
about Matrix boards or Matrix Lab is that they are hitting certain colors in anodizing that have just not been seen before. So to that end, nailing down color accuracy and repeatability is huge and surprisingly difficult unless like you actually are the one running it or doing the anodizing. You don't know how hard it is because there's no particular reason to think anodizing one color will be more difficult than some other color from a consumer perspective.
It's really hard. I mean, I went through this. Yeah, I was doing a lot of anodizing in my early days of the Norbit touches, and there's one color that I had mixed that was a Pantone match that proved to be quite popular. I think it was called like Galaxy Purple or something, and I tried to get it remade, and they just couldn't replicate it. It was there was something about maybe some happy accident of the formula mixing,
Hmm.
and they just couldn't get it right ever again. And
Hmm.
but the thing with anodizing is that you're inherently limited by the process in some ways, so you can't make a white anodized keyboard, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't do light solid colors. Pastels in general are hard. It's always going to be sort of a grayish metallic pastel, even if you try to make like pink or something.
Hmm.
Just the nature of the process. It's like a translucent oxide layer with a little bit of dye in it, so you're always going to see through it to the underlying aluminum a little bit.
Hmm. Hmm. Very cool.
So what is it, like 3 a.m. where you are or something?
Yeah, that's right.
How long have we been at this?
6, 7 hours. We
Good God,
started
are you
at 8.
serious?
Yeah, right. Time just flies. I was, I clearly asked 6, thinking that was an over generous estimate. But if we started at 8, which we did, and I hit uptime, it is live for 6 hours and 51 minutes.
Okay, that makes sense. That's
Time
asking a lot of
works.
your poor viewers.
Well, I mean, people are free to come and go as they please.
Certainly hope.
I'm paying them to stay. Well, yeah, I was thinking we could wrap things up shortly.
Sure. I mean, no rush or anything. I just was
Oh, I know.
using it the hour.
I
How
asked
long do
you.
your streams normally go?
How
You build
long
such
do my streams normally go? I mean, as short as like 2 or 3 hours, and then some. It's not at all uncommon, and probably more so the norm that I just hang out and talk into the night. So, pretty normal to be here this long. Yeah.
What's your favorite thing about it? Like, what is it? The sense of connection with the people that you're talking to?
Yeah. It's
Gives
I've
you
always
occasion to play with new keyboards.
I always enjoy sharing things with people. So that's why like it's hard for me to kind of want to play single player games or single player experiences, because I want to inherently want to share it with somebody or have that experience with somebody. So I guess for me, the most simple way to do that is to save those single player experiences for when I can either play it on stream or like have an IRL person with me as I'm playing through it or something. So that's for games specifically. And then streaming is just a natural extension of being able to share thoughts and sentiments or in a space with other people who also value similar things, and then make more connections with. It's kind of like casting a wide net and then seeing who clicks, and then go from there. I think that's more of how I see it. I think people stream for different reasons and they have different goals of, growth or of, I don't know, whatever other reasons people have. But for me, it's just like find the joy in simply existing in that space together. And then the more like behind the scenes or less apparent thing is like growing deep connections through being able to meet people online.
Do you, as a result of streaming, end up meeting people in real life very often?
If they
Like
happen
it's
to be
harder now.
close, then yeah, then I will inevitably meet them more frequently if they're very close, and then less frequently if they're not. But I don't know if the IRL component matters so much, or at least I just don't think it does. Maybe it does. I'm sure it does to an extent. Yeah. yeah, it's cool. My first subathon will be Saturday. That should be interesting.
This is the exercise where you endeavor to stay live and streaming for some insane period of time. Is that right?
Generally, how it goes, yeah.
How how long do you anticipate it will be?
I don't know. Could be anything from like 12 to 24 hours. Yeah.
Interesting.
If I ever need to fill a 7-hour chunk of time, I'll just ask you to join me on call.
Apparently,
I honestly do think that it would be a pretty cool portion. Like it's pretty free, the schedule. Like I don't really have a schedule. So yeah, I don't know. I think people would enjoy hearing from you and we have good conversations. I'll think about it more about what I want to do with scheduling wise and ask when you're free. See if we can set something up. I think
sure,
people
it's good
would be-
exercise for me and not working. So
exactly.
This is
I
your-
think
your-
also
your
I can help bridge the
effect on-
gap. Sorry, what?
This is your usual positive effect on me. You make me waste time and sit around chatting.
Yes. I can bridge the gap between you and people who see you as untouchable, unapproachable celebrity. You know, bring us all into a voice call and just
Still unfathomable to me. I
exactly.
mean, where does that even come from? Like, because like they saw I posted a keyboard on the internet for sale. Like, what?
It's because you don't have a Discord, because you don't. Yeah, that's probably it.
I'm just lazy to touch and can't be bothered, and too
Pretty
old.
much. And you seem
Discord.
old, and you talk with all proper grammar and stuff. So
All proper grammar and stuff. Sure.
they're like, "Yo, this guy's unapproachable." Okay, honestly though, I think it's because the little content that's out there in terms of anything to do with you speaking, either your recorded videos or Nathan's videos of you, all present you as this kind of person who is very like professional and business and giga brain and, you know, seems kind of unrelatable in a sense.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think
but
that's
as
mostly
we've
it.
established, I'm kind of the same person all the time, though, right? Obviously don't have like a public face,
Mm-hmm.
or I mean, it's a shortcoming of me for sure, because I would love to be able to be like a charming, excited, happy person making videos, like making people want to buy keyboards or something. But I just that's it's not in my repertoire. I have very limited acting range. I can do cerebral excessive analysis, right? So if I make a video about how to polish your polycarbonate keyboard, you're gonna get like 25 minutes of you know, abrasives theory, and that's just, you know, it's what I can do.
Yeah.
It's my thing.
We gotta tap you in. You gotta get you to tap a bit more into the energy of people who aggressively support alpha colored pipe key. There was a fire that came out. I don't know if you felt it, but it was there and it was good.
Okay.
We got to tap more into that.
I crack in my stoic veneer.
Mm-hmm. For good causes. Stoic veneer. We will take some final questions and yeah, we'll hang out for a few more minutes and then we'll call it a night.
Sure.
Burley asked, have you found any use for the third button or other features outside of 3D modeling?
No, I don't think that I have. I've thought about it, but I haven't invested the time in it. I like auto hotkey, and you can probably hook into that third button with auto hotkey in some way and do something useful with it. I just haven't come up with anything yet. The keyboard is very good in its stock form as well. So it's not hard to make a lubed HHKB plate or Topre plate kind of sound reasonable. In some ways, it might have been more instructive if you had the unlubed version, because I feel that it's pretty good in its stock unlubed form and sounds and feels pretty strikingly similar for something in a metal housing, the HHKB itself.
I see.
So
For what it's worth,
I wouldn't use it lubed, I don't think.
do you mean you wouldn't go through the trouble of lubing it? Like if I said,
Let's
"Hey
just
Ryan,"
say I could magically have a lubed or unlubed keyboard and choose without respect to the effort. I think I probably would choose the unlubed version, actually. Yeah.
oh, why? Just wondering.
Well, I guess I'm also biased here in this case because there are silencing rings on that keyboard, and that really deprives Topre of one of the things that I like most about it, which is that sound on the upstroke. And so maybe I would actually opt for some hybrid, which is the lubed switches and no silencing rings. But even on my daily driver keyboard, I don't have it lubed. I like it in its stock form, actually.
I haven't lubed any of my Topre boards for what it's worth. I don't find that it makes a tremendous difference, so I just haven't gotten
Sometimes
around to
it does. Like I said, Alon's Nova Touch is amazing and sounds radically different.
With lube? Oh, interesting.
Yeah. I should maybe shoot a video with that keyboard or something. It's really sounds amazing. I'm not sure that I'd have to play with it a little bit to know if I actually prefer the typing experience, but the sound is just really good.
Okay.
I've been reluctant to mess with my Real Force by lubing it because I really like it in its current form, and I'm not 100% certain that I would prefer the lubed version.
Right.
I think it really changes the sound of a Topre keyboard.
Maybe more for some boards than others, I feel like.
It's possible.
Yeah. I forgot all the vocab words you taught me tonight. Profundity. Forgot already.
It'll come up again, I'm sure.
Oh no, Pipteen, I didn't see your request earlier, but I'll give your points back. Pipteen wanted me to take another shot, which I would have done if I had seen it earlier, but I did not. All right, Ryan, when are we going to do this again?
Whenever you would like.
Suddenly, well, it's interesting because I feel like you spend all your time working, but I guess inherently you don't to spend all your time working, so you do have some time that's available. So, but since I know that you spend what? Oh, wait, what?
Theoretically available.
So it's interesting because since I know you spend all your time working, I feel weird asking because then it's like he'd be working. But then what happens to the things that he would give up to spend time with me?
Don't worry too much about that. It's that's obviously my responsibility. I appreciate your kind concern about it, but we've already established a major theme of this conversation is my propensity for excessive work. So
true. So there's wiggle room, is what you're saying.
Direction is probably healthy.
Okay. Zaktar asks, what do you think about vintage switches? Are they worth the price and the praise?
So it's obviously not the inherently vintage nature of the Switch that makes it desirable or should make it desirable, but rather the physical properties that are created by its being vintage, right? So especially like, I guess it's complicated because the molds might have been different at particular times. And so you could have gotten something from like a good batch or an early day, mold when the molds were smoother or something. But oftentimes when you hear people say like vintage blacks or something, they're referring right to a switch that's actually been used in a keyboard for an extended period of time, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So what people are looking for is like the smoothness that arises because of the polishing of
Mm-hmm.
plastic on plastic, right? Um, and it seems to me like that could probably be achieved through other means rather than, hundreds of thousands of keystrokes over the course of many years,
Mm-hmm.
either by lubing or actually like physically polishing the stem. For people who've tried that, right? In fact, I think there was a Keep Talk thread the other day about people using diamond polish to polish up stems, which is interesting because that's what I have been using to polish my stainless housings. I've tried many different compounds and techniques for polishing, and the diamond polish works better than anything else I've tried. There's this guy who has these amazing videos on YouTube where he just like polishes stuff. It's like, it's one of these YouTube channels that just appeals to something very low level in our reptile brains. It's like satisfying to watch people power washing things and
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Reptile brains.
yeah,
Yes.
and ASMR and all that stuff. And this guy does like he just polishes stuff. He takes like dirty old things and polishes them up to an extremely high mirror
Mm-hmm.
finish. And he was using diamond polishes, and so I decided to give them a go, and they're really impressive. You can bring something. So this keyboard, this surface right here, which is so shiny and mirror-like, last night when I started was completely matte. I had it was like you could see rough sanding lines all over the whole back of it. It was as if it had been freshly machined, and I was able to get it up to this extremely high polish, totally mirror finish, uh, by hand. No mechanical polishing, no polishing wheels, no Dremel, nothing. Just by using diamond paste and a microfiber cloth.
Does that require re-polishing often, or just eventually, or only if it's touched, or?
Only if something pretty hard scratches against it.
Okay.
Steel is harder than aluminum. It's less likely to take a scratch. But it also kind of just depends on your skin, and your fingernails are not going to scratch the keyboard. It's only if you're sort of carrying it around. That particular keyboard got scratched because I carried it on the move with me from Silicon Valley, and then we stayed in Palm Springs for a month, and then we came here, and it made the whole trip in my briefcase with like pens and measuring tapes and stuff, and so it got some scratches on it. That's not the normal scenario for a keyboard. If you just have it on your desk and you're not carrying it around, it should stay pretty much the same on an almost permanent basis. The option of refinishing is there for you, which is what's nice about the Veracity finishes, but it's not necessarily something you should regard as an obligation to perform. That comes with an obligation to perform regular maintenance.
Got it. That makes sense. Some Raz is asking about where should I start with reading on Stoicism, and then Burley responds with, in my opinion, Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. And I just wanted to chime in and say that the first half of the book I've read of, I forget the title now because I lent it to a friend, but the book that you recommended me, I saw it at your place first, Ryan. I think that is a really great intro book, but it's the only one I read, but I like it a lot. It's very readable. What would you say, Ryan?
Yeah, so I definitely would recommend that book, although the name is escaping me at the moment. It has something like The Art of Stoic Joy in the title. Let me see if I can find it.
I would look things up, but my computer is like chugging at 100% CPU usage. It's very annoying. I feel like it's a recent problem.
My phone managed to solve the problem. So it's called A Guide to the Good Life, The Ancient Art of Stoic Joy by William Irvine. That book is not necessarily an amazing final answer to the question of Stoicism in the world, but it is a good way to sort of ease yourself into the concepts in Stoicism. And then I would recommend going to the original sources. Marcus Aurelius certainly is a good place to start. A lot of people really like Marcus Aurelius. Um, I personally prefer the letters of Seneca. There's kind of like um, different Stoic temperaments. Different people are drawn to different Stoic thinkers depending on what you kind of are interested in and kind of dwell on. And Aurelius is very like concerned with civic virtue and also just like how to deal with how shitty people are in daily life. I like that and I respect that, but there's something about Seneca that is a much more interesting kind of contrarian figure. He's more about how to how to deal with how to turn adversity in your life into something that um, is a benefit to you, and also how to resist social pressures to want things and to believe things that make you unhappy. Um, and all of Seneca's letters take the form of like advice to someone to whom he is a mentor. So they're very kind of explicitly um, they are advice, right? So they're didactic in nature, I guess, and presented that way. And so it feels a little bit more useful and practical. Aurelius's meditations were for his own consumption, and so it has a little bit of a different feel. And Epictetus is also very good in on the question of like dealing with adversity, and all of these all of these thinkers exist in really good approachable translation. So there's not necessarily much reason to not go to the primary sources. It's not dense abstract philosophy. It's very practical, very easy to read.
Okay.
But Irvine's book is a good start. It gives you like a kind of higher level conceptual understanding of the history, right? Because when you dive into letters of Seneca or you dive into Aurelius or something without any historical context, you might not really understand what Rome was like in that period, or the history of this philosophical tradition, or what exactly the concept of like living by a philosophy would have meant in the ancient world. And that the Irvine book kind of takes a higher level step back and explains and gives you some useful context.
Gotcha.
There's also there's this guy Ryan Holiday who's a very pretty popular writer uh, who has become interested in Stoicism lately, and he's written a couple of books. The Ego is the Enemy and The Obstacle is the Way. Those are sort of broadly on Stoic themes, and they're very approachable, but I feel like they're also kind of platitude driven a little bit, and not as good as some of the other options. He has a new one called The Lives of the Stoics, which is more of a historical account of specific Stoics. I think I'd probably like to read that.
Okay. Cool. Burley asked earlier, now that the heavy Grail plate is made and done, and you're happy with it, are there any technical issues with making a TKL sized one to kind of replicate that same like kind of soft feeling as the HHKB?
I can only assume that, well, maybe this isn't reasonable. I've always assumed that there was a reason Topre hasn't done that. And I can think of some. One is that already the mold for making that plate in that keyboard is very expensive. It's about $30,000 just to manufacture the mold. The R&D to make it was way more than that. Like to get to the point.
I'm gonna
And
use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
You can
sure.
continue.
Sure. So I would imagine that to make a full TKL mold, assuming that you could get around the other problems that I'll mention, would be fantastically expensive, because oftentimes the sizes of mold or just machined parts in general don't scale linearly. They go up in a non-linear way because it's not just machine time, but oftentimes you need a totally different scale of injection molding machine to be able to make the part, rather than just like running the thing that carves out the mold for a longer period of time. Um, so I wouldn't be surprised if it were fantastically way more expensive. But also, the an ABS plate obviously is much more flexible than any of the other common keyboard plate materials, and so you would have to do something to combat the inherent flex of the ABS plate. And I think you would end up probably just shoring up from behind with something that's essentially a metal plate to keep it from bowing downward, such that, because this is even a problem on the Heavy 9, which is my housing for the FC 980C and M. If you don't install the center screw that I put there, if you press down on the keyboard in the center, because the keyboard's relatively so long, it's longer than a TKL, you will see the keycaps pushing, or you'll even see the plate bowing away from the housing and pushing away. And that's kind of like, doesn't really give a sense of a quality high-end keyboard if you see it flexing away from the housing. And I kind of don't like that. So I imagine you would probably also have that if you made an ABS plate on a TKL, and you just end up solving it by undoing the ABS by backing it up by metal. I won't give you a summary, Preston. It wasn't that interesting, but I think it's. I think if you made the plate in ABS, it would just bow too much. It's kind of the short answer.
Gotcha.
Aside from the fact that it would be stupid expensive.
Okay, makes sense. Huru asks, I would like to know what food Ryan likes.
I'm really into white chocolate right now. Somebody makes keto white chocolate, so I can actually consume it. And there's something very nostalgic to me about white chocolate. I don't know why, especially at Christmas. I'm very fond of bacon. Pretty simple tastes, I suppose. Nothing interesting. For a long time, I had an obsession with this French confectionery known as nougat. Not necessarily because I particularly loved it, but I found it really interestingly technically challenging to make. It's very sensitive to slight changes in temperature.
I see a pattern here. Challenges.
It's not shocking, right? And I found it fun to make that. If you're interested in that, you can find on my personal website like 20 pages of theory and analysis on how to make nougat correctly.
On your website?
Yep. Ryan.norbauer.com. It's my personal website. I haven't touched it.
Is that a
in really
recent
long
edition?
time, and it's full of typos.
Oh, so it's not a recent edition. It's been there?
Oh, yeah. It's been there forever.
Neat. People were asking about if you had like a book list that you kept updated anywhere.
You mean like a reading list of books that I would tell other people to read? No, I don't. Maybe I should.
Or just books that you yourself have found impactful and meaningful, and then it's sort of an indirect, like, maybe you could read this and benefit from this list. Would be cool.
I could certainly do that. Yeah, I don't know. That for me is just my bookshelf. The books that I keep around and I don't get rid of are the ones that I remember having liked.
Right. Yeah, that might be cool. Because I think one of the big questions that gets asked people who are seen as successful or intellectual and whatnot is, what do you read, or what books have influenced you or helped you the most? So Yeah, I'd be interested in it as well.
I've probably mentioned at least 10 tonight.
Mm-hmm. And people were furiously writing them down because there's no such list. So they're like, I gotta write it down. Schnickers, I don't know if he's still here, but he asked, do you think type testing is a form of meditation?
Not for me, it's not. It stresses me out.
Do you type test often? Ever?
Almost never, no.
I
When I was first
almost
getting
never
into
as well,
keyboards.
so.
Oh, okay. We're
Except
talking
for
about
on
like
stream. Yeah.
typing speed tests, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did it when I was first getting into keyboards, but then I found, like I said, it felt too much like a game and therefore a waste of time, and it stressed me out because it's obviously a very time bound thing, right? And so you're sort of like working against a clock, and that kind of situation always just makes me anxious. So it's like the opposite of relaxing or meditative, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I just don't feel like typing speed is a problem for me. I'm a decently fast typist, and I don't ever feel like, man, I'm thinking way too fast to get these. It's just like
Yeah.
I'm not retarded in my ability to get my words out by my typing speed.
Mm-hmm.
I get my thoughts out. I mean,
Yeah, makes sense.
I feel like it's kind of, in some ways, it's analogous to speed reading too. Like, I don't think that reading fast is good. It means you're probably not thinking.
There is a
which
specific
defeats the
limit.
purpose of reading.
Like studies have been done on that. There's like a cap basically on how fast you could actually read to actually.
Oh yeah,
retain
there's a lot of
knowledge,
science
right?
around how reading, the mechanics of reading works, and like our brain and perceptions
Yeah.
and all of that. But even like something that I'm confident that neuroscience cannot really quantify at its current state of technological development is the thinking that occurs around reading. And I think that if you're reading a book that can be speed read, it probably isn't a book worth reading
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
because it's not stimulating you to pause and think.
Mm-hmm. Well, I very much appreciated having you on as a guest, and
My pleasure.
I appreciated your company. It's always fun talking with you. Always.
Thank you, Preston. It's fun for me as well.
I'm glad.
You're sort of insatiably interested in like everything, which makes you fun to talk to, and quite content to listen to someone's like self-involved rant on almost any topic. So it's makes it fun.
I think we all are. We just
We
like
all are what?
hearing you talk.
Well, I think this is true of you in general with other people, not necessarily with me.
That's true, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah,
You're
good
a good
point.
listener, as it were.
Well, thanks. I hope that we can do this more regularly. I am very down with the idea and kind of seeing what content we can create for it that has more of a schedule or make it more topical kind of thing. Or I don't know. I'm just thinking about it now. I think the main barrier was like worrying that you didn't have the time or I'd be taking up your time or something, you know? So
Well, I think you worry too much about that, as you know.
I do.
We should probably do it in like shorter, slightly more consumable bursts for the just as an act of mercy to the people who would be watching.
I agree. Yeah, definitely. We should do that. Yeah, let's do it. I'll definitely plan more with you about it soon.
Well, thanks for also taking the time to check out the keyboard. I'm encouraged that you don't think it's trash. It's a good start.
Yeah, it's great. If I didn't think it was good, I would tell you. I would give you
I
an
know you
honest
would.
opinion.
That's
Mhm.
why I would ask. You've told me on many occasions things that I've designed or done that you didn't like. So that's why I value your opinion.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
good, cool.
As I recall, you hated the heavy 6 design and told me in great specificity, including with diagrams, what you didn't like about it.
Wow, that doesn't sound like me. I don't know if I said I hated it, but you probably just ascribed that to what I said in your memory.
Well, I assume that you would say it nicely, and so that therefore your actual opinion would be somewhat more.
No, I didn't hate it. It was still within your design language. I just didn't like it as much as I liked everything else. Hate would be.
You know what? I agree with you. I
Yeah,
completely
exactly.
agree with that.
It is exactly and only what I only meant exactly what I said. There are other boards I hate more and actually hate. So, I mean, I don't know about that actually, but I didn't hate it. So, rest assured.
So
I'll tell you
before
what I
we
mean.
go, let me just point out to you something about the Heavy Grail that you maybe didn't notice, but is kind of weird. So look at the keyboard and the two sides of the keyboard, the right and left. The line. I don't know how to, if you're looking at it top down.
Uh-huh.
There's a left and a right line
Uh-huh.
that are like. Do you notice anything unusual about that
Line.
feature?
Line?
Like not a line, but effectively a line is created by the sides of the keyboard. You could sort of immediately to the left and to the right of the keycaps, the short ends of the keyboard.
Um no.
So
What am I
those
looking for?
sides of the keyboard are the lines formed by if you think about the radiused edge that's under your
Yep.
finger there, right?
Mhm.
That creates a line effectively running from the top to the bottom of the keyboard,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
There's another one on the other side
Yeah.
that also can be thought of as creating a line. Those two lines are not parallel.
Okay. I was wondering if it was like, does that mean these also are not? These here, these edges right here.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. I was thinking, I was about to say that, but then you drew my attention to this line, and then I got really confused. But I was about to say, like, maybe these kind of point inwards.
So the keyboard essentially like flares out as you go to the bottom. Right?
Oh, it flares out?
I think so. Here, let me.
You mean away from me or towards me?
It gets wider as it gets closer to you.
Oh.
It's almost imperceptible, but it's necessary because of the very unusual geometry of my housings. This flare at because the keyboard on the sides is tapered. And if you combine that with the fact that the keyboard has an inherent angle, just the way the geometry / physics of it work out, if you make the sides parallel, then you'll get an uneven. I'm trying to remember actually what it is that it screws up, but I think you'll get an uneven radius as you go from top to bottom, and actually, wait a minute. Oh, okay, I know what it is. So, actually, what I said was a little bit wrong. It's if you flip it upside down, it'll be more obvious. The taper of the keyboard, and it goes in the opposite direction. So the keyboard is less wide as it gets closer to you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And so what I'm actually doing here, it's very obvious that the sides of the keyboard are not parallel, right, on the base. But if you flip it, that is so that when you flip it over, if you look at the lines formed by the inside of the keyboard housing that are near the keycaps and the line formed by the outside, those two lines appear to be parallel, right? Because they are. And that can only be achieved by making them non-parallel on the bottom of the keyboard.
Because of the
Because of the
incline.
taper and the incline. The interaction between those two features. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, that's what I was like kind of trying to puzzle together, because it's like, it's almost like one of those, like, it's like it feels like an optical illusion, kind of like.
It is a
the-
little bit.
the
I'm
trickery
sort
of
of
it.
intentionally
Yeah.
tricking you, because the alternative is to not have that, to make the
Yeah.
bottom of the keyboard parallel. But then what happens is that that area under your thumb, that little like
Here.
thin,
Yeah.
well, if like on the top of the keyboard next to the keycap,
Oh, here. Yeah.
there's like a little strip of metal.
Mhm. Yeah,
right?
this part
That
would
would
not be.
if I didn't
yeah.
if I didn't make those changes to the bottom, that would flare out, and you would see that those lines are not parallel, and it's very unsettling. So
So essentially,
in order to get everything to work together, I have to create this
did you start
illusion.
from the top, of course, to make sure these were all squared, and then you went to the bottom to make it work, right?
I don't remember the sequence in which I did it. I probably designed it in the naive way first, and then said, "Wait a minute, this looks wrong. How can I like tweak this, even though it actually is wrong?"
Right.
Or insofar as non-parallel is wrong.
Yeah. Very cool.
So it's like some weird fractional angle that I had to calculate to get the other angles to be parallel, or the other lines to be parallel. Nobody has pointed it out or said anything about it, so I assume it's fine. But it's a weird quirk of this particular design.
Very neat. Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry, random fun fact.
No worries.
We were bidding each other adieu for the night. Thank you.
It's almost as though when you're looking at it from the top, it's a square board, and then it flares out that way, rather than being drawn in this way. Which, of course, if you're looking at it here, it's easy to be like, oh, it comes in this way. But it's more like this is actually what the norm would be, and then you're flaring it out this way. So would you say it's accurate?
I mean, this is why when we had it flipped around, I thought for a moment that it was actually flaring wider at the bottom. But that's definitely not the case.
Right.
But obviously the view of the keyboard that matters and that you want to be perceived as being symmetrical is this one.
Yeah. Right. Cool. Word. Well, okay. Awesome. I think it's a good time to wrap it up. I'm pooped.
As am I. I think I'm going to go have dinner now.
Wonderful. I hope that you enjoy your dinner. Thanks for keeping all of us company.
Of course. And my pleasure.
Thanks for being my friend, Ryan. You are still perhaps my favorite person on the planet Earth.
That's quite a statement, Preston.
It is. I've said it before. I've thought it through. Yeah. At least top 3. Maybe it might fluctuate. I don't know if it's like a static thing that I should assign some kind of indefinite timeline to that status, or if it should be something that kind of is always in flux, depending on, I don't really know what criteria.
I think the technicalities don't matter. It's the sentiment that matters, and your sentiment is well noted and much appreciated. And I think you know that the sentiment is returned, but I'm always hesitant to be so explicit
say absolutes.
About
I understand. I don't know if I've said it to you, but I always tell it to other people that you're one of my favorite persons on the earth. Perhaps my single favorite, if I had to just randomly choose one, or pick one out of the top 3 and vote as my number 1. But alas, the technicalities are not important.
It's easier and nicer to say nice. I mean, this is stupid and awful, and it's why humans are terrible, and I don't know why this is a cultural thing, but it's actually really hard to say super nice things about people directly to them. I don't know why. Like, I find it embarrassing somehow, and I'm really shy to like tell people directly who mean a lot to me that they mean a lot to me. Why should that be the case? I don't understand that, but I definitely know that that's true.
Is this true for
Do you
all
not find
of the
that?
people in your life? Like Alon and Jeff,
To
and
varying
people with whom
extents,
you have
yeah.
trust with. Okay. In that case,
yeah, I just
I suppose the way I naturally think of it is like it's an immediate kind of like transactional, not transactional, I guess there's a lot loaded with that word, but sort of like a trust, putting yourself out on a limb in that maybe they might not care about you in that same way, which I think would be more strongly pronounced with people you're not as familiar with, and less pronounced or completely maybe non-existent with people who you already do trust and love and they love you. But maybe each explicit saying is sort of like a small thing that is like a little trust exercise, and therefore there's like a risk that's scary. I don't know if you're scared of the risk though, of rejection or, you know, them not feeling the same way or something. I don't know. Because I don't really feel that much, I don't think. I just like willy-nilly tell people what I think about them, and
yeah, I've
that.
noticed that. I don't know why it makes me uncomfortable. Maybe it's like it's a concession of like vulnerability or something. But normally I like abstractly I'm very much on board with that. But there's something about I don't know, maybe it like makes you feel like you're in like a weaker position because you're acknowledging that you're like very attached to another person, right?
Would you
Those are
say
all
that if
bad
they
reasons.
immediately acknowledged it afterwards, you would feel at ease? Or reciprocated, rather?
I don't know. There's also a part of me that feels like that the other person would always necessarily and naturally assume that I'm just like bullshitting them to get on their good side. And so I not that I'm a person who probably gives the strong impression of wanting to get on anyone's good side, but I don't know. Something about it has always made me uncomfortable. It's terrible, and
there is sort of like a dynamic of like pandering to or sucking up to that I've learned that people have, but I personally have never felt it and therefore have never had to worry about it. So I think it's definitely like an experience or, you know, upbringing kind of thing.
sure. I don't know. I think this is not a phenomenon that's unique to me. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe
It's not.
partly an American cultural phenomenon or something. But
I think I'm really not the norm though. So I think you're more the norm, but I'm not.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And as with your ability to chill, yours is the inclination that is to be admired and emulated if possible, and not mine.
It's funny because I think, you know, broad strokes, of course, that like people like my methodology in the short term, but they like your results in the long term, and they kind of want to have their cake and eat it too, you know. It's like inherently, I think deep down they care about status, they care about accomplishment and achievement and social standing, but then like in the day-to-day they want to like live these kind of ideals of like, you know, I don't care about those things, and like I just want to enjoy life in the present and not worry about how far I'm getting and going and merit and metrics and stuff like that. I don't know, that's kind of a squinty eye perspective that I have.
Yeah, you know, as discussed previously, we're social primates, and it's really hard to pry out that impulse to care what other people think of you and to be always struggling and striving. Doesn't always come naturally. That's why we have these traditions, like I say, of Stoicism, Taoism, Zen Buddhism. They're all about trying to weaken those effects on our thinking and behavior on a daily basis.
In a quick exchange, if I simply said to your face, like, Ryan, you're so awesome. I appreciate hanging out with you. You're one of my favorite people. I can't wait till we hang out again. You're really special to me. would that in that moment would you feel any less weird about the fear or anxiety that surrounds telling someone what they mean to you to their face? If I went first and said all that.
No, it actually makes me feel much worse because I assume that you would assume that my reciprocating the sentiment was just reciprocating it for the sake of reciprocity rather than a sincere expression of.
Yeah,
that
I
actually
could
makes
see
it
that.
much harder.
That's kind of like a level 1 way of thinking, though. I've already thought that through, and I'm like, Ryan wouldn't say that, so. At least I hope not. At least I, not hope, but I don't predict that, knowing you, that you would do that. But then again, there's this very, like, soft vulnerability.
You mean that I would say something nice out of a sense of obligation
duty,
or reciprocity?
Yeah.
Sure,
But
I know that.
But then there's the Ryan Norbauer that does 34 one-offs for people who send nice emails. So then I'm like, he is human after all.
But none of that involves deception, right? I don't have to lie to people and say, I'm just doing something that they asked.
Yeah, no. So I don't think you would do something that you didn't mean, or wouldn't say. You would say something that you didn't mean. I've already done the math in my head.
Okay.
And
I understand that, but there's just this. When we had that exchange earlier, when we had basically this exact situation that you described, I was very uncomfortable saying anything in response to what you said because I assumed that it would be perceived to just be my making an empty reciprocal statement. So
understandable. You reciprocator, you.
But I'm not. That's the
I know.
point.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm just memeing.
All right.
I know you mean what you say.
We're not very good at ending
That's all that
conversations.
It's because we're just having so much fun talking. That's how it goes.
It's true.
Dude, last night I stayed up with Deck, just like sitting in a Discord call, like talking for hours until it was.
Are there people still listening to this?
Yeah. There are people in chat. There's a viewer count of.
I'm so sorry to all of you.
73 viewers. That's a good 5 more than I last checked like 10 minutes ago. So
fascinating.
Yeah. It's just fun. It's just fun to talk to people who are thinkers. I'll just say thinkers for lack of a more comprehensive term. People who think.
It's maybe this is a commentary on the keyboard world that I'm regarded as a deep thinker. And a horrible insults to that community. You ever watch Jeeves and Wooster? So there are these novels by P.G. Wodehouse, who was a British sort of comic novel writer, wait a minute, you don't need all this information. There's just a joke in there about how there's like this club of people who are stupid, and how they're referring to a friend of theirs who is extremely stupid, but how amongst that club he's considered something of a dangerous intellect. And I feel like maybe that applies to the keyboard community. I'm perhaps the dangerous intellect of the keyboard community, but that just means like if you say Kierkegaard, I know I can come up with his first name. And, I went to college, whatever, it's fine. But this is not nothing to be proud of necessarily.
Fair, that's fair. I will say I felt particularly proud and accomplished when earlier in the conversation you said that I am fairly existentially content. I was like, wow, progress. And also being in the place of where I am, both of those things. Because I think I definitely have progressed in that since when you first knew me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's just
perceptibly
pretty cool.
so.
I honestly didn't know what you were gonna say though. Like you probably would have at the very least said some progress, but I had no idea where you would land me. You know what I mean? So then, yeah, I don't know. It would have just been interesting. I expected you to not really say anything. It's kind of like, yeah, you're making progress.
Absolutely. As I say, I don't know many content people.
Cool. Me neither.
Happiness is a questionable goal. Contentment is really the one to shoot for. And I consider it a mark of great achievement.
For sure. Existential. Radical. Okay. This is where we end the stream, and then realize that we will certainly get to talk more in the near future, perhaps even on stream. So, there's more to come.
Sounds good. Thanks to everyone for enduring this conversation.
Oh my gosh, there's so many people still watching, just saying yes, that they're still here.
They've been watching us say goodbye to each other for like an hour. That's astonishing.
The sign of true love. It's really what it is. Cool.
Good night, Preston. At some point, you'll have to like press some button to
This big end stream thing.
So go for it.
Good night, Ryan. Have a good
Good
night.
night.
Enjoy your dinner. Take it easy. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, my computer can breathe again. I think being on the call made it like really not good. I need to upgrade my CPU or something. Anyway, it has been a lot of fun tonight. Thank you guys for hanging out. And Ryan's one of my favorite people, and I hope that you have a better idea and understanding of why that is. I hope that you guys were enlightened by the conversation, that whatever you were here for and stuck around for and enjoyed was something that you enjoyed, and maybe you can take a bit of it away with you, and also help to construct potential content for the future. Because I really like talking, like thinking and talking, and I think I definitely want to have more of that as something I do in life. And I'm totally fine doing it as I already do it with purely just people who are friends and offline and off stream and stuff. But if you guys enjoy it or want to hear me talk or Ryan talk or whoever, guests and stuff, talk about any particular things, maybe you request it or encourage it. Because I genuinely just need direction. I don't need you to kind of coddle me or hold my hand. I need to know what you want to hear about, because I don't know what you want to hear about. So, and I do like talking and hearing myself talk, but I also like when it's very back and forth and conversational. So, upcoming things: subathon on Saturday. I know this is kind of like sounds like not really a grand announcement for what is kind of a big deal, I guess. Is it a big deal? I don't know. We're just gonna hang out. We're gonna do keyboard stuff, play games, do some talks, and do some giveaway items, and it will be a fun time. That'll start this Saturday at noon. I'm planning for around 12 or 1 Eastern. I guess the time is not so strict if I'm going to be live for like forever anyway. So just kind of hang out sometime around then. I think my chat is really delayed or something. These messages are coming in really delayed. I've dropped like a ton of frames. I don't know what's going on. I honestly don't. It's really annoying. But I appreciate all of you guys who hung out and asked questions, and we're just here. It's pretty great. I'll type on some keys for you guys. But Burley, one of the weird things is that I didn't have this drop frame issue until like last week, starting with my basic stream. I think it was basic stream was the first one. Minecraft stream I think was okay, and then this stream is having issues. It's really annoying. So I don't know. If you guys have any ideas about how to optimize things better, I've closed like everything that I could. So honestly, I don't know. But anyways, it's late. Everybody should get some rest. I'm back. Where's Ryan? Jax, I appreciate